Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see second part. What if Harry Potter was the forgotten twin? Triwizard Tournament changed everything. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter was never the famous boy who lived? Born alongside a twin, Harry is forgotten while the wizarding world celebrates his sibling. Years later, as the Triwizard Tournament begins, the overlooked Potter is hired to protect a mysterious and beautiful girl. Hidden powers, dangerous secrets, and shocking twists will change Hogwarts forever. Watch to discover the incredible story of the forgotten twin. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The boy was an early riser. When most of the school was still in heavy slumber, he kept a silent vigil near the Bobaton's carriage. That suited Luna Lovegood just fine. She too rose early in morning, though her reason was much more personal. The Nargles had an annoying tendency to bother her when she made her way down to the Great Hall during her first year, and she had learned to rise early to avoid them as a result. That habit had lasted until now. Who knew that Raxperts with big fiery swords made such a fine sleeping remedy? Ever since hate had emerged from her, the Nargles had kept a wide berth from her. This was a new experience for Luna, for now she could sleep until her CL mates rose, something she had been avidly enjoying for the past few weeks. But today was different. Today she followed the same routine she had persisted in for 3 years. She had slipped from her bed, even earlier the usual times, and sneaked through the deserted hallways and for the Hogwarts grounds, where the Bobaton's carriage awaited. It was an important occasion, and one she would rather not be late to. For today, she rose not for herself or because of Nargles, but for the boy. Luna leaned back against the carriage's wooden surface, humming a soft tune to herself. It was a chilly morning, and whenever she breathed out, a soft mist would form from her lips. This didn't bother her though. She had come dressed for the occasion, and the cool air did nothing but prickle her skin under the sweater and dress she wore. At exactly 5 in the morning, the carriage door moved, the elaborate knob turning before opening. A boy with unruly black hair and a lightning bolt-shaped scar emerged, frowning slightly as the cold wind buffeted him. His twin eyes radiated caution. "Hello, Lord Raxpert," Luna said from her place beside the carriage. The boy turned to regard her, not an ounce of surprise on his features. "Hello, Luna," Harry Potter said back. Luna placed her hands on her hips in mock fury. "Lady Raxpert," she reminded him. "My apologies, Lady Raxpert," Harry replied with a smile. It was still a fake one, but Luna thought it looked rather nice on his features. This was one reason she liked the boy. He was always pleasant to her, always smiling. Others smiled at her too, but their smiles were always filled with sympathy, as though she was something that needed to be pitied. "Much better," the Ravenclaw said primly. The boy's eyes danced with amusement as well as curiosity. "Was there something you needed from me, Lady Raxpert?" Harry asked. "A lady does not need a reason to visit her lord," Luna responded smartly. "She certainly does when it's 5 in the morning." A familiar voice growled into her mind. "Hello, Mr. Raxpert." The Ravenclaw was proud she remembered her manners this time. "Greetings, Moonchild. I trust those fools are no longer troubling you." "I haven't had a Nargle outbreak since the day you used your big fiery sword on them." Luna paused thoughtfully. "It's strange, but I think you drove away the other Nargles that were friends with that one Nargle too. It's all very unusual. If you drive one Nargle away, they typically come back with other Nargles. But none of them have come for me since." "Cowards," Hate snarled. "All of them. What they cannot do alone, they rely on numbers. You should have let me end them, my lord. At least one. Make them fear the shadows as is right. The death of a student would have brought unneeded attention upon us. I would have hidden the body well." The boy snorted before turning his gaze back on Luna. "Why are you here so early in the morning, Lady Raxpert?" Harry looked down and blinked. "And why are you dressed like that?" Luna followed his stare, to where the dress her mother had bought her was clad over her dainty frame. "Is there something wrong with wearing my favorite dress?" The boy rubbed his forehead tiredly. "No, there isn't, but one usually wears the sweater over the dress. Not the opposite." The Ravenclaw made a tut-tutting noise. "Why would I want to do that?" she lectured, I want people to see how pretty my dress is. They can't see it if it's hidden beneath my sweater. Laughter, loud and uproarious, rang like steel in her ears. Impeccable logic, my lord. Impeccable logic. The boy's lips twitched slightly. I see. In that case, I think your dress is very beautiful, my Lady Raxpert. Thank you. Luna beamed and twirled around so he could see her in all the dress's glory, though I think it will be a slight hindrance to where we are going. Where we are going? Harry repeated inquisitively. Why yes, the girl nodded sagely. Today, we're going to hunt for Crumplehorn Snurkax. The boy raised an eyebrow. May I ask the reason why? That article in the Daily Prophet was very erroneous about Snurkax, Lord Raxpert. There were many things they got wrong, and since you were the one being interviewed, you must not know much about Crumplehorn Snurkax. So we are going into the Forbidden Forest to search for them. You can learn from them up close. I think it will be fun. The Forbidden Forest, Harry said slowly, contain many dangerous creatures. I do not think it will be wise to venture there. We are only going into the outskirts, Luna admonished, not into the center. I wouldn't take you there, Lord Raxpert. The nargles in the depths of the forest are particularly fearsome. The boy cocked his head to the side at her revelation. You've been into the forest before. Sometimes. The Rotfang conspiracy can happen anywhere. I haven't found any clues in Hogwarts, so I think the Rotfangs are planning their deeds in the Forbidden Forest. But they won't get the best of me. The Ravenclaw leaned in to whisper conspiratorially into Harry's ear. I've been checking the outskirts of the woods every once in a while, you see. It's all very logical, you know. Of course it is, the boy said bemusedly, but even if there are Rotfangs and Snurkax in the Forbidden Forest, I do not think I would go. In an hour's time Fleur will be up and that is when the two of us train together. Luna told herself the faint stab of pain in her heart was from a polka-dotted Kneazle and not jealousy. That means you still have an hour left to spend with me. Luna, Harry began. If you do not go with me, the Ravenclaw looked up into the boy's face, then I will be most cross with you. Emerald-colored eyes regarded her for a while, searching, staring, and she was afraid that he would refuse. Then, they closed, followed by a sigh. Very well, Harry said, I will go with you. After all, he smiled, it is most unwise for a lord to deny his lady's request. Luna perked up instantly. This was another reason she liked the boy. While others may make up excuses to avoid or even outright refuse her requests, the boy would always accede to them. The quest for the Crumplehorn Snurkax, she beamed, I think that is what I will call our adventure. Of course, you'll need these. She handed him something pink and fuzzy. The boy stared at it as though it was a vial of flobberworm puss. Those are perhaps the most obnoxious set of earmuffs I've ever seen. They're Snurkax detectors, Lord Raxpert, Luna said seriously. If you treat them badly, they won't work for you. I actually have to wear them. The girl rolled her eyes. Boys, so silly at times. Of course you do. What else would you do with Snurkax detectors? Harry gingerly placed the earmuffs over his head. The bright pink headwear clashed most atrociously with his jet black hair. The fuzziness didn't help much either. Well, we could set them on fire, for one. Luna gave him a perplexed look. Would setting fire to them make the detectors work better? What? The boy looked just as confused as she was. The Snurkax detectors, Lord Raxpert, the Ravenclaw said patiently, would they work better if we set them on fire? No. Luna nodded solemnly. That's a shame. But perhaps we can try it in the future sometime. Lighting them on fire. For fun that is. I hear the Muggles do that during Christmas. Though I don't understand why they do it to trees. It's much better if you place candles on them like we do. It's safer that way and the trees don't have to die. Those poor trees. Lighting the tree for Muggles, Harry said slowly, is when they place bundles of artificial lights around the NCHES. Luna frowned. Well, that's just devious of them. Making the tree think it's on fire. Why, it's almost as worse as really lighting them on fire. The boy chuckled. What am I wondering is how we got from fuzzy pink earmuffs to lighting trees on fire. Logic, my lord, drawled Hate. Impeccable, flawless logic. I rather suppose it is, Harry remarked amusedly and then offered his arm to Luna. Shall we, my lady? The Ravenclaw smiled brilliantly and curtsied before taking the proffered limb. If you don't like your Snurkax detector, that's all right, Lord Raxpert. I have one that you can wear under your pants. We can change if you want. But boys don't like them though for some reason. Her companion's face went pale. Charlie Weasley scratched idly at his scalp as he watched the goblin poke and prod his way through the cages. The short, knobby creature bared its teeth as it leaned over the horntail, and tapped the sleeping beast with its walking stick. By his side, Yvette, their squad's master warder, tensed and pursed her lips in disapproval. I guess what I still don't understand, Charlie said slowly to the man next to him, is why all of this is necessary, James. The Auror, who had been watching the proceedings with interest, glanced apologetically back at him. It's politics, Charlie. The Ministry doesn't want to screw up, James grimaced, especially after Miss Delacour was almost taken from us by a bunch of bounty hunters. That I can understand, but why use another warder? We have our own, and they're some of the world's very best. Yvette has undergone an apprenticeship in the Ukraine with a very old warding family, for example. And if she's not good enough, then there are dragon handlers in other squads back in Romania I can contact. I promise you they'll be here in time for the tournament to check on the wards. I don't doubt that, but it's all Fudge's orders. Fudge, Charlie repeated distastefully. James saw the man's expression and smiled. Yes, Fudge. The minister is very keen on the idea of having Britain as the country hosting the tournament. He's also very keen on showing off to the rest of the world why England is the premier wizarding nation. So he hires a supposedly master at warding, a goblin from Gringotts no less, with the taxpayers' money, and has it check the wards for the first task. It's a win-win situation for him. He guarantees the champion's safety while at the same time making himself look good to the public. Every ping day I'm reminded of why leaving England was such a good idea, Charlie said mournfully. I thought it was Molly, the older man teased, and her knack of being over-motherly to her sons. The dragon handler snorted. That too. The two men turned when the goblin snarled and beckoned for them from its place by the horntail's cage. Yvette muttered something disparagingly in Romanian and stomped in the creature's direction. James chuckled when the woman was out of earshot. She's a feisty one. Yeah, Charlie murmured, she is. The Auror noticed the way his friend stared after the woman and waggled his eyebrows outrageously. So when is the second eldest Weasley going to come home with a girl on his arm? Charlie sputtered. Should Molly expect an engagement letter? James continued on ruthlessly, or perhaps even rings the next time she sees you. The dragon handler gave his tormentor a wounded look. I would have expected something like this from Sirius, but not from you. Hey now, the older man said cheerfully, I was a morator too. Sirius likes to think he was behind most of the pranks, but truth be told, he was only the WN. Me and Remus were the ins. Charlie grinned sheepishly. My dad told me when he was dating my mom the marauders hounded the two of them constantly. He still smiles when he remembers the pranks you pulled on him. Arthur is a good man and a good friend. He and Molly make a good pair. The Auror's tone turned teasing again. I hope you and Yvette make an even better pair. Hey, Charlie grunted, I doubt it. Trouble in paradise already. James slapped his hand against his in an exaggerated motion. Well, have no fear. I was known as quite the charmer back in the day. Anything I can do to help. Maybe. The dragon handler looked forlornly back to where the goblin and Yvette were still arguing. Yvette is a very strong woman. Very forward-thinking as well. I don't think she'll get along with my family. You've been at the Burrow, James. You know what it's like. My family, my mum especially, can be so old-fashioned at times. Reminds me of when Lily and I were dating. James smiled at the memory. I was worried too. She was a Muggleborn and I was a pureblood. Even though my family had nothing to do with those idiotic blood purity ideals, they were still pretty old-fashioned. The Potters attended all the pureblood galas up until the First Wizarding War, you know. We only stopped going when the parties turned into open support platforms for Voldemort. Charlie winced at the name. James rolled his eyes dramatically. It's only a name, Charlie. Easy for you to say, the eldest Weasley muttered, your kids kicked you know who's. At the mention of his children, the Auror lost all sense of cheeriness. His smile turned brittle and false. His face grew pained. His very figure drooped. The man seemed to age before Charlie's eyes, and the dragon handler swore he saw gray hairs where none had been there before. Yeah, James said quietly, well, only one of them did. The other didn't and we punished him for that. Merlin, James, Charlie whispered, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Don't be. I'm used to it. These things come up in conversation once in a while. The Auror gave him an unsteady smile, as long as it's directed to me and not Lily. If it's any consolation, the dragon handler said hesitantly, I read that article about your son. The one penned by Skeeter. I think he wanted to protect the all of you. It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? James looked faintly proud. He has marauder blood in him, that's for sure. Sirius is going to get his framed. Spent a whole load of galleons getting the very first article printed. Says he'll hang it over the picture of his mom back at Grimmauld Place. Brightens up the whole room without her constant nagging. Charlie grinned at the thought. But no, the Auror continued, I don't think he did it for us. He's a Potter and Potters are proud and stubborn. We've hurt him too much for him to forget. Have you told Lily about this? Lily's hopeful. She always is. She's never lost hope, even when the rest of us have. But that's the problem. Now Harry's back and he hates us. What Lily is hoping is that the hate will eventually go away. It would kill her if she learns that it may never. The man sighed. Sirius is hopeful too. He's going to talk to Harry today. I've let him on the grounds that if Harry still wants nothing to do with us to never say a thing about it to Lily. We're behind you, Charlie stated firmly, every step of the way. My mum and dad will support you, and I know the rest of the Weasleys will too. James flashed him a grateful smile. Thanks, Charlie. That means a lot to us. The two stood in silence for a while, watching as the goblin and Yvette gestured heatedly to each other by the dragon's pen. So, Charlie began, are you going to tell me your secret? James appeared momentarily confused. Secret? What secret? The secret on how you got Lily to tolerate your parents. Oh, that secret. The Auror leaned back and nodded wisely. It was rather simple, actually. Once I gave it to her, she got along swimmingly well with my mom and dad. The dragon handler tried hard not to look interested. And what was it? A Mortentia. Charlie blinked, and then blinked again. Pardon, a Mortentia. You know, a love potion. The Auror saw the horrified expression on the younger man's face and grinned. The few Imperiuses I put on her didn't hurt either. It took a few seconds and an exaggerated wink from James for Charlie to realize it had been a joke. Very funny, the dragon handler grunted. I'll be sure to tell Lily that when I see her next time. Now it was time for James to look horrified. You wouldn't. The Auror looked hopefully at him, would you? Charlie just smirked. A growl from in front of them caused both men to look down. The goblin stared back stiffly, its large canines visible in a leering grimace. Behind it, Yvette crossed her arms and made a foul face at its back. If the two of you are quite done, the creature's voice sounded like the wheezing tone of an unturned accordion, scratchy and discordant. Of course, Steeljaw, James replied formally. Steeljaw, an apt name for one of its kind, mused Charlie. The goblin had a prominent, heavy-set chin with what appeared to be metal rings stitched along its jowls. Two of the same rings adorned its crooked nose, giving it a bullish, bovine appearance. Despite these unusual ornamentations, it was still dressed immaculately, complete with a pinstripe suit, freshly shined leather shoes, and a tie emblazoned with the seal of Gringotts. The wards here, Steeljaw remarked, are for the most part satisfactory. Charlie hid his smile when Yvette smirked in triumph. There were a few mishaps, but the warders were human, so that is to be expected. The dragon handler didn't know whether to be proud or insulted. But then again, that was always how he felt when dealing with goblins. The wards placed on the dragons are adequate, but far from exemplary. The rhymes will be sufficiently addled in their minds to prevent them from unleashing their full fury against the champions, but they will still be dangerous to a certain degree. Yeah, that's the idea, Charlie said uneasily. We don't want the dragons to kill the champions, so we added safety precautions. Yes, Steeljaw smiled. The way his teeth were bared made him look like he was sneering. Mind-leadening wards that lowers the beasts' overall intelligence and dulls their senses. Frostbone wards that slows their movements and reflexes. Even a few blood-thinning wards to distill the magic in their veins. What purpose do they serve? To make the fire they breathe less potent. Yvette tossed a loose strand of hair behind her head and nodded. An adult dragon can incinerate a man in a heartbeat with just one breath, the woman said sourly. the fire they breathe is one of the strongest known to wizarding kind. The champions, despite the goblet having chosen them, are still human. They will not last long if they do not dampen the fire's potency. Are they that bad? James's face had been slowly draining of all color ever since the wards had been mentioned, the dragons I mean. I know they're dangerous, but this seems excessive. Yvette frowned and turned to regard the man. Dragons are some of the most dangerous animals on Earth. Their skin is equivalent to modern-grade steel, and the bite force in their jaws can snap a Muggle machine chariot in two. Even their claws are sharper than any blade they humans have produced so far. And that is ignoring the fire they breathe. The female dragon handler shrugged. Back then wizards and witches still fought each other in the old times. They were tamed as var beasts by powerful magic users. It is said that a single dragon was worth 100 var wizards and 10 times that number in Muggle soldiers. Handling them is both an honor and a danger. James leaned in closer to Charlie. You didn't mention any of this in your letters home, the older man whispered hotly. I may have left some things out. Wait until Molly hears about this, the Auror muttered. Charlie's response was to nudge him hard in the ribs. You won't tell my family a thing, and I won't tell Lily about your horrible joke. Deal, James grumbled. That are the two of you whispering about? Yvette stared suspiciously at the two, and why is he so worried about the dragons? The woman stabbed her chin towards James. It's not like he's going to compete in the tournament. He's not, Charlie said quickly, but his son is. Yvette appeared slightly mollified. Then her features hardened again. You're not going to tell your son about this, are you? The dragons are supposed to be kept secret until the day of the first task. James chuckled meekly. I'm an Auror, ma'am, sworn to protect the wizarding folk of magical Britain. I'm neutral in this whole tournament thing. Seeing the disbelieving stare he was being given, the man hastily amended. Besides, I swore a magical oath I wouldn't tell any of the champions. Basic tournament rules. Dry, rattling laughter sounded. The three turned to stare at the goblin, who leered back in return. Human oaths, it wheezed, so easily given out. So easily broken. Right. Charlie tugged at his collar awkwardly. He never did like goblins, even though he was taught to be polite to them. Merlin knew how Bill got along with them as a curse breaker. Did you check the field as well? I have, Steeljaw growled. The wards there are adequate. The beasts will not be able to escape easily. They won't get a chance to. Yvette sniffed. The dragons have been heavily dosed by Confundus elixirs. They have made them believe they are guarding their nests, despite the eggs they have used are not theirs. Their first priority will be to defend their nests. They will only attack if the champions threaten the eggs. The conditions for the first task are very specific. They have fulfilled them to the highest degree. That still remains to be seen. You will only know when the first task is finished. The female dragon handler chose not to reply, but the way her eyes smoldered as she stared at the goblin made her thoughts on the matter quite clear. Well, if everything is all set and ready, James interjected himself back into the conversation. Why are we still out here in the forest when we can be back at Hogwarts near a cozy fire? Finally, one of you humans have said something intelligent, Steeljaw muttered. Not us, I'm afraid. Charlie grinned. It's tense for us dragon handlers. Enchanted though, so we'll be just as comfy. I guess I'll just escort Steeljaw here back to Hogwarts then. The Auror turned to find the goblin already marching out of the clearing, or you can go by yourself. James sighed and threw a wave in the younger man's direction before running after Steeljaw. Charlie watched them leave. His eyes lingered on the shorter of the two. There was a niggling doubt at the back of his mind that refused to go away. A misgiving that he mentioned to the woman beside him. Don't all goblins that work in Gringotts wear their emblems on their suits? Yvette shrugged. All the ones I've seen do. Charlie scratched his head. Steeljaw wore his on his tie. His fellow dragon handler smiled at him. You always overthink things, Charlie. I'm sure it is nothing. Yeah, Charlie muttered, still staring at the retreating goblin's back. Nothing. Crumple-horned snurcax prefer to live in wooded areas, Luna said to the boy as they traversed through thickets of underbrush. It keeps them safe from predators, especially their young, but that's to be expected of course. All manners of creatures are vulnerable when they're young, but I think snurcax are the most vulnerable. Harry ducked an overhanging NCH and scratched agitatedly at his pink earmuffs. A lack of defensive mechanisms, I presume. He watched the surrounding woods warily. Wand out, they don't have whatever the adult Snurkax have. No, Lord Raxpert, that's not it at all. The Ravenclaw waggled a finger towards the boy. Crumple-horned Snurkax all have very impressive defenses, even their young. They can turn invisible when they don't want to be seen. That's why my father and I haven't managed to find one yet. Every time we're close to discovering a Snurkax, it just turns invisible. The boy gestured with his wand and a jet of flame shot past Luna. The girl blinked and turned to see the silent incendio consuming a stretch of gnarled roots that she would have surely tripped over. She smiled. Thank you, Lord Raxpert. Harry grunted in acknowledgement before giving her a puzzled look. If crumple-horned Snurkax can turn invisible, how do we find one? Oh, that's very simple. Luna waved the question aside. Crumple-horned Snurkax make very distinctive sound calls. They use it when they're trying to find mates or fending off predators. They're very loud and piercing. You would recognize them right away, if you could hear them. If I could hear them? Harry repeated, confused. Why yes. The sounds they make are very high-pitched. They're too high for human ears to pick up. Like how there are sounds only a dog can hear. You would need to be a crumple-horned Snurkax to hear another crumple-horned Snurkax. The boy didn't reply at first. His wand waved again, and a cluster of thorned NCHES directly in front of her fell to the forest floor, severed cleanly from the trees that grew them. Luna skipped past without a second glance. Traveling with the boy made traversing through the woods so much easier, though that took some of the fun out of it. Still, the Ravenclaw preferred a slight peek in boredom than nasty scratches on her arms and legs. So we can't see or hear Snurkax, Harry said as he kicked away an amputated NCH. Is there another way then, to find these creatures? There's always smell, Luna replied cheerily. Smell? We're going to find a crumple-horned Snurkax by smelling it. Oh no, Lord Raxpert, we can't do that. The girl bent to pick up a very smooth stone. It was shaped roughly like a disc, with a white, creamy complexion that reminded Luna of the milk cookies her mother used to bake. She pocketed it and then turned to her companion. While it's true that crumple-horned Snurkax have a very peculiar scent, it is still an odorless smell to us. A shame, really. I would have liked to know what a Snurkax smells like. The boy looked faintly exasperated. That's 3 of the 5 senses out. You're not going to tell me that touching one won't work either. Snurkax possess a very complicated body. They have dry, scaly skin on some parts and lots of fur on others. The males have feathers on their necks to display them during mating season. You can definitely feel them. The boy flashed a relieved smile. That's good, I suppose, but we can't find them by touch. His face fell again, though whether it was fake or not, Luna couldn't tell. And why can't we? Harry asked as he levitated a few jagged pieces of rock from the Ravenclaw's path. It's one of their other defensive mechanisms. They can change how their body works. The composition of that is. It's some sort of complicated magic. When you do stumble into one, they'll just turn their skin to feel like something else. That happened to us, you know. My father and I cornered a Snurkax once and it changed its skin to feel like air. We tried for a long time to locate it by feeling different parts of the air, but they all felt the same. That was the closest we've ever gotten to finding one. The boy seemed both amused and annoyed at this revelation. So I guess it's all down to taste then, he said. Yes, I suppose so, Luna agreed. I think nature would agree. Lots of predators are interested in crumple-headed Snurkax, after all. They must taste very yummy. Then do we run around trying to lick them or something? Ew. Luna made a disgusted face at him. Why would you want to lick a Snurkax? The boy blinked owlishly back at her. To find one. Not by licking it, she chided. Crumple-horned Snurkax secrete a very foul-tasting sap from their skin. It helps to preserve the moisture in their bodies. If you lick one, your tongue will swell up and you won't be able to taste anything for at least a month. It would have been a desperate measure, Harry admitted. Good, the Ravenclaw nodded. You really shouldn't go around trying to lick Snurkax, Lord Raxpert. Why, you'd look positively barmy. Her companion snorted. The shadows that coiled and gathered behind him writhed in amusement. The boy opened his mouth to say something and then closed it when the ground shook with the clattering of hoofs. From the forest depths, something large but distinctively man-shaped emerged. It vaulted over a fallen tree trunk, swerved lightly to the side to avoid a nearby cluster of rocks, and then sprang into air in a graceful leap. It did all of this with a fluid, natural agility that no human could ever hope to match. The being's 4 legs thumped the ground in unison as it landed, kicking up a small cloud of soil. By then, Harry had already pushed her aside and taken his place in front of her, wand pointing to the newcomer. Luna smiled. That was a rather touching thing for him to do. Centaur, the boy stated simply. The creature shook its head, the motion making the wild, unkempt hair on its face move like GRs swept by a light breeze. Venus foresaw that I would meet with someone with a capacity of stating the obvious. Deep, intelligent eyes regarded the pair, serious, but not unkindly. It seems that she was correct. Hello Firenze, said Luna dreamily. The centaur raised a hand in greeting. Hail Luna, it's Lady Raxpert now. Firenze shifted on his flank. The Ravenclaw saw a leather quiver filled with long, sturdy arrows strapped to the centaur's hip. I see, he said and smiled lightly. Saturn has foreseen a favored friend of Firenze gifted with a new name. I am glad, Luna, that it is you. The two of you know each other. Harry interrupted. The boy's wand had relaxed, though it was still pointed towards the centaur. Why yes, Lord Raxpert, Luna replied happily. I met Firenze during my first year, when a particularly nasty bout of Nargles made me explore the forest. I was quite excited, naturally, and almost got lost. Luckily, I was saved by Firenze and 2 of his herd. Speaking of which, is Rowan doing well? The last time I ventured here, he just had a foal with Naren. Firenze inclined his head slightly at the question. Rowan will be glad that you thought of him. The foal Naren has birthed as a healthy young buck and with Neptune's blessing, will live a long and prosperous life. That's always good. I won't ask the same to Bane though. I don't like him. He has a particularly bad case of Raxperts. Drives him to be mean to everyone. The girl turned to her companion. Not that all Raxperts are bad of course. Yours is very nice when he doesn't have his big flaming sword out, Lord Raxpert. Both the boy and the centaur chuckled. That is Bane I suppose, Firenze said bemusedly. He really should meet Lord Raxpert's Raxpert. He's been helping me with the Nargles lately, and he's been very effective. Of course, you'll need Lord Raxpert's permission. The centaur turned to Harry, solemn and stoic. You are Harry Potter, I presume. At the boy's nod, he continued, Venus and Mars have worked together to tell me this. It is strange, for the planets to align. The tales they spin are more often than not vastly different. And yet they foresaw this meeting between you and I. Curious, is it not? Mars, Harry said slowly, is war. Venus is love. War and love do not mix well together. Many of my kind would agree with you, Firenze said back, and I do too, to a certain extent. But the path the planets deem us to follow is seldom wrong. War and love are direct opposites, yet they meld together within you. Perhaps you will need to know love to make war. Perhaps you will need to make war to know love. Or perhaps you just love to make war. The boy smiled. So says the one with a bow in his hand and arrows on his back. Luna blinked and directed her gaze towards Firenze's left hand, where the shadows had hidden it partially. Indeed, a stout longbow, strung taut with sinew was wrapped by the centaur's fingers. This caused some trepidation in the Ravenclaw. Is everything all right, Firenze? A note of concern crept into her voice. You usually don't patrol this far. You don't usually carry weapons either. Bane, the centaur's expression hardened a little, has decided to relocate our colony deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Oh dear, Luna held up a hand to her mouth. Has the Raxperts gotten to him at last? Not yet, I'm afraid. He has moved our herd because he fears for our safety. Ever since the humans have claimed a clearing near our roaming grounds a few days ago, Bane has been consulting Pluto. A most unwise move, for Pluto's alignment is always the easiest path to take yet solves none of our problems. Humans, in the Forbidden Forest, Harry asked, what purpose would they have in coming here? They were not the first. Firenze pawed at the ground with his front hooves. There was another group, many weeks back that decided to utilize another clearing closer to Hogwarts. They made use of their wand magic to seal the area away from our sight. We have not heard from them since. I'm sure, the boy said encouragingly, that they've already left. Maybe the first group, but not the second. If they were merely humans, Bane would have increased the number of our patrols, and nothing more. But instead, they brought with them fire rhymes. Fire rhymes, Harry repeated, a glint in his eye where none had been there before. Yes, Firenze nodded gravely, we've seen gouts of flame erupt from where they are caged. Truly fearsome beasts. Bane fears the humans will loose them on our herd. That is why he has moved our colony. And where are these so-called fire rhymes located? 30 minutes ride from here. Why do you wish to know? The boy smiled thinly. I want to see them for myself. Firenze cocked his head to one side. You are either vain or foolish. Mars says you are the former. Venus disputes this and states you are the latter. Foolishness and very are two sides of the same coin. It just depends which side the coin lands on. The centaur chuckled again. A very curious expression of you humans, yet one that can be applied to our kind as well. Very well. If you take a direct path from here, straight as a crow flies, then you will reach the beasts you seek. Be warned though, for the terrain will be treacherous as you near the forest center. Firenze swiveled its body towards Luna. I am happy to see you have found a new friend, Lady Raxpert, he said seriously. May the friendship last as long as the stars shine bright. Firenze smiled mysteriously and then moved closer so that his next few words were spoken only to her. Venus aligns with the two of you most well. The Ravenclaw's cheeks turned a slight shade of crimson. Thank you, Firenze, she murmured. The centaur stomped the ground with its front hooves, a gesture of respect among its kind. And then he reared up on his hind legs and galloped off, disappearing into the gloom. I think we should put our quest on hold for now, Harry said as his eyes stared to where Firenze had vanished, until we've seen the fire rhymes at least. But we came here to find a crumplehorn snurcack, Luna pointed out, unless you're saying that fire rhymes are more interesting than a snurcack. Nothing of the sort, Lady Raxpert. The boy took a step deeper into the forest, but my curiosity has been piqued by Firenze's descriptions. If he means what I think he means, then things have gotten a whole lot more interesting. Indulge me for now, and I promise you we can search for snurcacks in the future. I'll hold you to that promise, the Ravenclaw stated firmly. Harry's response was to begin moving. In quick efficient strides he made his way towards the destination Firenze had set for them. Obstacles were cleared with efficiency. Formations of rocks that barred their way were blasted into dust by a flicker from his wand. Where the trees were thickest, where their NCHES webbed out to create impenetrable barriers, the boy casted and created roaring infernos that burned the wood into cinders. Even the places usually not accessible to human locomotion, deep ravines, tall cliff sides, steep rifts in the ground, did not deter him. The earth itself heeded his call, shifted to become bridges of loam and ramps of clay that the boy and the girl tread on with impunity. The magic that hummed from his wand came at a record pace, never faltering, never hesitating. Luna had to run to keep up. Once she had tripped on a patch of rough ground. Harry had extended his arm towards her without looking back and caught her by the wrist. The Ravenclaw was glad then that the shadows hid her face. She didn't want him to see how red it became. 30 minutes, Firenze had said, and that was from the perspective of a centaur, whose swiftness on the ground matched the finest of horses. It would have taken a regular man or woman at least 2 hours to cross the same distance. They traveled it in 1/10 the time. They reached the clearing with Luna trailing slight behind. She was used to hiking through the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, but moving through its center, where the most difficult terrain lay, at near a full run, was a whole another matter entirely. The Ravenclaw panted slightly in exertion and looked up, to where Harry had crested a small hill hidden almost entirely by thickets of leaves. She joined him and stared down. Now that, the boy breathed, is something you don't see every day. Luna agreed. Within the clearing, in 4 cages of heavy oak, goaded into a deep, magical sleep, were beasts of miv proportions. Each was at least 30 feet long, with the largest stretching to an easy 40. Clawed feet, ending in curved talons, were splayed out in unnatural resting patterns. Wings, pinions of hardened leather, drooped from broad shoulders and colossal backs. Every inch of their muscular bodies were covered by hardened scales, rigid and unbending like armored plate. Horns jutted from some of them, twisting spires of ivory bone that together looked like frills. One was devoid of them entirely, foregoing the bony decorations for a sleek, serpentine body that was pigmented entirely in Slytherin green. Another, A 35-feet monster that was a clash of red and orange, snarled in its sleep with a golden snout that was tarred black from its own fiery breath. The third looked like a porcupine, with spikes the length of a grown man's arm covering a full 3/4 of its body. The beast's crested muzzle rumbled as it snored. The last was perhaps the ugliest. Its face looked like a pit bull's, short and flat, with nostrils that hovered above its eyes. Harry began laughing. "Dragons," he said, then laughed again. "The first task is going to be dragons." "I was hoping for crumple-horned snurcax," Luna returned dreamily. "I was too." The way the boy grinned caused the Ravenclaw to pause. He looked almost feral as he stared at the cages and the monsters they contained, but instead we found dragons. 4 to be exact, all different species as well. Harry licked his lips. "Take heart, Lady Raxpert. We might not have found what we were trying to find, but overall it was not a bad day in terms of discoveries made." He turned and then did something so unexpected that it made Luna blush. The boy placed his hands on her shoulders and stared intently into her eyes. The smile he wore was now sincere instead of fake, real instead of false, and looked perfect for once on his face. "Thank you, Luna," he said softly. The Ravenclaw hastily looked away. "You shouldn't thank me," she murmured. "We didn't find any crumple-horned snurcax." "No, we didn't, but it was never about finding crumple-horned snurcax, was it?" Luna continued to avert her gaze. "I don't know what you mean, Lord Raxpert." Her voice faltered just a bit. "We came into the forest to find snurcax. Nothing more. We came into a forest to find a creature that could not be seen or heard, smelled or touched." Harry chuckled. "Kind of suspicious, don't you think?" Luna stayed silent this time. "It's all right, you know," the boy said gently, "to want to help people once in a while." When the Ravenclaw continued to refuse to say anything, Harry moved fluidly beside her and slipped his arm through hers. "It has only been an hour," he said quietly. "There's a good few left before Cleese start. Why don't we keep looking for crumple-horned snurcax until then?" Luna stared at him in surprise. "But you will have your training with Fleur soon." The boy gave the direction of the Beauxbatons carriage a brief glance. He smiled again. "I do not think Fleur will be very angry with me if I skipped out on this one session." "Hey, a cub." The boy stopped and turned towards the voice. "Sirius," he stated. The man in question grinned nervously and took a step forward. "I was wondering, Squirt, if you had some time to talk before breakfast. If you make it quick. I am rather hungry. The hike within the Forbidden Forest has left me taxed." The Auror captain jerked his head in his godson's direction. "You were in the Forbidden Forest? Merlin, Harry, what were you thinking? There's all sorts of dangerous beasts lurking in there. And yet here I am, untouched and unhurt." The boy responded curtly. "Your concern is appreciated but unneeded." Sirius flinched. "Well, could you at least tell me why you went in there in the first place?" At this, the boy's lips quirked upwards into a faint smile. "I was hunting for crumple-horned snurcax." The Auror let out an uneasy laugh. "You're joking, right? There's no such thing. I mean, the article you tricked Skeeter into writing had them in it. But they're only imaginary creatures." Sirius moved closer. "That was a brilliant article, by the way. It had me laughing for a good while. I've already purchased the first edition piece. Going to frame it when I get the time to visit Diagon Alley." The man's grin wavered briefly when Harry looked completely serious. They don't exist, do they?" "The snurcax. They do for some people," the boy said and started moving. Sirius had to rush his gait to a fast walk to catch up. I want to thank you, cub, for not giving Skeeter what she wanted. It saved your family from a lot of grief. Merlin knows how many dark families are out there, waiting for a chance to destroy them publicly. I know you did this for them. So thanks, Harry." "No," the boy smiled, "not for them. Never for them. It was for me." Harry saw the look that ped on the Auror's face and chuckled. "Are you disappointed, Padfoot?" Sirius shivered slightly at the way the boy used his nickname, to learn that my actions were not for them. "I am," the man paused, "but I'm also glad." "Glad? Yeah, glad. It just shows that you have morals." "Morals," Harry repeated distastefully. Sirius noted how the boy didn't try to deny it. That was a good sign, he supposed. "Is there another reason why you are here, Sirius?" The gaze Harry directed towards him was not hateful. But that was the only description the Auror could give. Not hateful, but not anything else either. I do have another reason, Sirius said slowly, but before you refuse it outright, promise me at least you'll hear all of it. That would depend on the reason. Yes. Well, the Marauder began uncomfortably. Me and James were thinking we could teach you how to become an animagus. I mean, if you want to, that is. I think you'll do really well, considering you know. Sirius gestured into the air, looking flustered. Well, you know, it'll be really useful, Harry. I can guarantee it. We've already started with Adam and we think his form might be a lion. For the first time since he had revealed himself, Harry looked surprised. Sirius hoped it was because of the sincerity of the offer. His hopes were dashed when the boy next spoke. Adam's form is a lion. The sentence was uttered as though it was something vaguely nauseating. Now that is a rich joke. It's no joke, Harry, the Auror said firmly. We've already finished the first stages of his training with him, the part when the potential animagus learns about the animal he's to become. Adam's looks to be a lion. Are you sure that it isn't just some really big rat? Came the contemptuous reply. If the question had been directed to someone else than Adam, Sirius would have laughed. Instead, the Auror sighed heavily and wiped the back of his hand against his brow. You're not going to forgive them anytime soon, are you, Harry? That word, intoned the boy, does not exist in my dictionary in regards to them. I don't know what to say, cub. I mean, I understand why you're this way. Heck, I think if it were me, I would have turned out worse. I certainly wouldn't have the patience to pretend to be civil to them. On the other hand, they're my best friends. Adam is my godson just as you are. I hate seeing them like this. It's tearing them apart on the inside. I know from your point of view it's justifiable, but from mine, it's not as clear. The man heaved a heavy breath. Merlin, it's hard sitting on the fence like this. Then choose. I can't. Sirius stared pleadingly at his godson. I don't know who to support. Then I will make it easier for you. Choose them. For your sake and for theirs, stand with them. The Auror captain started in surprise. Why would you say that, Harry? The theory is elementary, Sirius. They need you. I don't. The heir of Black stopped in his tracks and gawked at the boy. Harry didn't and continued moving towards the great hall in brisk, steady strides. Sirius had to rush again to catch up. You don't mean that, do you, Harry? The boy gave a mirthless chuckle. First James, then Adam, now you. All have asked me the same thing. Tell me, Sirius, why I would have said it if I did not mean it. The Auror shook his head slowly, as though if trying to ward off the boy's words. You always wanted to see me and Moony when you were a kid. You were always so excited, so eager. I would have never expected to hear you say you don't need me. Harry shrugged. Then we are even. I did not expect Adam's animagus form to be a lion and you did not expect me to say I do not need you. Adam doesn't need to be the only animagus we teach. You can be another. You don't even have to promise to attend all the lessons, just one. James and I can squeeze in some time in between our patrols. I promise you can learn a lot in that one session. If we're lucky, at the end of the day, we might even know what your form will be. The boy did not respond immediately. He looked like he was honestly mulling it over, and that at least made the Auror feel at ease. Your offer is gracious, Harry finally said, but I must refuse. Sirius looked down in disappointment. I understand, Harry, you don't want to be near James. It's still too soon for you. Is that what you think, Sirius? The Auror couldn't tell whether the boy's tone was amused or mocking. That I am avoiding my father because I hate him. That I am hiding from my parents for what they did to me. Am I really that weak to you? But, you do not understand. You are still under the illusion that I am the same child as before, except blinded by my emotions. Your vision of me couldn't be further from the truth. Harry's face remained the same, but his eyes turned cold and ruthless. If James could teach me a way of magic I did not know, then I would willingly stand in his presence to learn from him. I would do what he bids me to do. Laugh at his jokes, converse with him as though everything was normal. I will be the son he always wanted. Supportive of Adam, caring of Lily, and I would do all of these things with a smile on my face. I thought you hated them. Sirius whispered. I do hate them, the boy returned, but knowledge is power, Sirius. And if they had knowledge to offer me, then I would willingly swallow my revulsion to learn from them. But you would eventually leave. The charade ends, Harry said firmly, when there is nothing left to teach. You are heartless, the Auror murmured, did you know that? What you are suggesting is utterly heartless. I would be giving them what they want, Sirius. A measure of normalcy in their lives. The illusion that all is right in their world. A chance to live without their guilt. Even if it is for a brief time. How is that heartless? But all of that would be fake. Sirius argued heatedly, it's not the real thing. And when you leave, you'll just send your family back into despair all over again. What I offer is a temporary respite from the pain. The boy turned to look at him, not an end. I believe that it is a decent exchange in return. You're so different, Harry, the man said softly. What happened to the noble, quiet boy I knew once? You sound almost like a Slytherin. Harry smiled. I rather like the color green. The Auror blanched and recoiled. His godson continued to walk. Amusement tinged his voice when he spoke again. Still interested in giving me lessons, Sirius? The man gave a half-smile in response. Yeah, I am. Just not as enthusiastically as before. Then again, I must refuse. Sirius stared at the boy in confusion. But you just said you would be willing to attend our animagus sessions. You just told me you were willing to put aside your hatred to learn from us. He swallowed, for a while, at least. That is if you had something to teach me. There is nothing left you can teach me. Sirius was thrown by the confession. The moment his wits were gathered, the Auror let out a gasp. He breathed, you're already an animagus. Animagus implies I can only change into one animal. So you are wrong. I am not an animagus. How many? The man's voice cracked. The boy was looking straight ahead, but Sirius caught the flicker of a genuine smile on his face. Only 2. Only. Sirius spluttered. Merlin, Harry. Every animagus in our history could only change into one animal. No one has ever had 2 forms. Then I guess that makes me the only animagi, Harry replied evenly. 2. The Auror muttered, slightly out of breath. 2, for the love of Morgana. 2, he looked up, excited, can you tell me what they are? Your forms. The boy's lips pressed together tightly. The silence that drew on was distinctively uncomfortable. You're not going to tell me, are you? The man sighed. No, not even a hint. Harry gave him an amused look. They're both animals. That doesn't help. I know. If you're worried about me telling it to your father, I won't. I'll keep it a secret. Just between the two of us. I wouldn't tell you, Sirius, even if James was factored out of the equation. Damn, the Auror muttered. The 2 arrived at the Great Hall. The 2 Mivoken doors opened automatically for them, revealing empty tables and seats. Sirius wasn't surprised. It was still early in the morning, with much of the student population choosing to remain in their beds. The boy stopped and turned. Sirius smiled weakly in response. So I guess that's it then, huh? Well, it was good talking to you, Harry. The man hesitated. Could we talk again sometime? His godson regarded him for a long moment. I don't hate you, Sirius, he finally said. The Auror's smile grew. Thank you, Harry. The boy gave him an inscrutable look and then started to enter the Great Hall. Sirius suddenly remembered something and called out. Wait, emerald eyes fixated on him again in an unblinking stare. The man moved closer and peered around the hallway. When he was satisfied no one was near the vicinity, he turned back to the boy. Dragons, Harry, Sirius said in a whisper, I nearly forgot to tell you. The first task is going to be dragons. One of Harry's brows quirked upwards in a disbelieving expression. Dragons, he repeated skeptically, and how would you know this, Sirius? You are not one of the tournament judges. I don't, the Auror responded, but James does. Apparently the dragon handlers have been here for weeks. James was tasked with escorting a wardmaster to them to check up on the beasts. That's how he knows. He had to swear a magical oath to keep what he learned a secret. Then how is he still alive? The oaths you speak of are stringent in their punishments should they be broken. Sirius grinned mischievously. Well, he swore only not to tell you. The tournament rules states that non-affiliated parties brought in to help cannot inform any of the champions what the tasks are. James can't tell you, but he certainly can tell a very loyal, charismatic, and ruggedly handsome friend. For a second time, the boy looked surprised. It was James. James told you to tell me. The Auror nodded fervently. Why would he do that? The question felt like a punch to the gut to Sirius. Merlin, Harry, the man breathed after he recovered, you don't know. He just wants to help you. Harry's face remained impassive, but his eyes flashed with something Sirius could not describe. If James thinks this will curry my favor, he said slowly, then he is 6 years too late. That's not the reason, Cub, Sirius sighed. Then pray tell, what reason would he have in helping me? Damn it, Harry, the Auror exploded, he's your father. He doesn't need a reason to help you. He's doing it because he loves you. So now he loves me, the boy replied mockingly. It took him only till now to figure it out. Sirius let out a long, suffering breath. You're really not set on forgiving them anytime soon, are you? Harry glared back. I thought we were clear on that subject, Sirius. Yeah. The man looked away. You made that clear enough. Another stretch of uncomfortable silence. The boy, Sirius noted, looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words to say. It was James, he finally settled on. James did this. The Auror captain shot his godson a puzzled stare. Yeah, it was. I see. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again the angry gleam was gone. Rex. Sirius blinked. What? The boy's face was unreadable. One of my forms is called Rex. The Auror's mind worked feverishly to devour this piece of information. Rex. Like a dog. Really? I mean, that's great. Really, really great. My animagus form is a dog too. Of course you knew that already. Padfoot. Duh. That's awesome, Harry. Wait until James hears about this. He'll be so proud of you, Cub. The man's face grew concerned. You didn't have any problems with the transformation, did you? I had a few issues when I first started. Couldn't change my ass into a tail for the longest time. Remus and James still like to make fun of me for that. I can help you if you like. Not that you need it, of course. What sort of dog is your form, Harry? A German Shepherd, Saint Bernard. It's not a poodle, is it? Well, I mean, it can be, and that'll be fine too. Great, Harry. This is great. The boy weathered Sirius's outburst with quiet dignity. He smiled when his godfather finally stopped. I never did say it was a dog, Sirius, he said, and then vanished through the entrance of the Great Hall. Daphne Greenger fought hard not to smirk when Harry Potter stepped into the potions dungeon. Like always, the CL room immediately fell silent, with those students near the entrance edging awkwardly away. One would think they were running away from something terrifying, or at least something intimidating. The boy, however, was neither. At least on the outside. Harry smiled cheerily as he entered, and stooped down to pick up a potions textbook a girl had dropped in shock. He dusted the heavy tome off and deposited it neatly in its owner's hands before moving towards his usual seat. The girl, Daphne noted, looked both odd and terrified. Her reaction was mirrored by a significant portion of her CL mates. Whether Gryffindor or Slytherin, they all watched the boy slide into his seat with trepidation, as though if the merest of noise would unleash a raging monster. Rumors, the Ice Queen thought with distaste. It was not uniform, though, this reaction. Adam Potter, for example. The boy was staring painfully at Harry. He looked like he desperately wanted to talk to his brother, but was restrained by something Daphne knew not. The Slytherin narrowed her eyes slightly. There were rumors that the Potter family reunion was less than cheerful. These, the Ice Queen decided, at least warranted some belief. By Adam's side, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley hovered, completing the golden trio. The two regarded Harry with looks that were not friendly but could not be described as hostile either. It was obvious that they didn't know what to think of their best friend's brother. Daphne laughed inwardly at the thought of Hermione Granger being nonplussed by anything. What she was interested in, however, lay on her side of the dungeon. Draco Malfoy looked positively ill as he glared at Harry. The boy's face was contorted in hatred, but the way his eyes darted in their sockets gave everything away. He was afraid, desperately so. A few desks back, Crabbe and Goyle were clutching at their limbs, despite the fact they had been fully healed by Madame Pomfrey. Both bullies squirmed in their seats, their eyes shooting to the vacant doorway and then to Harry, as though if judging whether to make their escape. Their fear did make Daphne smile. Beside her, Tracy noticed and nudged her. I hear from Lilith that Malfoy refuses to use the lavatories near the Great Hall. He always takes the long way and uses the bathroom by the dungeons. Whatever that boy did, Tracy jerked her head in Harry's direction, must have scared Malfoy out of his wits. He won't even bother Adam anymore. Daphne's smile disappeared, replaced by a slight frown. The rivalry between Draco and Adam Potter was legendary, with both constantly seeking to upstage the other. Whether in Quidditch or in the hallways, the two would always fight, with Slytherin backing Malfoy and the rest of the houses supporting Adam. This support was not clearly defined, however. There were many in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw who were generally apathetic to the conflict between the two boys, and had supported Adam only because they refused to back Malfoy. It was a course of action Daphne found hard to dispute. After all, for all his bluster at being the boy who lived, Adam Potter would never force a marriage contract on a girl out of petty jealousy. The fact that Draco would keep away from his hated nemesis spoke volumes of just how much he feared Adam's brother. That, the Ice Queen said softly, is further proof that I have chosen correctly. What can he do? Came Blaze's voice from the desk behind her. That we cannot. Daphne turned to look at her other friend. There is something special about him. I felt it when I was talking to him the other night. It was something peculiar, something not quite right. Anyone that can make Draco Malfoy fear something besides his own father can certainly be described as special, retorted Tracy. Blaze ignored the brunette and glared accusingly at Daphne. You didn't tell us this. About the not right part. It was a ping feeling, Blaze. Nothing more. It's not like he has some demonic guardian tailing him every day or anything like that. The dark-skinned boy looked skeptical. I don't trust him. It's too damn fishy. A twin brother, lost for years, who suddenly arrives at Hogwarts. It reeks of suspicion. Daphne smiled. Her mask translated the expression into a loathsome sneer. We're Slytherins. We don't trust anyone. All I'm saying, Blaze replied, annoyed, is that we need to be careful. If he disagrees with our methods, then we might as well not have tried. Too much hinges on that boy. It will be easy for the plan to go awry. Still thinking of it as a plan, Blaze. The boy looked at her strangely. What else would I consider it? Hope, maybe. Both of her friends drew back as though if revolted. Hope is the first step towards disappointment, Tracy quoted some obscure author. Hope, agreed Blaze, is for Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. Not Slytherins, like us. And yet hope is all I have, Daphne said softly, hope in him. Hope that he is Gryffindor enough to help me, and Slytherin enough to do so intelligently. Hope that he isn't just a normal boy with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. Hope that he can prevent me from wearing a Malfoy ring by the end of the year. Hope, Blaze argued further, as for fools. Daphne smiled bitterly. I am willing to be a fool if it gets me out of this marriage contract. Her friends didn't get to protest further. The dungeon door clanged open dramatically, and Snape swept in, black robes billowing out from behind him. The man carried a bundle of papers under his arm, and all the Gryffindors in the CL room reflexively cringed. I have graded your essays on the merits of Veritaserum, the potions master said as he stalked to his desk at the front of the room, and as usual it is easy to see how some students excel at potions while others utterly fail at it. The Slytherins smirked as one and looked triumphantly at their rival house from across the dungeon. Daphne smirked as well, though it was mechanic and false. Her gaze remained riveted on her professor. The man's dark eyes flickered back for the barest of seconds before he commenced staring at his CL again. However, Snape drawled, it has come to my attention that one of the more intelligent students has begun to become lax in his studies. I'm sure you understand what I mean, Mr. Potter. Of the two boys who bore that name, only one jumped in his seat. The other merely smiled back. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor, Harry said mildly, but please feel free to enlighten me. Snape's lips curled. It appears that your new celebrity status has dulled your mind. Both Crabbe and Goyle sniggered stupidly while Malfoy wore a superior look. The Ice Queen sneered at the back of their heads. It was always this way, with Draco finding refuge in the potion seal room when he could not win elsewhere. He could always count on Snape to mock Adam when the Gryffindor bested him, so he expected the same treatment for Harry. How else would you explain this atrocious grade? The man held up a piece of parchment with a giant red troll stamped on the top. At this, Draco let out a loud guffaw. The Slytherins that were solidly in his camp chortled as well, but Daphne didn't miss how they first looked warily at Harry before laughing. Fear, it seemed, was a far more potent motivator than even the fabled Malfoy fortune. Of course, Snape continued silkily, this may have to do with the fact that you have been consorting with the Potters of late. The man adopted a compassionate expression. Now I understand that they are your family, but be warned that being near their presence will have detrimental effects on your intelligence. Over by the Gryffindor side, Adam glared daggers at Snape. Only the threat of having points deducted from his house prevented the boy who lived from speaking out loud. For further evidence, just look at your brother's choice of companions. Granger and Weasley, not friends anyone would have chosen in their right minds. Hermione took the insult in stride, as she always did. Ron, on the other hand, turned an ugly shade of red. It made him look rather like a blotched tomato, Daphne observed. Adam was forced to pull an arm around Ron's shoulders to keep him from leaping from his seat. You stupid. Hermione clamped her hand over the boy's mouth, but it was too late. Snape turned slowly, looking utterly delighted. Insulting a professor, Weasley. I do believe that's 10 points from Gryffindor and 2 days' worth of detention with Filch. The muffled noises coming from Hermione's hand would have netted Ron far more than just detention had they been allowed to leave und from his mouth. As you can see, Mr. Potter, the potions professor said triumphantly, as if the 3 Gryffindors' behavior proved everything, it would be a wise move on your part to distance yourself from such fools. In return, the boy smiled, and when he next spoke, his tone was perfectly neutral. I will take that into consideration. Daphne pursed her lips tightly. She had expected some sort of emotion from him. Not anger or resentment, of course, but glee, exultance, perhaps even joy at his brother's treatment. If the rumors were to be believed, Harry hated Adam beyond words. He should have been elated by Snape's browbeating of the boy who lived. Instead, he appeared completely uncaring. Judging from the way Snape's brows quirked faintly, he was puzzled as well. The man's eyes flickered towards her again. The Ice Queen met them with her own, and tilted her head slightly in an almost invisible nod. Though your new champion status may have interfered with your CL work, the potions professor continued on smoothly, the main fault of this atrocious grade still lies within yourself. I fear, Mr. Potter, that I have misjudged you, and badly at that. I once thought you were a capable, intelligent individual, Snape sneered, but now I see that you are just a slightly better version of your brother. The way Malfoy looked triumphant, from his exultant smirk to the jeering gleam in his eyes, made Daphne sick to her stomach. But it was necessary. For victory to be gained, smaller, lesser sacrifices had to be made. Let Draco have his winnings for now. In comparison, it was a consolation prize to what Daphne would be taking home should she succeed. But rest assured, Mr. Potter, I have not given up on you yet. I think residing on the more intelligent side of the room will do wonders for your knowledge in potions. Snape waved a hand towards the Slytherin part of the dungeon. I believe a seat next to Miss Granger for the rest of the school year will suffice. The boy smiled again. If you say so, Professor. Daphne narrowed her eyes. Again, her expectations had been ruined. She had predicted some protest from him, not an outburst, but at least some form of demanded explanation. Instead, he went along with everything Snape said. The Ice Queen's mask remained stoically in place. Inwardly, she grew worried. The plan was going much too smoothly. Harry gathered his things and made his way towards them. The eyes of the entire dungeon followed him, some fearful, some surprised, most just confused. The boy slid fluidly in place beside her, and deposited his school things in a tidy pile. Miss Davis, Miss Granger. He nodded towards the 2 girls as he sat down. Potter, Trace said neutrally. Harry, Daphne smiled. If the boy noticed the disparity in tone in the 2 greetings, he certainly didn't show it. Instead, his gaze was focused to the front of the room, where Snape was already writing the necessary ingredients for today's potion. The Ice Queen frowned when she saw just how many flobberworms they were going to need. She hated using the disgusting things. I'll go get the ingredients, Tracy said and hurried from the table. Daphne watched her go and in return felt Harry's eyes staring at her. She turned to meet his stare. Harry, she schooled her expression into one of innocent bewilderment. Nothing, he said and looked elsewhere. Tracy came back with a tray laden with potion materials a moment later. She placed it gingerly on the desk. 4 jars full of flobberworms greeted Daphne's disgusted sight. Well, here it is. Tracy looked down in distaste. we're going to need one person devoted to cutting the worms if we want to complete the potion on time. Daphne and I, Harry spoke, will cut the worms. The tone he chose to use sent a chill up the Ice Queen's spine. Beside her, Tracy's eyes widened. Sure, she returned smoothly, that will work. Tracy, want to do the rest? Her best friend nodded a little too quickly and Daphne winced. The boy either did not notice or chose not to notice, for he began chopping at his portion of the flobberworms with a small knife provided in the tray. The Ice Queen mirrored his action and began the revolting job of separating the worms into parts. The three worked in silence for a while, with the seal room around them becoming quieter and quieter as the students began to focus on their respective potions. An illusion of peace settled, and Daphne allowed herself to believe that perhaps the first stages of her plan had worked. It is a rather unusual occurrence, Harry suddenly remarked, for Snape to move me to your table. Daphne stiffened. A coincidence, maybe, she supplied with a smile, though if you think it is my fault, then you are mistaken. Strange, the boy matched her smile with one of his own, for you to immediately think I was going to blame you. The Ice Queen cursed silently. She willed herself to concentrate on the flobberworms. Her knife strokes became more forceful as she poured all her nervousness into the chore, chopping the dead animals into smaller and smaller pieces. It worked, if only a little, and when she next spoke she managed to keep her voice steady. Perhaps fate just wants us to be friends. Harry chuckled mirthlessly. I doubt that. Fate and I don't get along very well. The boy paused and stared at her board, where her hands were moving the knife in hacking motions. He smiled again. This is an interesting game you are choosing to play with me, Miss Greenger. Daphne's next knife stroke missed the flobberworm by a full hand span. The blade sliced a nasty gash into her left index finger. The Slytherin hissed in pain. Before she could stem the blood flow, Harry had already wrapped his fingers around her hand. But be warned that sometimes the game's players can get hurt should they choose their moves unwisely. The boy squeezed firmly, and the Ice Queen felt a faint tingling sensation spread over the cut. When he released her, the wound was gone, the gash covered by pink, healthy skin once more. Daphne swallowed hard. Thank you, she said shakily. Harry patted her healed hand affectionately. Somehow, he managed to make the motion menacing. It's what friends are for. Dragons. They were going to face dragons for the first task. Fleur Delacour clenched her hands into fists. The pain did nothing to drive the fear away, but she continued anyways. You are sure about this? The Quarter Vila asked, her normally flawless face lined with worry. Could there have been a mistake? There is no mistake, the boy replied, I saw them myself. A Hungarian horntail, a Swedish short snout, a common Welsh green, and a Chinese fireball. They were seated next to each other, in a stone courtyard that hung near one of Hogwarts' higher towers. It was a balcony of sorts, with flowers magically grown into the stone itself. One of Professor Sprout's more inventive projects. The view the surrounding countryside presented was magnificent, with the Hogwarts lake at the foreground and the Forbidden Forest in the back. It was a scene that most artists would have given their left hands to draw. The Quarter Vila ignored all of this, however. She had more pressing concerns on her mind. Dragons, she murmured and pulled her uniform tighter against her shoulders. Her bodyguard noticed and smiled thinly. You are afraid, he stated. Fleur rolled her eyes. Whatever gave you that idea? She growled, her tone a bit more forceful than she intended. Harry shrugged. I'm used to fear. The Quarter Vila glanced at him skeptically. Used to feeling it? No. Used to others feeling it. Then you must be feeling it coming off me in waves, Fleur muttered. A little, the boy said back. The Quarter Vila snorted and stood up. Champions aren't supposed to fear the tasks, she said after a while. We're supposed to be shining examples of wizard kind. Heroes to our CL mates. The best and the brightest. We were selected because we are vae and courageous. And that's the problem. I'm not feeling very vae or courageous right now. And is that such a bad thing? Her bodyguard stood up with her, to feel not so vae. Fleur gave the boy an exasperated look. Of course it is. How can I possibly win the tournament if I'm already afraid of the first task? Harry returned her stare neutrally. Others would be afraid too if they were in your place. They don't matter, the Quarter Vila responded curtly, they're not the champion. I am, and I'm not supposed to fear. Who told you that? Fleur glared in her bodyguard's direction. You did. The boy raised an inquisitive eyebrow. I did. I do not recall. Not through words. Through actions. Harry chuckled. For some reason, it grated on Fleur's nerves. This I have to hear. Every time I'm with you, she said quietly, I strive to do better. Every morning we've trained, I've done my hardest to try and match you. Even before then, before the kidnapping, before everything, you always gave off an aura that made me want to try and compete with you. But I can't. I can't match you. I realized that during our first training session together. You are stronger, faster, so I settled on being as close as I possibly could. When I was selected by the goblet, I felt ready. When you told me that you believed in me, I felt like I was on top of the world. Like nothing could have stopped me. But now, after you told me what the first task is going to be, all that confidence is gone. I'm going to face dragons, Harry. Dragons. I'm not sure how you feel, but I'm frightened. It's not apprehension or even nervousness. I'm just scared. That is normal, her bodyguard replied evenly, being scared is normal. But it's not normal for you. Fleur snapped, never you. Always so calm, so collected. Nothing phases you, not even the threat of having to fight a dragon. And that's why I shouldn't fear. Because you don't. She heaved a heavy breath. You don't, she murmured again and turned to look at the boy. You said to me that night I was rescued about how I didn't want to be like you. Well, I disagree. I still want to be like you. I need to be strong to win this tournament. I need to be able to face the tasks without fear. The quarter Vila shook her head sadly, and if I were you, I wouldn't be feeling this way. If you were me, Harry said with a half smile, I do not think I would be attracted to you. He tapped his forehead with his finger. Take this scar for example. It just wouldn't fit on a face like yours. Despite herself, Fleur let out a small giggle. There is some truth in that, she murmured. The boy's smile grew. He walked slowly around her until they were face to face. Do you ever remember the stories, Miss Delacour? He asked softly, the ones you used to read as a child. Of knights and dragons, of princesses and castles, of things too good to be true but you wished could have happened anyways. The quarter Vila nodded slowly. Those were fairy tales, for idealistic children to fawn and laugh over. Where the heroes were invincible, beautiful, and sometimes too vague to believe. Where seemingly impossible deeds were done without the main character ever lifting a single finger. Those were the stories you forgot after a while. The tales you reminiscence every now and then but leave when better things await. We remember them fondly, for those tales were innocent, pure, and harkened back to an age when it was okay to be innocent and pure. Now think of the stories you've read when you grew up. The ones where the heroes were weak instead of strong. The ones where the characters you grew to love encountered great hardship or sometimes even lost the ones they loved. Those stories meant something, Fleur, because the characters in them were human. You remembered them because you could relate to them, could picture yourself with them, could even feel like them. The knight in the fairy tale slays a dragon with a single blow from his sword. The knight in the real story is singed so badly his armor is melting around him. He is tired, exhausted, and his weapons have long dulled against the dragon's scales. But he still stands, defiant to the last, willing to give his life for the smallest chance of victory. There is a difference in these two stories, Fleur. The first knight belongs in a fairy tale. The second knight is grounded in reality. The boy turned away and looked towards where the forbidden forest lay, of green that was a backdrop to the pool of deep blue that was the lake. Tales are made greater because the heroes in them felt fear and overcame it. Myths are made grander because the characters in them, when faced with obstacles that could not be overcome, felt desperation yet prevailed. Stories, good stories, are made better when the characters in them are terrified when the great foe approaches, but will still fight to the bitter finish. The knight in the fairy tale will always remain a fairy tale. The knight in reality will become a legend. Harry turned towards her again. Which one do you think is a better read, Miss Delacour? The quarter Vila gave a small smile in response. I am no knight, Harry, she said softly. The boy shrugged. No, you are not, he said back, but you are Fleur Delacour. Vague enough for the goblet to have selected you. Smart enough to have been chosen by your school's headmistress to represent Beauxbatons. And stubborn enough to try and get under my skin. I don't think the dragon has a chance. The quarter Vila looked up. But you don't fear, she pointed out, "you don't fear the dragon, or anything else for that matter." "I abandoned fear for hate a long time ago, Miss Delacour." Her bodyguard winked. "I don't think he has forgiven me since." The quarter Vila chuckled and then stopped. She turned away, ashamed. Harry regarded her with a curious look. "You must think I'm weak," Fleur murmured, and stared at her feet, "for saying all this to you." The boy merely stared at her. "What I think," he said slowly, carefully, "is that both the Hogwarts champion and the Durmstrang champion would be feeling the same way you are right now if they knew." The quarter Vila smiled slightly. "Was all that supposed to make me feel better?" "The knight and the dragon." Harry smiled back. "It certainly wasn't supposed to make you feel worse." Fleur let out another giggle. "You have a way with words, Mr. Potter, that very few others possess," she teased. "Many of my words," the boy replied, "comes from a good friend with not so good a temper." The quarter Vila felt a strange sensation in the air, a faint, prickly impression along her body. It was as though if the shadows clinging to the walls and creeping along the floor were amused. She shrugged off the eerie feeling and then tensed when another sensation, equally as strange, but warm and inviting, surrounded her. She looked down, to where Harry's arm had wrapped around her shoulders in a comforting hold. The boy was now looking away, she noticed, and studying the ground intently. "I think," he paused, swallowed, and continued, "I think this is what I am supposed to do in a situation like this." Fleur huffed, though it did nothing to hide her smile. "You're right," she said and leaned back into the MC. The morning of the first task dawned bright and early on the Hogwarts ground. Students, fresh from breakfast, chattered excitedly to each other as they made their way slowly to the stands. Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws all mingled in one long stream of bodies, gesturing avidly to one another as they imagined what the first challenge of the tournament would be. The Slytherins came behind the other three houses, clustered together in one group. Their chatter was dulled and quiet in comparison, but the tense and eager looks on their faces spoke volumes of just how excited they were. Behind them, still further back, the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents ambled slowly for the stands, the two groups slightly apart. The Durmstrang students walked in rigid files, faces set in serious frowns. The way they moved made them seem almost militaristic. In contrast, the Beauxbatons group strode leisurely across the Hogwarts grounds, resplendent in their light blue uniforms. The French students conversed in twos and threes, smiled as the morning sun's rays beamed down upon them from above. The students were herded towards an open field near the lake by their professors. McGonagall led the front, prim and proper in her immaculate robes. Flitwick and Sprout were in the middle, talking animatedly to one another. Sprout carried a giant banner with an enormous badger etched across its surface. Every once in a while, the badger would growl at the surrounding students, which caused a few shrieks of surprise from the unwary. Snape brought up the rear, sneering as he stalked in the midst of his Slytherins. Sprinkled among their pupils were the rest of the Hogwarts instructors. Professor Vector, who taught arithmancy, walking calmly amid a mob of gossiping fifth years. Behind her was Rubeus Hagrid, professor of the care of magical creatures, who loomed above the trickle of students. The man seemed highly excited about something, and would keep gazing off towards the Forbidden Forest at regular intervals. Aurora Sinistra, professor of astronomy, smiled gently as she steered a gaggle of wide-eyed first years towards their destination. Alistair Moody hobbled somewhere in the back, grimacing as his magical eye darted in seemingly random directions in its socket. The students, who for the most part were more than willing to mingle with their instructors, kept a wide berth from the grizzled ex-Auror. The stream of students began arriving at the stands. A sturdy thing of wood and enchanted wards, it could seat hundreds across its length and width. The first few students moved immediately to claim the topmost seats, where the elevation would grant them the best view. Steadily, the stands were filled, with the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws choosing again to mingle together. The Slytherins sat in one giant block, selecting the lower benches for themselves. The Durmstrang contingent took the row to their left, filing expertly among the empty pews. The Beauxbatons seated themselves up near the top, their blue uniforms a stark contrast to the dull robes of the students that surrounded them. The professors made way for a specialized box built into the middle of the stands. There, they would join the families of the champions and the tournament judges in viewing the first task from relative comfort. Madame Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff, and Dumbledore were already seated, waiting for them. It took a few moments for the chatter to die down. When it did, the area above and in front of the stands began to shimmer and distort. An excited murmur spread into the air. A few seconds later, and an enormous screen materialized into existence, fully half the length and height of the stands. Its surface was like quicksilver, flowing with a metallic sheen that gleamed in the sun's light. The murmurs became a dull drone of excitement. The screen blurred and then refocused, tendrils of magic rippling across its exterior. Stabilizing currents, garlands of arcane energy that gradually steadied the screen's size. There was a faint fizzling sound, and the screen's previous blank face lit up with the image of a smiling Ludo Bagman. "Ladies and gentlemen," the former Quidditch player's magically amplified voice blared out, "welcome to the morning of the first task." In response, a loud cheer rose from the stands. Ludo's image grinned, and the real Bagman, his wand pointed to his throat, waved from the judge's box. "As you've all noticed, we have decided to implement a new feature into the tournament. The screen you see here before you should be quite similar to those who went to the Quidditch World Cup earlier this year." Another loud cheer. Bagman beamed. His image on the screen did the same. "You'll be able to see every detail up close. Every movement from the champions, every spell they should choose to use, you'll see it all. It is a momentous occasion for the tournament and a testament to our own magical technology." "Who said the Muggles were more innovative than us?" The comment drew chuckles from the crowd except for the Slytherin block, where some of the students booed and jeered. Bagman blinked, clearly not expecting this form of reaction from his audience. Right." On the screen, the man's gaze lingered over the Slytherins before focusing back on the rest of the stands. "Of course, having this thing installed did cost the tournament some extra funds. So, to account for the extra expenditure, something that many of you have also seen at the World Cup will be implemented here." Bagman spread his arms wide in an extravagant gesture. "You guessed it. Advertisements." Immediately, Bagman's face on the screen disappeared, replaced with a picture of a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The wave of groans that emitted from the crowd was deafening. Further away, a good distance from the stands, a tent stood by its lonesome. It was colored a dull, drab brown, with frayed, worn sides. To an outsider, it would appear that the pavilion was a station for security personnel or tournament workers. That was good. Those who had set up the tent intended for their work to go unnoticed. The lack of scrutiny meant privacy for the souls inside. They would need it to rest and contemplate how to complete the first task. For now, however, the confines of the tent housed more than the contenders for the tournament cup. Families of the champions had gathered, far from prying eyes, to wish their children luck in the upcoming event. The Diggories stood proudly next to their son, talking in lowered tones. Amos looked especially pleased and guffawed loudly at something Cedric said. At the opposite corner of the tent, Victor Crumb sat on a wooden stool, surrounded by a ring of Bulgarian officials. The Durmstrang champion seemed a bit peeved as he answered the robed men's questions and grunted when they pressed for details. The Bulgarians didn't seem frustrated at this though. On the contrary, they smiled at one another, as though if they had expected this sort of behavior from their national hero. A pair of cerulean eyes peeked into the tent. They darted shyly to and fro, wandering between the Bulgarian officials and Cedric's parents in childish fascination. The tent flap was lifted entirely away, revealing a diminutive girl with golden-colored hair. She stood there for a moment, timid and uncertain, peering at the people that talked and gestured within the pavilion. Her gaze traveled and then focused on a certain boy. All pretenses of coyness were lost in an instant. The girl gave a delighted squeal and shot into the tent like a miniature cannonball. Her target managed a surprised oomph as she dove into him, and his arms instinctively wrapped around her body in a warm hold. "Hello, Bayard." She beamed a bright happy smile up into the handsome face. "I have missed you." The boy grunted and had to take a step back as she hugged his waist. He steadied himself and offered a charming smile in return. "Hello, Gabrielle." The girl giggled and then stopped, her eyes traveling up to the boy's forehead. She frowned. "What has happened to your hair, Bayard?" She asked in French. "It is dark now, when it was before. Why did you change it? I liked it when we had the same color hair." "Gabrielle," Fleur scolded by the boy's side. The little Vila stuck out her tongue at her older sister. I'm not asking you, Fleur. I'm asking Bayard. Gabrielle. It is fine, Fleur, the boy smiled again. He winked down at the adoring face. A little trouble with my original plans. I had to change my disguise. Not a disguise, I would think. A voice came from outside the tent. It is easy to disguise yourself as someone inconspicuous. But as the brother of the boy who lived, that defies belief. A woman glided through the entrance. Immediately, all conversation in the tent halted. To say that she was beautiful would be a grave misuse of the word. She was not. She was gorgeous. A heart-shaped face framed by silver and gold hair. Large, oval-shaped eyes that were a mesmerizing blue. A slight dimple on her chin that managed somehow to enhance her exquisiteness, instead of detracting from it. And that was not all. She moved in a way that was purposeful yet strangely delicate, with an almost ethereal elegance that seemed almost alien. There was a certain gracefulness about her that was not completely human, not completely right. The majority of the men within vicinity stared at the new arrival in awe. Some did not and merely rolled their eyes. One of the Bulgarian officials snorted and slapped his underling hard across the back when the younger man came close to drooling. Conversation began to flow again, but not without some difficulty. Celine Diggory seemed slightly peeved at her husband, who was coughing into his hand and saying something to his son. Cedric, for his part, looked highly amused. Fleur smiled warmly when the woman halted in front of them. Maman. Apolline Delacour smiled back. How are you, Fleur? The quarter Vila tossed a loose strand of hair back. I am Pable, Maman. I do not like the English food here, but everything else is decent. Yes, the woman's captivating eyes shone with amusement. Your letters to us have pointed that out to us quite well. Though a significant portion of those letters were not about food or England at all. She winked. Fleur's face turned beet red in an instant. Maman, she cried out, scandalized. Apolline let out a rich chuckle. Her slim body turned to the boy. Harry tilted his head in a slight bow. Ma'am. The woman nodded in acknowledgement and cocked her head to one side. It was a casual motion, but somehow, Apolline made it seem breathtakingly beautiful. So which one is it? Bayard or Harry? I suppose there is no use now in hiding behind a false identity. The boy shrugged. It is Harry. The woman made to say something when Gabrielle burst back into the conversation. So it is true then. The little Vila gushed. You are Adam Potter's brother. Sibling to the boy who lived. Harry nodded slowly. I am. The girl's expression turned worshipful. What is it like? Gabrielle asked, her eyes alight with innocence, to be the brother to a hero. Gabrielle. Fleur snapped. The quarter Vila looked worriedly at her bodyguard who just smiled in response. I would not know. My brother is no hero. Gabrielle blinked in confusion. But Adam is the boy who lived. That means he is a hero, right? He defeated. That is enough, Gabrielle, Apolline cut in sternly. The little girl pouted but didn't say anything more. Instead, she dug her face into Harry's robes and squeezed his waist tighter. The action drew a frown from Fleur and a smile from Apolline. The woman turned to the boy. I am sorry, Harry. Gabrielle is still too young to understand matters that are more delicate in nature. This caused Gabrielle to utter a muffled protest while still buried in Harry's robes. Forgive us. It is understandable, the boy said and pushed Gabrielle gently away into her mother's waiting arms. You are here, Maman, Fleur spoke up, but where is Papa? Sebastian is loaded with work right now, Apolline replied, her hands placed over Gabrielle's shoulders. There have been many meetings with the Parliament that he cannot reschedule. He will be here for the second and third tasks, but the first one he will be forced to skip. He sends his love, with deep regrets that he cannot make it. The quarter Vila looked slightly upset, but accepted the decision gracefully. Now, Gabrielle, the woman smiled down at her youngest daughter, I am sure you have missed Fleur just as much as Harry. Perhaps the two of you would like to catch up. The little girl nodded eagerly and skipped towards her sibling. She clutched her sister's robes tightly and immediately began to fire off a stream of questions. As Fleur answered them to the best of her ability, Apolline took the time to steer the boy aside. Sebastian and I received a letter from Fleur months ago, detailing what happened with the bounty hunters. The woman leaned in close to whisper, Thank you for what you have done for us. We can rest easy at night knowing that our daughter is in safe hands. I am only doing what the contract bids me to do, was Harry's simple reply. Yes, I know, Apolline smiled gratefully, but we thank you nonetheless. The boy inclined his head slightly. There is something else, the woman began hesitantly. You have foiled the first kidnap attempt, but Sebastian and I, especially Sebastian in this regard, wish to know if there will be more. Harry chuckled. That would hinge on the circumstances, ma'am. Location, time, profit, all of these are factors, but perhaps the most important is who is behind the operation. Apolline's lips curled into an angry frown. Augustin Montague. The boy smiled. So sure already, are we? The woman nodded. We do not have any proof or evidence that he is involved, but he has been my husband's most outspoken critic ever since Sebastian's election. He is a pureblood supremacist of the highest order, and many of the laws he wishes to enact on our government limits the freedoms of half-bloods and muggleborns. Many times the more sane members of our parliament have tried to remove him from power, but every attempt so far has failed. Harry raised an inquisitive eyebrow. And why is that? He sounds like a most unpleasant fellow. Apolline snorted. Money. The boy smiled again. The bane of all good men. Indeed, it is no coincidence that the Ree families in our society are pure-blooded ones. The woman shrugged. They are the ones with long histories that date back many hundreds of years. Their ancestors were powerful figures with rich treasuries, and that wealth was passed down for generations, with more being added by each. Montague's vaults, for example, have sufficient galleons in it to run any wizarding nation in the world for 6 full months. Of course, this means that much of France's magical economy is dependent on him. Lesser purebloods, the ones who can only trace their ancestry a few centuries, need Montague and his circle's approval to start companies. Half-bloods and muggleborns, the ones that suffer the most from his arrogance, are afraid of speaking out because doing so would mean the purebloods would boycott their businesses. And you know what will happen if the Ree faction in the country decides that your business is not worth dealing with. Bankruptcy, the boy replied abruptly, followed by foreclosure of all properties. And if things get sufficiently worse, a chance that the goblins will seize your vault. Yes, Apolline agreed, it is a vicious cycle, and a failed system. As long as they have that accumulated wealth, purebloods will always have more power over half-bloods and muggleborns. This occurrence is not limited to France or Britain alone. You will find that in the majority of wizarding governments, a small group of purebloods will hold a vast amount of power over the rest. They cannot outright express their views in public for the populace will be suitably outraged, but they can stall any laws passed in the parliaments to give half-bloods and muggleborns more influence in our society. France and the rest of Europe were lucky in this regard when Grindelwald led his armies in a rampage over our lands. Many ancient pure-blooded families were killed off when they opposed the Dark Army, and the gaps they left in our government were filled with more liberal-minded members. In a way, we were able to reform. Now, you will find very few purebloods in our society that still hold on to their supremacist views. Something that did not happen to England, sadly. Dumbledore was able to stop Grindelwald before he could sufficiently devastate Britain's magical community, Harry said slowly. The old families were left intact. And their prejudices were left intact as well. Exactly. And that is why Sebastian and I are worried. In France, Montague has little public support. His money prevents him from being ousted from our government, but at the same time, his position on muggleborns and half-bloods prevents him from ever holding real power. However, here, in England, there is a much higher proportion of families who still believe in the old ways, enough to retain significant political power in the government. Whatever Montague wishes to do, he will find much more support in England than in France. Which is why we wish to know if you think he will attempt something else. The boy traced an idle finger across his wand in thought. That would depend. Is Montague one to easily give up? No. Apolline shook her head regally. His arrogance is legendary, even among France's pure-blooded circle. He is too proud to ever give up on something. Harry smiled. Then I'm afraid, ma'am, you already know the answer to your question. Apolline sighed unhappily. We have tried to raise the problem with the British ministry. Sebastian even attempted to reach Cornelius Fudge in private to discuss his concerns. But Fudge denies anything could go wrong. So you are back to square one. No, not quite. The woman's eyes gleamed. She turned to see if anyone was eavesdropping on their conversation and then turned back when none were. Augustin Montague is a cancer on all of France, including my family. We can do nothing to him politically, but what if we could hire someone that could privately? Someone who could cut away this tumor at its source. Someone who could end this pestilence behind closed doors. Someone like you. Slowly, deliberately, Harry slid his wand back into his robes. I am surprised. His features were still pleasant, still handsome, but they had developed into something that could only be described as predatory, that such a request comes from you and not your husband. Sebastian is an upright, virtuous man, Apolline said proudly. He believes in fair play and would never resort to underhand tactics. But he is sometimes too upright, too virtuous. He thinks that any problem can be solved at the negotiating table, when history and current events have proven otherwise. Montague is someone whose deep-seated hatreds will never allow him to conform to reality. His beliefs are antiquated and threaten to destroy the society we have worked so hard to reform. Men like him would treat people like me and my daughters as S because they do not think we are human. Muggleborns and half-bloods are only slightly better in their opinion. Not S, but still servants. The woman's face twisted in disgust. I would not shed a tear if he was to disappear overnight. I share those sentiments, the boy replied mildly. Then you agree to my request? Apolline asked hopefully. No, I believe I will decline the contract. The woman regarded him skeptically, as though if not sure she had heard right. You refuse. I do. If it is the problem of money, then rest assured I have my own personal vaults to withdraw from. Money is never an issue with me, the boy said simply. It is the issue of principle. Principle? Apolline repeated, confused. Yes, principle. There are 3 of them that the target must match before I accept a contract of termination. Criteria, if you will. From what you have just told me, Montague fits in with 2 out of the 3. Whether he meets the 3rd still remains to be seen. And what exactly is that 3rd criterion? That is a matter I cannot divulge to you, ma'am. But know this, should he fulfill the 3rd criterion, I will accept your contract even if the reward you offer me is but a single canute. The woman stepped back warily. The tone the boy used to say that last sentence did not quite match the pleasant expression on his face. She regarded him for a while and then shook her head slowly. You are strange for a bounty hunter. Harry bowed his head, as though if the words were a compliment. I am sure you will find many in my profession who will say the same thing about me. I have no doubts about that. Still, it is strange. The woman tapped her finger against her chin thoughtfully. Somehow, after you have told me about your principles, I feel more at ease, comforted, almost, that you are guarding Fleur. From the corner of her eyes, Apolline caught her eldest daughter looking uneasily back at them while Gabrielle continued to chatter beside her. The woman smiled and leaned in close to the boy. Take good care of her for me, will you? She whispered. Harry's features remained the same as before, warm and pleasant, but his posture stiffened ever so slightly. Of course, he replied. Apolline smiled again. Her eyes flickered towards the tense entrance where 3 new arrivals had just made their way in gingerly. The woman beckoned for her youngest daughter. Gabrielle obediently detached herself from Fleur and slipped her hand into Apolline's. The little girl's eyes widened when they caught sight of the shorter of the 3 figures. Maman, is that? Yes, Gabrielle, he is. Now come. The girl nodded and kept pace with her mother. Her gaze, however, was still focused on the new boy. Apolline nodded to the 3 as she ped them, then exited the tent with an excited Gabrielle in tow. That was the boy who lived, Maman. Even with the pavilions' thick sides muffling a significant amount of sound, everyone inside could still hear the little Vila's thrilled outburst. The trio turned when Apolline left and began moving slowly, almost delicately towards Harry. Beside her bodyguard, Fleur's lips pursed into a thin line of disapproval. In contrast, the boy's face was neutral, blank, still almost pleasant, all except his smile, which had manifested itself into a cold smirk. Come to watch me fail, have you? The tallest of the trio balked, and took a step backwards in surprise. Merlin, no, Harry, why would you think that? The boy merely stared back. James's face scrunched up painfully. Right, never mind, we haven't come to watch you fail, Harry, Lily murmured from behind her husband, we've come to cheer for you. Harry blinked and turned his gaze towards the small, bright pennants that were clutched tightly in Lily's hands, to the colorful banner that James had DD over his shoulders, and then finally to the enormous flag that read, Go Harry. In giant, unmistakable letters that Adam held proudly aloft in his arms. Adam grinned when Harry's gaze fell upon him. It's great, isn't it? The boy who lived nudged his head towards the flag. Me and Mum worked all night enchanting it with charms. The thing will flutter even if there isn't a breeze. Harry ignored him and turned back to James, who was smiling slightly. You came to cheer for me. The way the boy said the words made it seem like he was encountering something utterly alien. Yes, we did, Harry, James said softly. A flicker of something unreadable ped through the boy's face. It was gone before anyone could discern what it was. Harry looked away briefly. His wand hand twitched ever so slightly. When he turned back, his features wore the same cold smirk as before. To those who looked carefully, it seemed a tad forced. I don't need you to cheer for me. All three Potters wavered. None backed down, however. We know, Harry, it was James that spoke first, but we're going to do it anyways. The man hesitated, then placed a hand over the boy's shoulders, an action that Harry did nothing to prevent. Good luck out there, son, James said quietly and stepped back. His place was taken by Lily, who seemed to have difficulty trying to express her feelings into words. The woman's hands drifted up from her sides, stopped when they were barely inches away from the boy's face, then dropped down again. The Muggle Studies professor met Harry's blank stare and looked away demurely. Try your best out there, she whispered. Adam stepped forward when Lily returned to James's side. The boy who lived punched his brother lightly in the shoulder. Kick butt, Harry, he grinned. Through all of this, the boy had not moved an inch, did not respond at all, even when Adam's friendly blow struck his arm. The Potters shared uneasy glances. Well, James spoke up, we'll be in the stands. Good luck, son. The three waited for a reply. When none came, they turned and moved slowly for the tent's entrance. Lily's head was hung low in dejection. James wrapped a comforting arm around his wife's shoulders and guided her out. Harry watched them go. One of his hands clenched into a fist. Harry, Fleur's concerned voice sounded in his ear. The boy shook his head slowly. His hand relaxed as he turned towards the quarter villa. It is nothing. The field was conspicuously bare. A few outcroppings of rock, but otherwise a plain open arena greeted Fleur Delacour's gaze. Verland as far as she could see, with the forbidden forest looming in the back and the stands full of students to her left. Both were a good kilometer apart from the field's center, leaving plenty of room for the first task to take place. The quarter villa squinted into the distance. She was rewarded by a faint shimmer. The ward wall, a protective dome of powerful magics that kept both the dragon and the contestant in. Cross over it without the golden egg, and you would be disqualified from completing the first task. That was the only rule. The champions were free to move and maneuver as much as they liked, as long as they ended up with the golden egg when they ped through the wards. From Bagman's remarks, both the Durmstrang and Hogwarts champion had implemented simple plans to get by the dragon's guard. Crumb had shot his dragon with a conjunctivitis curse that had caused the beast to trample half of its eggs in pain. Still, he had managed it, though with a substantial deduction to his total points. Cedric Diggory had fared worse. A lot worse. Judging from Crumb's impish look when the contents of the first task were revealed, the Durmstrang champion had known that it would be dragons, most likely told by his headmaster. Diggory, it seemed, had no clue. He had been forced to improvise on the spot, and the transfigured dog he had tried to bait the dragon with had worked, if barely. The collective gasp from the audience had been loud enough for Fleur to hear, even in the isolation of the champion's tent. The quarter villa let out a deep breath. It was useless now to dwell on how the other champions got past their dragon. She had to worry about getting past hers. In front of her, hundreds of meters away, near where the wards were placed, the Hungarian horntail brooded over its eggs. Its posture was slumped, hunched, as it covered the nest it was magically enchanted to protect with its body. Fleur caught a metallic gleam beneath the dragon's miv bulk. The golden egg, tucked in comfortably with a dozen regular ones. Her gaze switched back to the horntail. The monster's sides shuddered as it shifted its position. Cruel pointing teeth bared from the beast's reptilian lips. They were visible even from here, specks of ivory on a backdrop of black scales. Its wings covered the ground, splayed out, like some monstrous bats. The muscular tail, a potent weapon in its own right, festooned with long, thick spikes, swished behind the beast, biding its time to be used. Fear came. Watching the dragon, studying it as it crouched over its nest, the quarter Vila felt the unwelcome sensation of dread blooming behind her. But unlike before, she did not try to fight it. Did not try to push it away. Instead, she accepted it. Said it. The tide faded. The wave of panic subsided into a dull trickle. Now, she began to move. The Bobaton's champion has started to walk towards the dragon. She heard Bagman's magnified voice blare out from the stands, and that has sparked the timer. It will be very interesting to see how Miss Delacour will deal with her horntail. Mr. Crumb went directly for his Swedish short snout's weakness with a well-aimed conjunctivitis curse, while Mr. Diggory tried an ingenious method with his common Welsh that sadly did not work completely. Both champions managed to obtain the golden egg, with Mr. Diggory trailing substantially behind Mr. Crumb's time. Will the Bobaton's champion fare better? As the only female competitor in this tournament, a lot rides on her shoulders. Fleur did not catch the rest. Her attention was riveted on the dragon. Whatever Bagman said, the dull roar from the audience, even her own hitched breath, all became background static that was easily ignored. The horntail followed her movements warily. It craned its neck as Fleur moved around its side and hissed when the quarter Vila began closing the distance. The ridge along its snout flared a warning shade of red. The first jet of flame came. A blazing plume of orange fire, it sizzled to a halt 100 meters from Fleur. Despite the distance between her and the flames, the quarter Vila still flinched. It had been a warning shot, nothing more, but the heat from the blast was still sufficient enough to cause her skin to prickle. She continued moving, looping forward in long, elegant strides. The horntail let out a yowling roar. It sounded like the squalling howl of a pack of hyenas. Then it spat its fiery breath a second time. The patch of a dozen meters in front of her exploded into a firestorm. Flames the height of a grown man flared into existence as the dragonfire lit the ground. Fleur weaved past the hissing conflagration, sweat on her brow from the heat, her wand finally out. The dragon opened its immense jaws again. This time, the fire would hit her, for she had entered the monster's range. Her wand hand moved, waving in intricate patterns. A wall of rock and stone emerged from the ground to her left, ripping up from the earth in a shower of loose soil. It was tall enough for her to duck under, and would last for at least a few moments against the horntail's breath. The beast saw her intent. It moved its head a fraction of an inch, so that the next blast from its mouth would connect with the earthen wall. Fleur smiled. Victory. The dragon let loose the fire in its lungs. Fleur dove right. The conjured wall was set ablaze by the intense heat. It took a good 3 seconds for the horntail to realize its target was not behind the barricade. In that time, Fleur had already made 10 full steps towards the nest. The jet of flame abruptly stopped. The beast shifted on its hindquarters, the motion heavy and clumsy, as it sought to follow her movements. The dragon's head bobbed as it tracked her, thick, noxious fumes belching from its nostrils. The quarter Vila jerked her wand towards her right side. Another wall, this one of loam and packed dirt, erupted from the ground. The horntail spat its flame. Fleur swerved left. The wall collapsed under the withering inferno. In the time that it took to do so, she had taken another dozen steps towards the nest. Incredible. Simply incredible. Dimly she was aware of Bagman continuing to relay the event and the crowd cheering in the stands. It appears that the third champion has managed to duck consecutive breaths from her dragon. I've never seen such a thing. At this rate she will reach the golden egg with time left to spare. Amazing. How does she do it? Fleur allowed herself another smile. She had spent much time in the Hogwarts Leary, poring over thick tomes and arcane manuals after her bodyguard had told her of the first task. Hours of hard work had finally paid off when she was able to summarize much of what she had learned into a list of indisputable facts. Dragons were one of the most dangerous creatures, both in the magical and muggle world, to exist on Earth. Diamond-hard claws capable of shredding high-grade steel. Enough biting force in their jaws to sever the thickest of tree trunks in a single snap. A killing intent that no other animal could match. These things, Fleur had known before. The books about how dragons lived, how dangerous they were, how many species there were, these the quarter Vila had set aside. What she wanted to understand were not trivial facts about the number of teeth in their skulls or the pigment of their skin, but how dragon handlers could control such ferocious beasts. The answer was they couldn't. Not in the normal sense anyways. One could not subdue a dragon like one could a dog or cat. It was unheard of. Dragons were proud animals, and fiercely independent. Those that were caught in the dragon handler's traps would commonly fight for days before tiring and allowing itself to be dragged into a pen. Even then, it would continue to struggle against its captors, many times mauling them or even breaking the walls to their cage. To induce their submission, the dragon handlers had no choice but to rely on wards. Many wards. Fleur had been shocked at the sheer amount of magic that the dragon's captors went through to ensure its obedience. Wards that purposely dulled the mind and slowed the senses were used to prevent the dragon from utilizing its relatively high intelligence to escape. Wards that lowered the heat in the dragon's breath were used to keep it from burning a hole in its pen. Enchantments stitched across its skin made the dragon's hide purposefully weak to spells, so that a sustained barrage could bring one down. So many different wards, some common, others Fleur had never heard of before, all interlacing together to form a web of magic that limited the dragon's mind and caged its body. The dragons that were the challenges for the tournament were treated similarly. Fleur had noticed the way the Horntail's movements were slightly off balance when she studied it minutes before. Had seen the glazed look that crossed its eyes as it shifted its position to breathe the second blast of fire. The problem of getting past the dragon now had a frighteningly simple solution. The quarter Vila gestured with her wand, and another barricade, the third so far, grew from the earth. The results were remarkably similar. The Horntail immediately heaved a ferocious discharge towards the forming wall. At the same time, Fleur spun on her heel and dove sideways. The roaring flames lapped against the conjured barrier in a raging storm and demolished it. Fleur was already 100 feet from the nest. Trickery. That was how she would get past her dragon. The Horntail's intelligence was sufficiently dulled so that it could only think in the most basic, rudimentary way. It could follow her motion, trail her as she continued to advance towards its nest, but it could not anticipate where her next movement would be. The wards that locked its mind prevented that from happening, which meant she could fool it into believing where she wanted to go. Which also meant that she could control where the dragon breathed. Frustrated, the Horntail let out another yowling roar. She was too near now for the dragon to use its fiery breath. It had to resort to its claws, and even then it was hesitant to do so. A careless swipe from those large talons could mean the destruction of its own eggs. Fleur ducked under the half-hearted swing and scooped the golden egg into her arms in one swift movement. The quarter Vila felt a thrill of victory when she dove under a return swing and scrambled away from the nest. The dragon's howls followed her, and Fleur swerved to the side to avoid one last jet of flame. Almost too easy. The ward wall shimmered in front of her, and Fleur crossed through it with egg in hand. The stands exploded into cheers. The Bobaton students, easily visible in their blue uniforms, were jumping up and down in excitement. From where Fleur stood, it looked a solid blue line was bouncing in the stands. "Would you look at that?" Bagman announced elatedly. "Our third champion has completed the first task in the least amount of time. And without damaging the extra eggs as well. Impressive. Very impressive. I think the judges are going to be very gracious with their points for Miss Delacour." Fleur smiled. She waved to her supporters, caught her mother and sister waving proudly back in the judge's box, and let out a long, satisfied breath. For a second, Fleur Delacour felt like she was on top of the world. A piercing screech blasted from behind the quarter Vila's back. The ground groaned and rumbled. Fleur lost her footing briefly, and nearly fell. She was aware of some immense pressure erupting from behind her. She turned just in time to see the ward wall fail. Cracks had appeared in the barrier, ugly, visible lesions in the air that grew until the area above the field was entirely covered by them. To the DI, they looked like open wounds in the sky, dark, black voids that rippled and contorted in seemingly random directions. Fleur managed to take a single step back. Then the wards shattered. The magical backlash was immense. Fleur felt her head throbbing in pain, felt her body seize up at being so near the point of collapse. The golden egg fell from her hand. Dimly, she heard the crowd screaming in the stands. Through blurred vision, she was aware of pieces of the barrier falling around her, like shards of broken GL. The quarter Vila shook her head numbly, and tried to clear her mind. Her sight came back. She immediately wished it hadn't. The Hungarian horntail reared up from the fake nest in front of her, its thick limbs driving into the dirt as it moved from its hunched position. The dragon looked down, the thick muscles in its neck bunching as it directed its gaze towards the eggs scattered below its bulk. Deliberately, contemptuously, it raised a single claw and stomped down. The sound of shells being cracked and pulped made Fleur wince. The dragon bellowed. Missing was the howling tone it had used before. This time, the sound trumpeted from the beast's throat and crashed against the quarter villa's ears like thunder. Fleur swallowed hard. Not only had the ward wall failed, so too had the wards that bound the dragon. The horntail swiveled its head towards her. It bared its teeth, revealing rows of curved fangs. Its once vacant pupils were burning with anger. The quarter villa tried to move, but found that her legs were frozen in fear. The thought of facing a dragon that had shrugged off its wards was terrifying. Dragon handlers more skilled than her had died before to such beasts in the wild. What could she possibly do? Her mind was going blank, her thought process spiraling out of control as the fear that she had thought vanquished came back 100-fold. A sudden, hissing sound erupted from her shoulder, accompanied by a sensation that Fleur could not describe. She felt like something was tugging at her body, physically hauling her back even though she was rooted in fear. The audience roared. A hand grasped her shoulder, steadying her. Its touch was comforting, strong, and the quarter villa instinctively drew closer to it. Great Scott, she heard Bagman yell, did that boy just apparate on Hogwarts grounds? Harry Potter strode from behind her. His fingers gave her shoulder one last comforting squeeze and then dropped to the side. Beside him came a figure that Fleur had all but forgotten in the events that followed her kidnapping. A great helm with curved horns. Emerald fire glaring from its sneering, hateful faceplate. A curved queer of hardened steel that gleamed despite its dark coloring. Gauntlets that were more akin to plated claws. The battered, torn cloak, rippling in the air even though there was no wind, moving with a demented, frenzied life of its own. Fleur had seen it before when she struggled in the fake Auror's grasp. Had thought in her panic that it was perhaps a conjuration, or a transfigured golem sent to stop her captors. Now, as the night tread past her, moved to the tune of snarling joints, the quarter villa became aware of just how real it was. Harry smiled at her. Run, Fleur, he said and turned to face the dragon. The stands erupted into chaos when the wards failed. The audience could feel the tremor beneath their seats as the magical backlash spread from the center of collapse. They could see distortions in the air, directly above the field, where the protective barriers had shattered. They could smell the ozone of wasted magic, broken down to its most basic, elementary components. The wave of dissipated energy smote the stands with enough force to knock every person back in their seats. Cries of pain rent the air as heads cracked painfully against wood. A few students clutched at the sides of their heads, eardrums temporarily burst by the swell of crushing pressure. A tumult rose, panicked voices forming a cacophony of chatter, demanding to know just what had happened and what was going on. A series of loud bangs shot from the judge's box. The commotion lowered in volume as heads swiveled to see Albus Dumbledore standing from his seat, wand out and pointed skywards. A burst of magic erupted from old headmaster's wand, golden-colored and flowing like water. It formed a dome, growing in size, magnifying in volume, until it covered the entirety of the stands with its soothing glow. A perfect Protega Maxima, casted under duress. Those beneath the powerful shielding charm felt a strange sense of sereneness come over them, as though a comforting hand was being laid over their shoulders. The clamor died down completely, though the anxiousness that drifted under the surface did not. Frightened eyes darted from the scene of the collapsed wards to Dumbledore and then back. Great Scott! Did that boy just apparate on Hogwarts grounds? Bagman's surprised yelp caused the crowd's attention to shift to the field once more. There, they saw a boy striding past a girl, wand spinning in his hand, towards the looming bulk of the horntail. Alongside him stalked something out of man's worst nightmares. A giant clad in midnight black. A demon caged in dark steel. A knight that was not a knight. In the judge's box, all eyes were riveted on the menacing figure that kept pace with the fourth champion. James Potter gave voice to everyone's thoughts in a horrified whisper. What in Merlin's name is that? No, not apparition. What Bagman speaks of is impossible here. You cannot apparate on Hogwarts grounds. Run, Fleur. I step past the girl. My wand spins in my hand, blurring in circles almost too fast to see. Hate walks with me, side by side. His sword drags along the ground, carving a long, winding furrow in the dirt. I can sense the smile under his helm. I wear the same smile on my face. A challenge at last, he rasps. Before us, barely 20 paces away, the Hungarian horntail cocks its head in predatory curiosity. The spikes that adorn its skull and neck jut at odd angles, frill-like and menacing, making it appear larger than its true size. Jagged, serrated teeth loom from jaws the length of a grown man's body, dripping thick, viscid drool to the ground. Black smoke erupts from its scaled nostrils like steam, twin pillars of choking fog drifting into the air. My attention, however, is not focused on these trifle details. My gaze is glued to the dragon's eyes, two orbs of shocking yellow with narrow slits for pupils. There is a feral cunning to them, an inhuman, alien intelligence that is primeval yet strangely disconcerting. This is no stupid brute awaiting its turn in a cattle pen to be slaughtered, I realize. It is aware of its surroundings, to a level perhaps even greater than us humans. It understands such simple things as emotion and feeling, to a degree that at least matches our own. It is intelligent, with a mind that while lacking the logic and structure of a human conscience, is still filled with a shrewd, bestial wit that more than makes up it. It is superior to me, and it knows it. I have never feared in my life. But here, now, staring into the horntail's eyes, I will admit that I am unnerved. The dragon's wards are gone, I say to the knight, whatever that has made it slow and addled has been purged from its body. This will be considerably more than a challenge. Hate nods at this simple truth. The most dangerous thing here, my lord, is the fire the beast breathes. If you are caught in its killing MC, then you will waste away in a heartbeat to nothing more than charred bones and wandering ashes. The horntail lets out a low, rumbling growl when it sees that we have not moved. One of its taloned claws paws at the ground in anticipation, ripping deep gouges into the earth. I try hard not to imagine what they can do to a human body. Ideas then. The knight's grip on his sword shifts. The way he clasps the handle makes no mistake just how eager he is for this fight. Your animagus forms can be useful here, my lord. The notion has merit, but I dismiss it anyways. One is too weak and too small. The other I have no control over. You do not need control for you to best the dragon, hate rebukes, brute strength is the key to victory. That, and size, both of which your second form possess in ample amounts. As though if sensing the knight's words, the horntail takes a single step towards us, the motion heavy with menace. From the corner of my eye, I see the dragon handlers finally running from their stations near the stands, wands out. As soon as the dragon sees me changing, it will breathe its fire upon us. That must not be allowed to happen. She needs the time to get away. Hate chuckles. When he next speaks, there is a faint mocking ring to his tone. And since when have you been concerned by the fate of a single girl? It takes a few seconds for me to formulate a reply. When I do, I am not sure it is the right one. Since I've liked her. Hate laughs again. The truth is always amusing when it comes from you, my lord. His words cause me to smile in return. Focus. The dragon. Force shut the beast's jaws. The knight replies, keep it from spitting its corrosive breath, and the battle is already half won. That won't be easy, I murmur as I watch the horntail claw another menacing step towards us. Yes, the only way to stop a dragon from breathing fire is to either kill it or tame it. Both are daunting tasks. The majority of spells you wand wizards use will bounce from the beast's enchanted hide or be absorbed entirely. It will be a difficult challenge, that is to be sure. My mind deciphers this information. A myriad of ways to defeat the dragon present themselves to me, but only one guarantees the safety of the girl. Inwardly, I grimace. The choice has already been made for me. I have a way. A way. Hate repeats, caution warring with eagerness in his voice. Enlighten me, my lord, and tell me the method of your way. I will seal the dragon's mouth shut. I sense the knight openly grinning at my audacity beneath his helm. There are no spells for that. No, there aren't. I will just have to make do. And what then? Hate asks, is my role in this grand scheme of yours? Divert its attention, is my response, shield me for the first breath. Protect her. The knight lifts one of his gauntlets and taps his plate lightly with a plated finger. You do realize that the shadows are a poor choice of armor against dragon breath, he says quietly. The fire will not hurt me, but the steel I wear will not last long against flames this potent. Fire has always driven darkness away, and here, it is no different. I am not surprised by this confession. Shadow-forged steel is nearly impervious to conventional weaponry. Blades will break against its rigid surface. Bullets will patter off it like rain. Even magic, spells and curses designed to kill, will pee through it without harm done to its wearer. But there are limits. There always are. If I have not shut the dragon's jaws by then, it will be a moot point. Hate's iron visage inclines slightly. Agreed. Darkness coalesce, wrapping around his arm. I can hear them hissing as they solidify, warping from mist and vapor into the black steel that covers his frame. There is a faint cracking sound, like bones being fractured and reknitted, as the new, rapidly shifting M adheres itself to the knight's limb. Hate clenches his fingers into a fist and raises his arm. There, the freshly formed kite shield gleams, its surface a mirror-like sheen. Let us slay ourselves a dragon, my lord. The confidence in his tone is something I have grown used to hearing. Strangely enough, I do not feel it myself. Perhaps it is because the unwarded Horntail is the most challenging opponent I have yet to face. Perhaps it is because I am concerned about the girl. My mind hopes for the former, and not the latter. My heart, however, knows the truth. That truth makes me speak. If I should fall, I let the sentence hang there, out in the open. The knight turns to regard me. Gone are the amusement and the faint mocking tone. I cannot see past the sneering helm that is his face, but I know that behind it, his expression is locked into one of grim resolve. If you should fall, then I will protect the girl. The Horntail opens its maw at long last, clearly tired of this diversion. Past the rows of glistening teeth I can see the flash of cooling fire. I nod, grateful. Thank you, Hate. The wand that has been spinning in my hand abruptly halts, the handle slapping firmly in my palm. I point it in the dragon's direction. Legilimens. Fleur did not run. She couldn't, not while he risked his life for her. The boy and his knight stood in front of her, the knight in front, the boy slightly behind. Their defiant figures did not quite manage to hide the Horntail's looming bulk. The quarter Vila reached out with a trembling hand to pull the boy back and away. It was at this moment that the dragon opened its monstrous maw. The fire that spat from its mouth was not the lukewarm orange she had prevailed against. This fire was white-hot, blasting from the Horntail's unhinged jaws in a plume of hissing flame. The knight stepped forward into the oncoming fire and raised its shield. The wave of suffocating heat that followed smashed into the quarter Vila and sent her staggering back 3 full steps. Fleur cried out. The heat was so intense that it felt like a physical blow. She had to turn her head away to avoid it scorching her face. When she turned back, what she saw was something that she would remember for the rest of her life. The Horntail's flame, a blazing, searing beam that could have melted steel in seconds, was being held back. The knight, his shield glowing a dull red, the edges of his cloak smoking, stood with his 2 feet planted into the ground, steady as an oak tree. The boy, standing behind the knight, face a mask of grim determination, wand still pointed towards the dragon. Fleur had been several steps behind them when the blast of fire hit. She had been knocked back by the sweltering heat, her senses overloaded by its sheer intensity. Her bodyguard was in front, where the fire was at its most potent. Fleur could see the sweat pouring down his brow, could see the beads of perspiration that clung at his face and ran down his cheeks. Despite that, he did not falter, did not take a step back like she did. The boy weathered the heat that would have sent men older than him stumbling back in terror. For a second, the quarter Vila felt that he couldn't possibly be human. The flames stopped suddenly and Fleur dared to hope that perhaps somehow the dragon handlers that were still running for them had stopped the beast's rampage. Harry, she called out. Her hopes were dashed when she heard the Horntail taking a deep, miv breath. The second blast of fire was somehow even more powerful than the first. It launched from the dragon's jaws in a meter-wide beam, scorching the GR beneath to cinders and leaving the ground a barren, blackened M. The knight rose to deny, shield shifting slightly in its grip. The pillar of flame smashed against the slab of metal in a wave of concussive force, buffeting it with fire so thick that it obstructed both the boy and the knight from view. The quarter Vila screamed when Harry disappeared from her sight. She tried to take a step towards him, but the heat was just too much. The sweltering miasma that emanated from the inferno was choking her, threatening to make her eyes water and her skin blister. He reappeared a second later, still standing, still unmoving as a statue. Parts of his robe were on fire. The boy flung his free arm outwards and away, and the flames that clung to the fabric vanished, dissipating into curls of foul-smelling smoke. "Hurry, my lord," Fleur heard the knight call out, "I cannot hold out for much longer." It was then that she noticed just how battered the warrior seemed. Its armor was dented and singed from the consecutive blasts, the plate pitted and marred by the unforgiving heat. What was most telling, however, was the knight's shield. It was melting away at the edges. A once sturdy thing of black steel, it now looked like a fused mess of scrap metal, with the rim already slagging. Droplets of molten metal ran like rivulets down the shield's surface, dripping down and emitting faint, sizzling noises as they landed. The boy grunted a response, the noise coming out forced and strained. His wand hand moved, dipping ever so slightly downwards. The quarter Vila noted in alarm that his fingers were trembling. The horntail let loose a loud roar of frustration. Fleur tore her gaze hesitantly away from Harry to stare at the dragon. It had stopped spewing fire. The reason was all too apparent. The beast's maw was slowly beginning to close. Inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, the horntail's miv jaws were shutting, the rows of serrated teeth growing nearer and nearer to each other. Fleur could see the monster trying to fight back, straining against the invisible force that was locking its mouth. It shook its immense head like a dog, clawed at the earth to no avail, let out another deep bellow, and, when that didn't work, glared hatefully in her bodyguard's direction. The quarter Vila wrenched her attention back to her bodyguard. The boy's wand remained fixated on the horntail, its dagger-like tip pointed directly towards the space between the beast's eyes. Fleur swallowed. Somehow, someway, he was sealing the dragon's jaws shut. The horntail, however, was far from deterred. Denied its main weapon, the beast smashed at the ground with its thick tail in frustration. As those drooling jaws shut completely, it reared up on its hind legs, and extended its leathery pinions to their full wingspan. The results were utterly frightening. Down on the ground, on all fours, the dragon had appeared menacing, but Fleur had held on to a small hope for victory, despite its size and bulk. Now, as it stood on its hind legs, the quarter Vila firmly grasped just how miv this beast was. It towered above them, the height of a two-story building, the width and girth of one of Hogwarts' castle towers. Its wings were outstretched, enormous slabs of reptilian hide, their length so immense that they cast a looming shadow on the ground. The horntail could not roar or call out, but the rumbling, snarling sounds emitting from its throat was more than enough for Fleur to gauge its intent. The dragon dropped on all fours again, and then it charged. The earth shook. Fleur felt the floor beneath her rumble in response as the beast's thick limbs pounded into the dirt. For one terrible second, as the horntail lunged its whole body towards them in a barreling run, the quarter Vila felt for sure that they were going to die. Just like it did with the dragon's breath, the knight moved to intercept. It took a single step forward, and drew back its sword arm. The horntail lashed out with its front claw, never stopping, never halting in its motion, clearly intending to bash aside the warrior to get at the boy. The knight tilted its shield and swung its sword. Two things happened simultaneously. The curved talons of the beast skid across the shield's surface, emitting a thin, screeching sound. In return, the knight's blade swept in a perfect horizontal arc and carved a bloody furrow in the monster's side. The dragon twisted its body in agony. It pivoted on its center of M, swifter than Fleur thought possible, and brought its other claw downwards in a vicious slash. The knight allowed the blow to slide down its shield, and then smashed its weapon against the horntail's snout with a sickening crunch. The monster's head jerked back. Broken teeth sprinkled from its jaws, cascading down from its skull like rain. The quarter Vila could see the ugly gash along the ridge of its nose, the fresh wound weeping dark, crimson blood. The horntail pivoted again, and swiveled its entire body 360 degrees. Its thick, muscular tail swung like a battering ram, a blur of motion as it was whipped around by force. This time, the knight was not quite fast enough to deflect the blow. There was a loud crunching noise as two of the killing spikes on the dragon's tail punched through the warrior's shield. The knight staggered. Its sword rose to swing again, but the beast was surprisingly agile and lurched its tail sideways. There was a bone-jarring crack as the shield was ripped from the warrior's limb. The knight's blade cleaved open air and thudded into the dirt harmlessly. The horntail's claws swung before the warrior could defend, and batted it away in a spray of loose metal shards. The quarter vila watched in horror as the warrior disappeared behind the dragon's miv bulk. Without the knight to distract, the boy became vulnerable. The dragon's eyes narrowed hatefully as it turned to her bodyguard. And then it recoiled, flinching back as a volley of bright red beams impacted against its body. Fleur's heart soared as she saw dozens of figures swathed in dragonhide vests approach at a run, their wands hissing and spitting as they sent salvos of stunning spells crashing against the horntail. Dragon handlers. They had finally arrived, and their fierce ult was forcing the monster back. Grim-faced men and women, they surrounded the beast on all sides, blasting in coordinated barrages that left smoking welts in the dragon's skin. The quarter vila took this time to try and drag the boy back to safety. Her fingers were close to brushing Harry's robes when the dragon broke free. Snarling because it could not roar, the horntail shrugged off the volleys of spells that ailed it from its sides and back, and swung its tail again in a full circle. The dragon handlers had to dive to the ground to avoid the trunk-like appendage. One was not quick enough and grunted as he was lifted off the ground by the fierce blow. The man soared a good 20 feet through the air and landed in a jumble of loose limbs. He didn't get up again. Fleur fought hard not to scream. Another, a haughty-looking woman, cried out as one of the beast's spikes gouged a nasty laceration on her thigh. She immediately sank down into the GR. One of her comrades, a tall man with shocking red hair, had to drag her back to safety. "It isn't working." Fleur heard the man yelling, "Why aren't our spells working?" "The Vards." The woman cried back, her voice thick with a heavy accent, "Someone's tampered with the Vards. They've thickened the dragon's skin. They can't bring it down with our spells anymore." The horntail growled as more volleys smashed against its hide. Like a maddened bull, it rushed through the circle of dragon handlers, striking out with its claws at any who dared to bar its way. 2 more wizards were backhanded away, their bodies flying through the air before tumbling to a halt. The dragon's target, it seemed, was still her bodyguard as its charge brought it closer and closer to Harry. Fleur saw the red-haired man fling his wand hand out in their direction, and more of his fellow dragon handlers doing the same. A myriad of protegas shimmered into existence in front of the boy. The quarter vila added hers into the mix without hesitation, the golden hue of her shield charm joining ones of silver and bronze. The horntail smashed through them all. Its immense bulk was like a hurtling freight train, and the gleaming barriers were no match for the colossal momentum behind its weight. The shields simply shattered as the monster plowed through them. Fleur reeled back as her own broke apart into pieces, her mind momentarily disjointed by the magical backlash. When she finally managed to retain her senses, the dragon was already rearing in front of Harry, claws rising to strike. Fleur's legs were already moving before her and could react. She was going to knock the boy aside to safety, to push him down, away from those saber-like talons, and if the worst came to worst, take the blow that was meant for him. She did not get there quite in time. As the horntail brought its talons up, a shadowy mist spread in front of the boy. The M of darkness contorted, stretched out in impossible angles, and conjoined to form a vaguely humanoid shape. Fingers of vapor clenched and became fists of black steel. The center of the distorted haze solidified and became the unbending material of a rigid plate. Dull green lights in the dark roared into life, becoming raging, emerald fire behind a sneering, horned helm. The night materialized from the shadows, and with it came steely, howling laughter. It still bore the scars inflicted by the dragon. Fleur could see thick, black fluid welling from 3 jagged gashes down its, flowing. In a way that suggested, but couldn't possibly be blood. It was also missing its sword. As though if to emphasize that fact, the knight smashed its gauntleted fists together. "I am not so easily killed, beast," it spat from the slits in its helm. The horntail craned back its head. It stared down at the warrior, its slit-like pupils flashing. With a rumbling growl, it struck with all its might. The taloned paw descended. The knight's arms rose. There was a ringing clash as the limbs of both combatants met, then a startled hiss from the dragon as the knight caught its claws with its hands and locked it above in a vice-like grip. The dragon's mind is so very different from our own. That is my first thought. As I continue to keep those immense jaws shut, I marvel at how the inn of this beast works. There is no logic to it. No reason or sense of judgment. Its conscience is ruled by urges and needs, and its very existence is defined by those two simple things. It cannot tell right or wrong, good from evil, but it can feel the difference between what it needs to survive and what it merely wants. And what it wants is many. Its consciousness is a jumble of loose thoughts and vague memories, all related to its primal urges, collected together to form a single, bestial gestalt. A simple mind, but one that is inherently disorganized. Trying to traverse it is like trying to sail the ocean on a lifeboat in the middle of a frenzied storm. A consciousness that is so much more inferior to ours, yet also simpler, purer, deadlier. I can feel the monstrous hatred it holds for its handlers lapping in its mind like waves, a loathing so unadulterated that it is almost beautiful. I can sense its vengeful rage at being penned into a cage for most of its adult life, blasting from its conscience in one concentrated aura. I can taste its animalistic fury at the way it has been treated, emanating from its mind like some dark miasma. Compared to this dragon's, my own hate seems petty and inconsequential. The horntail turns its baleful gaze towards me. Locked in hate's iron hold, snout fused shut to its mandible, the dragon appears defeated. It can no longer breathe fire without the risk of scorching the inside of its own mouth. It can no longer strike with its claws, for it cannot prevail over the unholy strength of the night. The only avenue of attack that is left for it is to strike back against the intrusion into its mind. I see myself. Legilimency is a double-edged sword. It paves the way for mental attacks by the caster, but it also allows the one the spell is being cast upon to strike back. I believe I am sufficiently prepared to fend off the dragon's mind. I am no natural occlumens, but the barriers within my mind have never been breached. Those that tried in the past I have sent screaming to the floor, their flayed ends leaking from their ears. I am not the best, but at the very least, I am not weak. Nothing in this world could have prepared me for what is to come. There is no warning. When the horntail first strikes, I am not sure what I am being hit with. All I know is that it hurts. Every inch of my body suddenly feels like they're on fire. The nerve endings under my skin crackle and burst like balloons. The muscles on my face contort into a mask of unbearable agony. My hands twitch uncontrollably, the trembling so bad that the one with the wand in its grip nearly drops it. My mouth tries to make sound, tries to scream, but all that can come out is a steady, prolonged GNHK noise. I can feel blood weeping from my eyes and ears, welling from ruptured nerves and painting my cheeks with streaks of crimson. The pain is so powerful that I almost break the connection. I reel at this sudden halt. My head snaps back. My surroundings blur. I am dimly aware of someone calling out my name in alarm. The second blow smashes into me before the pain from the first can fully abate. I feel parts of my conscience slipping dangerously close to insanity just to escape the agony. I try to fight back. The recesses of my mind not screaming from the pain manage to form the slashing edge of a blade. I send it careening into the depths of the dragon's consciousness. The blow would have carved a human's psyche in two, splitting his mind into two separate intelligences and forever ruining his cognizance. The dragon shoves the blow aside as though it was nothing and blasts back with its third strike. The occlumency shields that have protected my mind for years begin to crack. Merlin. That was only the third blow. It is only now that I begin to understand what the dragon is hurling at me. A battle with legilimency is like a duel with rapiers. Elegant yet also deadly. The goal is to stab your own mind deep into the opponent's, inflicting as much damage as possible before withdrawing. A master legilimens can gouge deep, painful wounds in his enemy's psyche, tearing apart memories and recollections with sickening ease. A battle between two such masters can take hours to complete, each wizard fencing with their minds before finding that one weak point in his foe's shields. Then the rapier goes in, diving past the enemy's guard, punching through the area of weakness and causing unsustainable injuries to the inn. I have seen wizards skilled in legilimency reduce their foes to drooling, gibbering vegetables in the time it takes a normal man to blink. I have done the same before, except I always make sure that my opponent dies shortly after. A life without a consciousness is only slightly better than the Dementors. What the horntail throws at me isn't a rapier. It's not even a blade. It's a sledgehammer, formed by the dragon's primal hate and animalistic rage. Normally, such crude blows fueled by basic emotions are easily blocked. An accomplished legilimens will have occlumency shields that only pinpoint mind strikes can penetrate. But what the beast hurls at me are not the weakening emotions of a dying wizard, but something much stronger. The dragon's primitive intelligence is governed by urges and needs, structured in a way that is easily invaded by human minds. But when it finds a certain urge or decides on a need, it will never rest until it is fulfilled. And what its urges and needs are telling it now, is that for it to be free, I must die. It hates me not because I have inflicted some grievous wound to it, but merely because I exist. It rages not because I have done something wrong, but merely because I stand in its way. The dragon is throwing its entire existence at me, all of its pent-up frustration, all of its stored rage and accumulated hatred, smashing it like a cudgel against my mental barriers. Crude, but effective. Oh, so very effective. The fourth blow rocks me to the very core. I lose command of my left arm for the briefest of seconds, the limb spasming before I manage to regain control. I try another attack. My mind forges a second blade, the magic merging together to form a gleaming white sword that I prepare to use against the horntail. Then the fifth and sixth blows come, one after the other, almost simultaneously, and the weapon my conscience has labored to build disappears in a loose collection of pain thoughts. I growl at the loss. Legilimency requires concentration. With the beast constantly smashing its mental gestalt against my own, I cannot form the weapons I need to attack. The implications are clear. If I cannot attack, then I must defend. And if I am reduced only to defending, then I might as well have already lost. The seventh blow smashes against my mental shields with enough force to make my teeth chatter in my mouth. I have to bite my tongue to keep from crying out. This continues for I don't know how long, with the dragon hurling itself against my mind, eroding my defenses with consecutive, non-stop attacks. I try to tally the number of blows I've received, but lose count after 20. My perception fades as the battle wears on, with my surroundings blurring to hazy outlines and malformed shapes. The only thing I can focus on is trying to hold against the horntail's onslaught, and I barely manage that. Every time the beast batters against the gates of my conscience, I just barely manage to cling on to what is left of my defenses. Every time it smashes its bestial psyche against my own, I barely manage to stay coherent. Each blow is like the blunt end of a hammer, crashing against my mind and threatening to shatter the fragile hold I have over my sanity. It seems like an eternity has passed. In reality, I know it couldn't have been more than a few moments. But the pain makes it appear so. It is a constant, unending presence, hounding my conscience with relentless agony. In these short minutes, I feel like I have weathered enough suffering for a dozen lifetimes. Parts of my mind have already shut down. Fleeting images of my surroundings enter my inn, but I can no longer discern their contents. Lucidity comes and goes. I do not have the strength or the concentration to fight back. All I can do is hold on to the connection, maintain it so that the dragon's jaws remain clamped shut. Something disrupts the haze. It drifts slowly into my conscience, coiling around my tormented thoughts like a lifeline. I grab onto it with strength born from desperation. In response, it drags me from this muddled state, and lifts me away from the mire of torment. Clarity comes slowly, and when it does, I realize just what has saved me. An odor, a heavy, rancid stench that wafts into my nostrils and seeps into my mouth. It is only through experience that I recognize it for what it is. The stink of burning flesh. My gaze drifts downwards, to where my wand hand has remained unmoving all this time. What I see makes me want to laugh. Thin pillars of steam drift from the gaps between my fingers, hissing as they trail upwards. Beneath, portions of my skin have already turned an ugly shade of red, the surface raw and throbbing. I am confused, if only for a moment. The horntail has not managed another breath since I forced shut its jaws. It is not its fire that does this. The reason becomes apparent after a second of strained thought. The sheer amount of magic that I am expending to seal the horntail's jaws shut is immense. Had it been any other wizard in my place, then their magic would have been drained away in seconds. Added to that is the dragon's own primal energy. Legilimency binds the caster and the victim together until the caster chooses to end it. So what flows through my wand is not only my magic, but the dragon's as well. Wood have lasted scant heartbeats against such raw, unmitigated power. Steel, a sturdier medium, manages to endure, but all that energy, all that force has to go somewhere. The answer is basic thermodynamics. The transfer of energy is not 100% infallible. Portions of that energy will be lost in the transfer, dissipated elsewhere and never recovered again. Or in other words, heat. I can feel the skin on my palm blistering, roasting, in some places even melting as the wand is pumped with continuous, non-stop magic. I can see the spaces in between my fingers, where the wand's once charcoal black surface has turned red hot. I can hear the magic screaming, no longer singing, but screaming as it leaves my hand. Strangely enough, there is no pain. Despite the fact that the stink of burning flesh is entering my nostrils, despite the fact that faint trails of steam are emerging from the gaps between my fingers, I can't feel pain. For a second, I think it is because I am dead. Dead men don't feel. Then I realize it is because the pain in my mind is so immense that it dwarfs all other agonies, the immolation of my hand included. My teeth bare into a leering grin. I have two choices now before me. What is happening to my hand has made me realize that I can release the connection between the dragon's mind and my own, or I can maintain it until something else severs it. The former grants me a quick death, consumed by the dragon's fire. The latter offers a long, tortuous end as my magic drains from my body and my sanity crumbles around my conscience. Neither choice is satisfactory. A wheezing chuckle escapes me. What a delightfully cruel joke this is. In the end, just like before, the choice has already been made for me. I will hold the connection for as long as I can. Despite the pain that claws at me, I will resist the dragon's mind until the very end. There is a small hope that I can wear the beast down. A glimmer, but it is still there. So I will hold out to the last, and defy the horntail until either it falls or I do. Humans would call this courage. I just don't want to die. The stands had fallen silent. Safe in the protective dome of magic, the students of the three schools sat in nail-biting tension, some gripping the edges of their seats, others clinging to their friends. Every eye was glued to the magical screen, where a fierce battle raged in the middle of the field. The knight, a terrifying figure of black armor and emerald flames, stood with its legs firmly entrenched in the ground, its plated limbs holding the dragon's claws back. The Hungarian horntail, a looming monster of spiked spines and killing intent, struggling to break free, its sealed jaws drooling, the nostrils in its snout belching thick black smoke, its scaled, leathery wings beating a futile beat against the ground as it strained in vain to pull its limb from the knight's grip. The dragon handlers, over 24 in all, blasting at the thrashing beast with spells, ducking the great sweeps of the dragon's spine tail as it tried to swat them away, coordinating volleys of curses that left sizzling marks in the horntail's hide but nothing else. And the boy, his features locked into a pained grimace, body stiff and rigid, wand pointing in the dragon's direction, preventing it from opening its snarling maw. It was a scene that spoke of desperation and resolve, of courage and grim fatalism, and they could watch it all in excruciating detail. The magical screen recorded the battle at an unimaginable pace, chronicling the smallest elements of the fight and transmitting them to be viewed in front of the stands. Details that the human eye would miss at first glance, the shifting colors on the horntail's crest, the number of knobbed scales that lined the area around its eyes, the faint, red scar that marred a dragon handler's cheek, the number of joints in the knight's gauntlet. All were transmitted to the magical screen and magnified in smaller, clearer displays to the sides and bottom. The crowd had been forced to watch in stunned shock as the dragon broke free from its containment wards. They had been forced to watch in terrified trepidation as the beast shrugged off the magical enchantments that dulled its mind. All of them had screamed when the first blast of fire tore from its gaping jaws, had gasped when the knight and the boy emerged unscathed from the firestorm, and then cheered when the boy finally forced shut the horntail's mouth. Now, there was nothing to cheer about. It had dawned upon those in the stands that this fight was one in which the hero could not win. For the hero was wounded. Streams of ichor poured from his eyes, streaked down his cheeks and stained the uniform he wore a dark, muddy brown. Despite this, he still smiled, smirked as the crimson fluid dribbled down from his chin to the GR below. The blood made his smile seem like a macabre grin. So far, everyone watching had been frozen in their seats in fear. Now, as the boy bled, one man managed to stand raggedly up. "Harry, James yelled hoarsely from the judge's box. His frenzied steps took him past the Delacours who were white as ghosts, past Amos and Celine Diggory who were gaping at screen, past the Bulgarian delegation, who were all staring at the scene before them in wide-eyed wonder, past the Hogwarts professors who were watching from their seats in stunned disbelief. He reached the edge of the box, prepared to vault over the ledge, realized that the Protega Maxima was still in place, and spun around. "The shield, Dumbledore," the man panted. "Lower the shield." The aged headmaster did not reply at first. His face was utterly serene, but the intense aura of power that emanated from his frame was staggering. The twinkle in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by a grimness that seemed alien when matched to his kindly features. It took another panicked "Albus" from James for him to respond. "I will not, James." The Auror captain's expression was one of incredulous disbelief. "Damn it, Dumbledore. Harry's being hurt. I have to help him." The old wizard's gaze flickered from the screen to the Auror. "I will not, James," he repeated, "the shield must not fall." James crossed the distance between them in 3 quick strides. There was a panicked anger glowering from his countenance, a vengeful wrath that promised merciless retribution to those who sought to deter him. He leaned in close so that his next few words were hissed into the headmaster's face. "That's my son out there, Albus," he whispered fiercely. Dumbledore met the man's frantic stare calmly. He gestured to the stands. "And those are the sons and daughters of the rest of magical Britain." James's response was to draw his wand. Lily gasped. The rest of the occupants in the box paled. "Let down the shield, Dumbledore," the man growled. His eyes resembled those of a caged animal's, wild and desperate. "I won't ask you again." "James," McGonagall cried out in admonishment. The Auror ignored her and leveled his wand towards Dumbledore. "Lower the shield, Albus." The old wizard's face remained impassive, but his eyes closed. "Think for a moment, James, of what you are doing," Dumbledore spoke quietly. "There are children in the stands. As soon as you fell me with a spell, the shield protecting them will collapse. And as soon as the dragon overpowers Harry, it will seek to rampage across the field, where the stands are. There will be many deaths on your hands if the dragon reaches the children without the shield's protection. My son won't fall if you give me a chance to help him." The man's voice cracked painfully. "Be reasonable, James. There is an entire squad of dragon handlers out there, on the field, trying to subdue the Horntail. If they can't help Harry, how can you?" The Auror glared at Dumbledore, went back to staring at the screen, and then returned his gaze to the aged headmaster. "Give me a chance, Albus." James's voice had lost its angry edge, but the desperation was still there. "Let me help him. Just this once, please." The old wizard stared at the pleading man sadly. "I wish I could, James. But I cannot. There is a chance that as soon as I end the conjuration, the dragon will defeat Harry and charge towards the stands. I will not be able to cast a second shield in time to stop it. Many innocents will die. That must not be allowed to happen. It's a risk, but damn it, it's worth it. Don't deny me this chance, Albus. I've got to help him." "There is nothing you can do, James," Dumbledore said firmly. "If you go out there, at best you will delay the inevitable. At worst you will throw your life away and the lives of all those protected by the Protega Maxima." The Auror's wand lowered. His shoulders slumped, defeated. His free hand clenched and unclenched erratically. "I've lost him once before, Headmaster," James murmured, "to my own stupidity. I can't lose him again. I just can't." "I am sorry, my friend," Dumbledore said softly. "I truly wish that there was some other way, but there isn't. It all falls to Harry now. Believe in him, and I think you will be surprised at the results." James laughed harshly. It sounded self-derogatory to all those in vicinity. "You believe he can beat the dragon by himself?" The Auror shook his head. "I know my son. He is strong and proud. But Merlin help him. That's an unwarded dragon he's facing. He can't defeat it alone." The old wizard was about to reply when a wave of gasps erupted from the stands. In the judge's box, Lily let out a scream. Both men spun to stare at the screen. There, displayed in perfect clarity for all to see, were their worst fears confirmed. Harry had fallen to his knees. "The pain is too much. Even for me. My body bears a lifetime of scars, is used to the pain as I am used to hate, but this is an agony that consumes my mind," tearing at my sanity, and trying to shatter my conscience beyond repair. The horntail continues to thrash in hate's grip, ripping at the ground with its free claw, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Its yellow eyes glare at me, slits of pure, undiluted fury that are a mirror to the howling tempest that batters against my mental shields. For that is what is. A hurricane of primal aggression that threatens to overwhelm me with raw emotion. And it is succeeding. I cannot endure this agony any longer. It shames me to admit this, but the truth is plain to see and even plainer to feel. My limbs shudder and twitch. My heaves painfully. My vision blurs and swims. I cannot overcome this beast. This is what my body tells me. That in this battle of wills, I am the weaker one. Something must give. One of my knees thud into the ground. I grit my teeth at this indignity. My own anger flares at being forced into the soil, but the emotion is like a cool fire compared to the roaring inferno that is the dragon's fury. Through the pain, the anger, the hate, I marvel at the strength of the beast. It has brought me to my knees with its rage alone. My lord, hate snarls at me. His gauntlets hold the beast's claw from descending, armored fingers wrapped around the curved, scything talons. The knight's tone is filled with recrimination. He has not expected me to falter so soon. I do not blame him. Neither had I. My lord, hate rasps again. This time it sounds like he is pleading with me. He wants me to stand up. To fight back. To win. I cannot, and that stark truth shames me further. Never before have I been subdued to such a state. Never before have I bent knee to a foe. Never before have I felt so frail. So mortal. So human. For a moment, the disgust I feel towards myself is more powerful than the pain. The respite does not last long. The agony comes back, this time accompanied by the sensation of fluid dripping down my cheeks. Thick and viscous, it flows from my eyes, from my nose, and my ears, sticking to my face like tar. I know it is blood because I can taste its coppery tang leaking into my mouth. I grin. What a sight I must be, to those who can see me. Through my blurred vision, I see figures moving, stumbling around the horntail. Dragon handlers. Their spells collide against the beast's hide in barrages of color and light, but against an unwarded, berserking dragon, they might as well have been throwing pebbles at a cement wall. I cannot help them, not with spells. My hand has long been fused to the wand it holds, the flesh of my palm melted into the steel itself by the unrelenting heat. I can't tell where my fingers begin or end. This is a cruel joke. For me to be ended this way. For me to fall here. I have never deluded myself into thinking I am blessed to live a long life. My end is on the battlefield, bathed in blood and surrounded by the bodies of my enemies. My fate, my glory is there. The death will be quick, painless, and I will die knowing that I defied the foe until the very end. But here, now, this glory is denied to me. Against the dragon, my death will be lengthy and prolonged. It will the magic from my core until there is nothing left. I will be forced to watch my magic leave me, feel it draining away while I am helpless to do anything. For if I break the connection, the dragon will incinerate me as soon as it opens its jaws. So I kneel, in the dirt, blood caking my face and hate welling impotently in my heart. There will be no victory here. All this defiance, all this courage will amount for nothing if the foe I struggle against cannot be bested. For a brief moment I recall the tale I told of the knight and the dragon. One that lives in a fairy tale. The other surviving in reality. At this time I cannot help but think I would rather be the knight in the fairy tale. This is a cruel joke, but it is still funny to me. The futility of it all. The senselessness of this struggle. All of it. The humor is too much for me to bear. I burst out laughing. Hollow. Desperate. I sound like a crazed madman. The horntail senses me weakening. Millions of years of evolution have honed its predatory instincts to inhuman levels. It can feel me tiring. It can smell the desperation that emits from my body. It can even taste its own imminent victory in my looming defeat. And so, it rushes in for the kill. The pain increases tenfold as the dragon's conscience smashes with renewed frenzy into what is left of my meager defenses. The barriers in my mind, occlumency shields that hate himself has never breached, shudders with multiple impacts. I feel as though my skull is splitting in two. My concentration wavers. My sight fades and then comes back. When it does, I see that the dragon's jaws have opened a fraction of an inch. My lord, hate roars. My vision turns raggedly to him. Ironclad, his entire frame bedecked by black steel, he makes for a stoic sight. His plated limbs remain strong, despite the taloned paw he strains against. His armored legs do not bend, despite the immense force that crushes him from above. His iron visage stares back at the dragon, defiant to the last. I smile. Even now, he refuses to admit the defeat that I have already conceded. How disgraceful this is, for the lord to kneel and the Val to stand. My lord, the knight says again. His tone has turned uncharacteristically soft. There is a pained, weary edge to it now. It no longer sounds like he is trying to urge me on. It sounds like he is trying to comfort me. My lips twist to say a final goodbye to him, to thank him for his service. The words do not get a chance to leave my mouth. Something soft, something warm, something that should have no rights on being here presses against my back. Pale arms encamp me, hugging me from behind. Strands of silvery hair fly into my vision, tickling my face and clinging to my cheeks. There is a wetness on my neck, and I realize suddenly she had been crying. I do not need to turn to know who is behind me. What vexes me is that she is still here. I try to tell her to run, to flee, but my voice is ruined by the pain. What comes out is a gurgling, choking sound, like a man trying to speak through a mouth full of gruel. My message is ignored. Her hold on me grows tighter. From the corner of my eyes I can see her lips moving, forming words. I think she is trying to encourage me. I am not sure because the pain has robbed me of my hearing seconds ago. My free hand reaches for her, trembling, to push her away, to shove her from the danger. I manage to latch onto her uniform, but that is all I can do. There is no strength left in me anymore. My arm sags, the fingers clutched tight to her robes but powerless to do anything besides holding on. Her mouth continues to move. I can make out her saying don't, over and over again. The part of my mind not dulled by pain tries to make sense of her words. Don't what? Don't fall. Don't waver. Don't die. The last thought makes me laugh again. The dragon's flame will consume all. As soon as it overpowers the last of my mental barriers, the horntail will open its maw and spew its deadly fire. There will be a brief second of unimaginable agony, and then nothing. The inferno will reduce us to ash and scatter our remains for the winds to claim. I can almost imagine it. The firestorm will sweep into us without mercy. Flesh and skin will crinkle like paper before the intense heat. My body will wilt in this conflagration, devoured whole by the dragon's fiery breath. I will burn, and she will burn beside me. There is a moment of reflexive pain. Like a stab from a lunging blade. The image of her screaming amongst the flames, robes turning to ash, her beauty being charred black, pierces the veil of torment in my mind. There are no words to describe the feeling that wells within my. I am a bounty hunter. A mercenary. Very few of us live long enough to enjoy the spoils we have won. Death is an old friend to us, and we wouldn't blink an eye should he choose to come for us. She is not. She has never killed in cold blood, never fought for survival on the battlefield. She is pure, innocent. And that purity, that innocence deserves to be preserved. She should not die here. In this misbegotten place, kneeling in the dirt with her arms around a monster. She needs to survive this, to live a long, contented life with the one she loves by her side. She thinks I am that one. I still disagree. I force my fingers to release the hem of her robes. She looks up in surprise, her perfect face framed by tear tracks. There is no one to save her. The dragon handlers continue to pelt the beast with volleys of spells, but the horntail's thick hide is impervious to these pinpricks. There is no miracle to shield her. This is no fairy tale where the hero is delivered into salvation at the last moment by the hands of a god. There is only me. The logic here is simple. For her to survive, I must defeat the dragon. But the fierce rage that throws itself against my conscience cannot be denied. The horntail's mind is a bestial, wrathful force that has reduced me to a state of pain that would have slain a normal man 10 times over. The agony has not stopped. It has never stopped, even as she said me. The nerves in my body beg for the pain to end. My conscience, racked by torture, pleads for the same thing. For me to give in. To surrender the fight. To just let go. The image ails me again, the memory of her writhing in the flames alongside me. No, not here. I will not fall here. I will not be ended here. Not in this place. Not while I still draw breath. Not while she is still alive. My lips twist into a feral snarl of hatred. I force strength back into my legs, willing them to move. With excruciating slowness, the muscles obey my command. My free hand smashes into the ground, fingers splayed out. The digits dig into the dirt, finding purchase in the ground. I use them as an anchor, leveraging my body back up. I manage to stand. It takes all my willpower not to fall down again. The horntail's eyes widen in disbelief. The beast has not expected its prey to be defiant once more. It hurls itself against my occlumency shields with renewed vigor. The fresh alt makes me reel, forces me to take a single step back. But I do not fall. Though my legs threaten to buckle under me, I still stand. I stare back into the dragon's baleful glare. I cannot speak, for the pain will just make my words sound slurred and incoherent. But I can think, and the mental connection between us makes sure the horntail knows my thoughts. So far, it has only sensed my desperation, my submission to the impending doom it has in store for me. Now, I make it know the strength of my will. The snarl on my face becomes a savage grin. The beast recoils. I will not bow. My legs tremble from the effort of standing, shudder at the pain that lances through them. I will not bend. Every motion, every movement from my body feels like white-hot fire. I will not break. My wand hand, blackened, smoking, centers on the dragon. I sever the connection. There is a moment of absolute stillness, a moment of utter silence, where the world around me seems to stop spinning. The dragon handlers stop moving, frightened expressions locked onto their faces in rigid masks. Their spells hang in midair, bright beams of color that halts in motion as though stopped by an invisible wall. Even hate, his armored form straining against the horntail's strength, becomes motionless. His tattered cloak, made from the shadows itself, is frozen in place, its frayed edges still and deadened. In this moment, there is only the dragon and me. The horntail shakes its miv head to clear the fog in its mind. It tears itself from the knight's grip. The once captured claw smashes into the ground and carves great gouges in the earth. Its jaws open at last, and behind the rows of razor-sharp teeth, I can see the pooling ball of white heat that will engulf us in killing fire. I smile. This moment is mine. Legilimens, I say through blood-flecked lips. The world begins moving again. The dragon's jaws remain open, but the flames that coil in its throat do not come. Its mind is unprepared for this sudden continuation of our mental war, and its defense falters. My conscience is too weak to form the powerful blows we have traded back and forth. My strength has long expired, wasted trying to hold the monster back. There is only enough magic left in me to form the thin point of a spear. I feel the dragon's mind rearing up at last, its rage merging to form the weapon it needs to crush me. For that split second, as it gathers its magic, as it forges the hammer blow to smash me into submission, it is vulnerable. And in that second, I hurl the mind lance into its conscience with all my strength. The magic spears past its guard, punches through its defenses, shears away its resistance like a white-hot knife. I can sense it panicking, rushing to protect itself with its rage and hate. But it is too late. I am already in its mind, sinking deeper and deeper into its consciousness. I can see its memories as I burn through them. I can feel its emotions as I shred them. I can sense the primal intelligence retreating, scrabbling back as I force myself closer towards the center of its being. No mercy, no pity, no respite. I unravel the horntail's mind thought by thought, crush its resolve with my own iron will, and unmake the foundation of its own existence. The monster roars in agony, its defenses sheared away, its mind laid painfully bare. The dragon thrashes against the ground and tears great chunks of earth free in spurts of loose soil. Patches of shredded loam land around me. I ignore them and continue burning my way deeper into the dragon's mind. At last, the beast's magical core is revealed to me. A bright, burning orb of latent energies, revolving slowly in place. I can sense the horntail's magic emanating from it in suffocating waves, the power so raw, so pure that the magic in my blood sings in response. The mind lance flies straight and true. A spear of incandescent light, it smashes into the sphere of energy and plunges deep into the dragon's magical core. There was a long, terrible roar. It lasted for bare seconds, but to those who heard it, the piercing, wailing howl seemed to blast for an eternity in their ears. The horntail collapsed. As soon as it did, a swell of arcane energies erupted from its body and exploded outwards in a single, coherent wave. The dragon handlers were lifted from their feet and hurled raggedly away. The knight was smashed into the ground so that it too was forced to kneel in the dirt. The girl that the boy had strived so long and hard to protect was knocked onto her back in a heap. A cloud of dust soon covered the entire scene. In the judge's box, Dumbledore frowned and ced himself. The wave of magic lapped over the Protega Maxima like water on rock. The stands shook, shuddered as the torrent of magic ped over the powerful shield and dissipated away. Many students screamed when their seats trembled beneath them. The dust settled, just in time for the crowd to see the boy finally falling. His body, limp and lifeless, collided with the ground with a dull thud. The crowd's dismayed groans turned into screams when the horntail dragged itself back up. It clawed itself forward, heaving its bulk in a slow, anguished crawl until it loomed above the prone boy. Long, serrated teeth gleamed in the sun's light as the dragon opened its jaws. The girl scrabbled over to her fallen protector, fumbling for her wand, trying to shield the unmoving body with her own. The horntail ignored her, ignored the knight that was standing back up, ignored the dragon handlers who were watching from where they lay in horrid fascination. Its tongue darted out, long and serpentine, and licked the boy's face. The knight began laughing. Even from so far away, those in the stands could hear its mocking laughter and the dark humor it contained. In the judge's box, James stuttered out 3 stunned words. What just happened? The corners of Dumbledore's lips twitched into a small smile. The aged wizard flicked his wand, and the shimmering barrier that had been the Protega Maxima began the laborious process of dissolving away. I do believe, a familiar twinkle had appeared in the old headmaster's eyes, that Harry has tamed a dragon. A long, winding corridor separated the infirmary from the rest of Hogwarts. At night, it was dimly lit, the torches that hung along the walls interspaced distantly enough so that the hallway was almost in perpetual darkness. Albus Dumbledore strode through said corridor, deep in thought as his steady gait brought him nearer and nearer to his destination. To say the immediate aftermath of the first task was hectic would be an understatement. It had been chaos. Clees had to be cancelled. It was doubtful now that any curriculum taught this semester would be completed on time. Students had to be reared. McGonagall and Sprout had taken all the first and second years to a spare room in the castle and stayed with them until the children's fright had faded. Explanations had to be made. Parents of the champions, and in Crumb's case, the entire delegation from the Bulgarian ministry, all clamoring to know what was going on. Investigations too. The dragon handlers had spent the rest of the day figuring out what just had went wrong, and had concluded that the wards placed on the field and the horntail had simultaneously failed. Further examination found that similar traces of magic that led to the wards' failure had emanated from the other 3 dragons as well. Dumbledore shuddered to think what just might have happened if all 4 dragons had been set free at the same time. The only good thing out of this entire debacle was that nobody had been hurt. Miraculously, no one had been injured enough to warrant the care of the tournament's Medi-Wizards, besides the 4 dragon handlers who had been battered by the horntail, and even then they were afflicted by only painful, but superfluous wounds. All thanks to a certain boy, who was currently lying in the infirmary, under the tender mercies of Madame Pomfrey. Despite this situation, the old wizard smiled. It could be said that half the resulting chaos was because of him. When the Diggories had learned about the goblin and that it had been sponsored by Fudge, they had immediately lodged a protest to the Minister of Magic's office. Amos, a well-regarded politician with his own clique in the Wizengamot, swore he would get to the bottom of things. The Delacours had asked quietly to see Harry as soon as he was conscious. Dumbledore had agreed to their request, but knew from the extent of the boy's injuries that it may take some time. When he had mentioned that, Apolline had merely nodded and said she and her youngest daughter would wait. The Bulgarians had demanded the boy receive a medal. Then made one themselves when they learned from Sirius that a potential order of Merlin took weeks for the British ministry to process. The medal clunked in Dumbledore's pocket, muffled by the old wizard's robes. He had managed to convince the foreign delegation that presenting Harry with it in a pompous ceremony would be highly undesirable. Harry was the last person in the aged headmaster's mind that would ever be satisfied with a piece of metal. Dumbledore turned a corner, and arrived at the hall that contained the infirmary. A row of chairs rested against the wall closest to the door, in case the sanatorium ever ran out of space. It was in one such chair that Madame Pomfrey sat, her eyes closed tightly in concentration. Albus frowned. It was rare for the school nurse to be anywhere else besides the infirmary when she had a patient. The fact that she sat outside when the one she was supposed to care for was inside was a peculiarity that puzzled the old wizard. What was more curious was that the woman's hands were moving erratically in her lap. From a distance, it looked almost like she was fidgeting. "Poppy." The woman jerked up from her seat and stared at Dumbledore with wide, open eyes. To the old wizard's chagrin, there was a slight hint of fear in her expression. "Oh, it's just you, Albus. For a second, I thought, never mind. Is everything all right, Poppy?" The woman patted her thighs absent-mindedly. Yes, they should be. Yes, I see things have finally settled down out there." Dumbledore decided not to comment on the way Pomfrey averted the question. "We have managed to sort things out for the time being," the old wizard sighed tiredly, "but no doubt there will be more to come. If there is anything the public likes, it is a story of an underdog hero." "And you disagree with that, Headmaster? I believe Harry has done something incredibly heroic yesterday. But I do not think for a moment he is an underdog. Only wizards with great power can match a dragon and prevail. The media, though, will portray him as one to garner sympathy and support. The Daily Prophet, especially. They have figuratively shot themselves in the foot with that article by Rita Skeeter. They will rush to depict him in a positive light." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at the memory of the mentioned article. Pomfrey, however, did not share his amusement. She merely nodded. The aged headmaster directed his gaze towards the door beside the seated woman. "And how is he, Poppy?" Pomfrey snorted. "Third-degree burns on a quarter of his body. Nerve ruptures behind his retina and his eardrums. Miv skin damage to his right hand. Merlin knows how he managed to keep a hold of that wand. He's also suffering from magic loss in his core. It's been nearly depleted. You tell me how he is, Albus." Dumbledore winced. "I take it that it will be many weeks before he fully recovers." To the old wizard's surprise, the school nurse let out a short, mirthless laugh. "Oh no, Headmaster, he's fine. In fact, he should be coming to as we speak." Albus blinked, then frowned. "I hardly think, Poppy, that Harry's condition should be used for a joke." "Joke?" The woman's voice shook slightly. "No, Headmaster. This is no joke. But you just listed so many injuries. It would take at the very least several months before he fully recovers from them." "Even then, everything's healed, Albus," Pomfrey interrupted quietly. The old wizard's eyes widened behind his moon-shaped spectacles. "I'm sorry, everything," the school nurse bit the word out, as though it was something faintly nauseating, "has healed." Dumbledore shook his head slowly. "That is impossible, Poppy. It has only been 18 hours since the first task." Pomfrey stood up from her seat, patted her clinical robes, then sat back down again. The old wizard raised an eyebrow at the woman's strange behavior. "You're right, Headmaster," she stated calmly, "it has only been 18 hours. Then why do you? It took 18 hours for all of his burnt tissue to reknit. It took 18 hours for every nerve ending in his body that had been ruptured to reanimate. It took 18 hours for his hand to recover back to 70% operational capacity." Albus noticed with alarm that the nurse's hands were trembling in her lap. "That hand, Headmaster, was a fused mess of flesh and bone when he was first carried in here. I couldn't tell whether it had any fingers left." "Poppy." Dumbledore's voice had grown worried. Pomfrey muttered something to herself, then looked up. The old wizard almost took a step back. The woman looked slightly crazed. "I didn't heal him, Albus. He healed himself." The silence that resulted was deafening for both. Dumbledore broke it. "How can that be? What you are describing, Poppy, is something that is beyond belief." Pomfrey finished for him. At the old wizard's nod, she smiled bitterly. "Yes. You're right, Headmaster. What I am describing to you should be, impossible. But my eyes aren't old enough to lie to me yet. That boy recovered by himself. I didn't lift a finger." Albus closed his eyes and thought hard. His mind, however, gave him no answers. "Do you have an idea, then, old friend, on how this could have happened?" "Nothing concrete," the woman responded, but I can guess. Guess then, Poppy. I trust your diagnosis. Pomfrey squirmed in her chair. She began wringing her hands. There is a theory, the nurse began softly, on why we magical folk can recover faster from injuries than muggles. Have you heard of it before, Albus? The old wizard nodded. Yes, I believe the notion is that our magic protects us from illnesses and the like. The muggles have to rely on their body systems to do the same. White blood cells, I believe they're doctors. Call them. It is an interesting theory, but one that has not been proved. The woman made a faint scoffing sound. Proved or not, it is accepted fact that a wizard will recover faster from the same wound than a muggle. Dumbledore nodded again. Yes, Poppy, my own experiences can agree with that. Well, the nurse looked up. A more complicated explanation is that our magic somehow enhances our bodies. That is why we can live longer than muggles. A wizard or witch in his 90s can still live a good 60 years before dying, while a muggle would be lying on his deathbed. The same could be said for how our body functions work. Those white blood cells you've mentioned are enhanced so they perform better, mend wounds faster, and last longer before expiring, all because of the magic in our blood. Pomfrey paused, then sighed. I am loath to believe in unproved theories, Albus. You know this, but it is the only way I can explain what's happening in that room. And what explanation do you have for what is happening to Harry? The woman wrung her hands one last time. That somehow, someway, Harry's magic knows that he has been hurt, and is accelerating the healing process far faster than what we are capable of. Dumbledore stroked his beard in silent thought. You take the wounds Harry has suffered, Pomfrey continued, put them on a muggle, and he'll be crippled for life. You do the same to a wizard, and it'll take weeks for him to get back on his feet, even with treatment. The school nurse shivered. That boy will be able to walk and behave normally by tomorrow. Interesting, Albus murmured. Headmaster. The old wizard turned to Pomfrey. I have always had a theory about Harry when I first saw him. This diagnosis of yours fits surprisingly well with it, I'm afraid. A theory you are willing to share, perhaps? The woman asked. I'm sorry, Poppy, Dumbledore said apologetically. It is for Harry's sake that I cannot. Pomfrey nodded primly. I won't bother you about it then, Albus. The old wizard smiled. Thank you, Poppy, but there is one more thing I need to ask of you. You mentioned his magical core being depleted. Has that healed as well? The woman's hands, which had managed to stop shaking, started to all over again. I have no easy answer to that, Headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed in concern. Poppy, when the Medi-Wizards first carried him in here, his core was at the lowest I've ever seen. There was barely any magic left in him. Albus, the nurse stared beseechingly at him. People die from having their cores reduced to such a state. What happened next? The old wizard asked, half dreading the answer. I checked up on him 2 hours later. The way Pomfrey spoke suggested she had been witness to some horrible spectacle. In that time, his core had already replenished 1/10 of its full capacity. Albus took off his spectacles and slowly used the sleeve of his robe to clean them. His fingers trembled when he placed them back on. Is it possible, the old wizard whispered, that Harry just possesses a very strong core? Pomfrey shook her head fervently. I've been to St. Muggo's, Headmaster. I've gone into the ward where they keep the patients suffering from magical exhaustion. It's frightening. The people in the beds are so still, so silent, that they might as well be statues. Their cores have been depleted to such a state that they have no more strength left in their bodies. They have to be hand-fed, helped to the restroom. The atmosphere in there is so depressing, Albus. No hope, no happiness. Going in there is like entering Azkaban. The woman shuddered as she recalled the memories. In every case I've seen, the patient needs constant, uninterrupted care. And that works only half the time. In many cases, the patient's core continues to deteriorate even though he's being treated. It's not unheard of for people suffering from magical exhaustion to die while their healers are still in the room. Pomfrey took a deep breath. There has never been a case in our recorded history of a person's own magical core replenishing by itself when it has been fully depleted. Another stretch of silence. Again, Dumbledore racked his ends for an answer, but found none. This time, it was Pomfrey that broke it. There is something else. The quivering in her voice made Dumbledore flinch. Speak, Poppy. The school nurse smoothed out a rumple in her dress. The trembling in her fingers still had not abated. I've done a cursory scan on his core, Albus. I've seen his magical signatures. She hesitated and bit her lips before continuing. It's not the first time his core has run so low. The old wizard shut his eyes tightly. How many? He breathed out. Half a dozen, at the very least, Pomfrey whispered. There's a good chance it's more than that, but I've only managed a brief scan so far. When Dumbledore didn't immediately reply, the woman rose from her seat. It just isn't right, Albus. I can't explain it to you fully, but what's happening in there is something unnatural. She jerked her head in the direction of the door, the accelerated healing. The replenishing core, the magical signatures. That boy should all rights be dead. And even if ignoring that, at least be injured enough to be in a coma for a good 3 months. But I promise you that he'll be back in his clees by tomorrow. The nurse let out a shuddering breath. It's not human, Albus, what that boy is doing. Consciously or subconsciously, that amount of self-healing is not humanly possible. The old wizard sighed. He rubbed his temples tiredly. Would it be all right, Poppy, if you kept this information to yourself? Pomfrey gave him a wary look. You won't tell his parents. I believe that James and Lily have already too much to worry about. If they learn about this, then I am afraid what they might do to keep Harry safe. The nurse nodded slowly. Yes, I can certainly see something like that happening. That boy has already too much attention heaped on him. It will only get worse when the newspapers come out tomorrow declaring he tamed a dragon. He will need as much rest as possible. Agreed. Still, would it be permissible for me to visit him? I wish to see for myself his condition. Pomfrey chewed her lips and gave Dumbledore a scrutinizing glance. The old wizard's eyes twinkled. Even unnerved by him, the school nurse was still protective of her patient. Yes, I don't see why not. It would be better actually, if the first person he sees after awakening is you, and not some excited rabble of well-wishers. Just don't stress him. Dumbledore chuckled and gave a little bow. Thank you, Poppy. I promise I won't excite him too much. The school nurse at last offered a little smile in return. Albus walked past the woman and slowly inched the door open. He heard an approving humph from Pomfrey before he slipped in. The darkness in the room was absolute. Dumbledore could barely make out a slight figure lying in the furthermost bed, rising and lowering steadily as he slept. Immediately, the old wizard switched to his magical gaze. The result was just as Pomfrey had stated. Where once the boy's core had been a brilliant orb of burning energy, brimming with stored magic, now it was a dull coal, its surface glowing a lukewarm red but missing the familiar white hue that had been its coloring just 18 hours ago. Still, Dumbledore could see flickers of magic appearing over the sphere's dim surface, bright garlands of arcane energy that streaked colorful paths across the core's body. As though if to add to the conclusion, the old wizard could sense the boy's magic slowly seeping back into his body, like a stream cooling into a reservoir, growing steadily in volume minute by minute. Dumbledore sighed and leaned over the comatose body. Are you awake, Harry? The boy's eyes opened. Dumbledore expected him to be sluggish and lethargic from his sleep. He was not. His gaze was observant, watchful, and utterly alert. The intensity of his stare caused a shiver to develop along the old wizard's spine. I am now. Dumbledore found a spare bed nearby and sat wearily in it. I apologize then, Harry, for interrupting your sleep. The boy shrugged. It wasn't much of a sleep, Headmaster. More like an uneasy nap. Albus decided against mentioning that 18 hours of a coma-like slumber was not exactly a nap. Many people will be relieved to know you have awoken, the old wizard smiled. Harry did not reply. Dumbledore frowned. Harry. The boy's eyes were wide and unblinking. They stared not at the old wizard, but through him. His facial muscles were locked into a frozen mask, his mouth half open to respond. Seconds sped by. Albus was about to rise and call for Pomfrey when the boy finally blinked. The stiffness in his face faded and relaxed, changing fluidly into an expression of tired bemusement. To the old wizard, it closely resembled ice melting. My apologies, Headmaster, he smiled thinly, it comes and goes. How often does this happen, Harry? Dumbledore asked quietly. The boy shrugged under his sheets. Not enough to be an issue. Dumbledore nodded slowly, though a flash of unease stirred in his heart. The sudden pause in the boy's cognizance had been alarming. More so now that Pomfrey had made her diagnosis known. It just reinforced the fact that something was not quite right. The old wizard ran a hand through his thick beard in thought. It was going to be hard trying to breach the subject with him. In the meantime, Harry's eyes never strayed, never wavered from his face. Just a few minutes ago, Albus began hesitantly, Madame Pomfrey has brought to my attention that there may be something very wrong with your body, Harry. Any other child would have been frightened by the news, or at the very least, intrigued. Harry was neither. Instead, he settled back into his pillows. The smile on his face seemed to grow. As that's so, then tell me, Headmaster, what exactly is wrong with my body? The old wizard shook off the feeling that resulted from the boy's unsettling demeanor. It is your core, Harry. The boy regarded him for a moment. My core, he repeated. Yes, Dumbledore said gravely, there is an anomaly within it that is healing your body at an accelerated rate and replenishing your depleted magic. The boy's response was to chuckle. Albus frowned. This is no laughing matter, Harry. We need to find out what exactly is causing the anomaly. With luck, we may be able to discern the reason, and if it is harming you, cure it. I know, Headmaster. Harry's quiet reply caused the old wizard to blink. You know. The boy shrugged. It's my own magical core, Headmaster. How could I not know? Dumbledore didn't know whether he should be relieved or troubled after learning that the boy knew. On one hand, the knowledge that Harry was aware of the problems in his own core meant that he would be much more willing to be treated. On the other, the fact that he knew, yet was still willing to put his core in danger, was particularly worrisome. The old wizard felt a headache developing in the recesses of his mind. I am not going to force you to tell me, Albus said slowly, but I would dearly like to know if you have any idea what is happening to your core. Harry's smile twitched at the corners. All power comes at a price, Headmaster. That is all I can say to you. I'm sure you can figure out the rest. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. No truer words have ever been spoken. But I wonder, Harry, if that price you are paying is worth it in the long run. Many others have tread on the same path you are, only to look back and regret the things they've done and the sacrifices they've made. I sincerely hope that such a fate does not befall you, Harry. I do not have time to regret, Harry whispered. The old wizard puzzled over the cryptic reply and waited for the boy to clarify his response. When he didn't, Albus smiled sadly. I see that you need no warnings from me. I am relieved at that. However, I will admit that I am still worried about the state of your core. I won't push you for answers, Harry. Dumbledore looked imploringly at him, but please, I beseech you, be careful. Do not strain yourself with foolhardy acts of valor, when other alternatives exist. Killing the dragon was a foolhardy act of valor. Harry smiled. Are you going to recriminate me for that as well? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled brilliantly when he realized that the boy could not have possibly known what had transpired in the last 18 hours. Kill? Oh no, my boy. You haven't killed the dragon. It's still quite alive and well. A flicker of surprise ped over Harry's face. It was gone in an instant, masked well by the pleasant smile. I am awake, Headmaster, talking to you. Unless hell isn't what the stories depict it to be, then that means I am still alive. And if I am still alive, then that means I've defeated the dragon. Defeat is not synonymous with killed, Harry, Dumbledore replied merrily. You've certainly defeated the dragon. Triumphed over it in a way that even surprises me, the old wizard winked, but killed it. Alas, I'm afraid not. How could that be? Harry shook his head. My conscience penetrated all the way into its own. I hurled the mind lance into the dragon's core. It should be dead. The boy's eyes narrowed. Unless. Albus met his scrutinizing gaze with an amused smile. Unless your legilimency strike was not strong enough to shatter the dragon's core. Harry nodded reluctantly. That makes sense. I was close to collapsing when I forged the final blow. Yes, Dumbledore beamed. By the time you finally formed that last strike, your mind was already exhausted from the battle before. It had the power to burn through the Horntail's conscience and reach its core, but ultimately, could not have killed it. The old wizard chuckled. It is strange how magic works. Thousands of possibilities could have resulted from what you did, but the one that ultimately occurred was one that none of us could have predicted. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes grew. That lance of yours not only did not kill the dragon, but it also left traces of your own magic embedded in its core. The consequence is that it now recognizes your magic as its own. A primitive form of imprinting, I believe, is what Hagrid called it. A joyful roar sounded in the distance, muffled by the castle's stone walls. The boy's smile faltered. When the Medi-Wizards carried you into the infirmary, the dragon followed, despite the best efforts of its handlers to stop it. Dumbledore said cheerily, it's been resting in the Great Hall ever since. I believe that it has finally sensed you are awake. The words would prove to be prophetic. No sooner had they left the old wizard's mouth than the inside of the infirmary began to shake. The beds clattered on their frames. Chairs fell over with heavy thuds. A few beakers were dislodged from their places in the cabinets and shattered upon impacting against the hard floor. A shriek of surprise sounded from outside. The entrance of the room swung open with a bang and Madame Pomfrey surged in as though her robes were on fire. The woman slammed the door closed behind her with such force that the hinges rattled by their places on the walls. Albus! The school nurse gasped out, her hand clutched tight to her heaving. The dragon. The dragon is outside the infirmary. Dumbledore stared at the frightened women bemusedly and then switched his gaze back towards Harry, whose face had turned a rather sickly shade of white. It is the times like these that we must remember that focusing on the smallest of things will allow us to face the largest of threats with clarity and purpose. The old wizard reached into his robes and produced a bright yellow orb wrapped in wrinkly, translucent paper. The boy gave him an incredulous look. The twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes reached a crescendo in intensity. Drop, Harry. Morning brought the news of the boy's stirring to the wakening castle. The result was utterly predictable. A rush of bodies trampled for the infirmary, intent on seeing the patient within. James and Lily led the crowd, hastening through the corridors in an agitated run. Adam kept pace a few steps behind, and following him, a gaggle of others, the Delacours, a trio of Bulgarian dignitaries, Charlie Weasley with half a squad of dragon handlers, Dumbledore and a few Hogwarts professors among them. The throng of people turned the corner in a rush, then skidded to a halt. A few cried out in dismay at what they saw. Reptilian eyes blinked at them in return. Miv jaws unhinged, revealing rows of curved, serrated teeth. A serpentine tongue sd out, tasting the air. Its owner hissed. The Hungarian horntail cocked back its head as it regarded the new arrivals. The cramped space in the hallway prevented it from flapping its enormous wings, but was sufficient enough for it to move through in a hampered crawl. One of its claws was resting on the wall closest to the door, the scything talons having already torn deep gouges in the stone's surface. The beast's thick tail swung slowly behind it, occasionally connecting with the sides of the corridor and making a heavy, thudding noise. When it did, the entire hallway shook. Near it, standing next to the door to the infirmary, was Lotus. The woman's wand was already out and pointing to the gaggle of people. I'm sorry, she apologized, but it's my master's orders. Before anyone could form a response, the space between the bounty hunter and the dragon began to ripple. Reality seemed to distort as a shadowy haze spread through thin air. Hanging there, the vaporous M withdrew into itself, then expelled its contents for all to see. The night stepped into existence, emerald eyes flaring with eldritch fire. The silence that fell upon the crowd was repressive, dark, and unmistakably afraid. The warrior planted its sword tip first into ground, the blade sinking with sickening ease into the stone floor. Its plated hands moved to rest on the pommel, wrapping around it in a solid grip. To those who received its menacing glare, it felt like they were being judged. The knight inclined its helm towards the crowd. Its voice was like the grating hiss of steel upon steel. She can go in. The rest of you may not. The girl with silvery hair hesitated, staring from the knight to the dragon and then back. It lasted for only a split second. She moved quickly, rushing past the two intimidating beings and wrenching open the door. The girl slid in, and slammed the door behind her with a resounding thud. Silence descended upon the hallway again. Everyone stared at the terrifying figure, not sure what to do next. It took courage from an unexpected source and, in another language, to speak to the daunting warrior. Are you Harry's friend? The knight's eyes, burning bale fires of emerald green, flickered towards the speaker. Gabrielle Delacour stared back from behind her mother's robes, her light blue eyes wide with both fear and curiosity. Apolline immediately moved to block her daughter from the warrior's view, an action that was met by a loud protest from Gabrielle. The knight chuckled. Yes, you can say that. The words were spoken in English, but somehow, the little Vila was able to understand it. Gabrielle flashed an uncertain smile. If you are his friend, then will you tell him I think he is a hero? The sneering helm inclined slightly in an ending nod. The girl beamed. Will you also ask him if I can ride his dragon? Gabrielle. Apolline scolded, and dragged her daughter behind her. But the girl's daring outburst had done its work. The uncomfortable stillness had been shattered, and through it, instilled the courage for others to speak. What are you? James breathed. The knight's gaze fell on him. The aura wavered, but did not flinch. I am hate, it said simply. The implications were clear to all those in the hallway. James drew his wand. It's you, isn't it? The man snarled, it's you that's been making him hate us. The knight made an amused sound from behind its helm. Everyone within vicinity winced. And what would you do if I said I was? I'll get rid of you. James spat, banish you back into whatever hellhole you spawned from. To save Harry from you I'll do anything. Such inspiring courage. The warrior's face was hidden from view, but the sneer in its voice was evident for all to hear, such rousing valor. I wonder where these virtues were when a boy stood outside your window looking in. The aura's face contorted into an expression of shame and pain. Like you're the one to talk. I bet you're controlling him with the same dark magic that made you, just waiting for the time to betray him. The sword that had been still and rooted in the ground blurred with motion, almost too fast to see. It sang for James's neck and halted bare millimeters away from connecting with the aura's flesh. A few in the crowd fumbled for their wands. They were dissuaded when the horntail let out low, threatening growl. I find myself in a curious position. The knight's tone was conversational, casual almost as it rested its blade near the man's throat. I have always been my lord's protector. Shielded him from harm when he most needed protection. Made his enemies my own when they surrounded him like jackals. I have been there for him when his own flesh and blood have not. And here, now, you accuse me of treachery when my only purpose in this mortal plane is to guard him. The gauntlet that held the sword lowered, and in response, the blade drew a thin gash along the aura's neck. James flinched. I have killed men for less. Sirius moved to support his friend, wand out despite the horntail looming over them. Drop it, he snarled and pointed it towards the menacing figure. As soon as he did, Lotus took a step forward and pointed her own wand in the aura's direction. But I am going to give you a chance. The knight spoke as though if he hadn't noticed, just this once. The warrior leaned in close. After all, I could not have existed without you, James. The man's eyes widened in realization. That does not mean, however, I will tolerate your slander again. The next time I hear those words from you, I will not be as forgiving. The warrior withdrew his weapon slowly from the aura's neck. So let us tread carefully, you and I. You will not insult me again with allegations of betrayal to my lord, and I will not slay you where you stand for this unforgivable blasphemy. Consider that your only warning. Am I clear? James nodded, but the fire in his eyes had not faded. He wiped at his neck and growled when his hand came away with splotches of blood. I want to see my son. Your son, the knight said back, does not want to see you. You're not keeping us away from him. The horned helm tilted towards the right. I may not, but it will. The Hungarian horntail let out a deep, rumbling snort. It reared its head, the horns that decorated its skull scd against the ceiling. Tufts of loosed stone fell onto the heads below. A few cries of alarm rent the air. The dragon began clawing its way forward. The cramped space limited its movement, but not nearly enough. Wings folded by its side, the beast imposed itself between the door and the knight, blocking the infirmary with a wall of scaled muscle. It craned its neck to stare at the crowd, and curled its lips to show rows of curved fangs. The hiss that sounded from its throat was a soft, rattling rasp that made its intent all too clear. As a whole, the gaggle of people took a single step back in terror. At the front, James wavered, torn from wanting to see his son and fear of the dragon. The silence was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps, James, the old wizard said quietly, it would be the best if we left Harry alone. Until he recovers fully, that is. Albus, what are you saying? James murmured, his gaze still focused on the horntail. We have to see how hurt Harry is. Make sure he is all right. I can guarantee you that Harry is quite safe from harm as well as able-minded when I last checked on him. the old wizard responded amicably and gestured to the crowd. There is no need for this. Albus, Lily pleaded tearfully, we need to see him. And you are free to see him. Madame Pomfrey tells me he will be fine and walking about by this afternoon. You will be able to see him then. You're not going to help us, headmaster. James tore his gaze away from the dragon to stare pointedly at Dumbledore. If you ordered it, maybe the dragon and that thing will move. The old wizard smiled sadly. I'm afraid I can't. I do not have control over either them. They will not heed anything I say, only Harry's words. Dumbledore saw the crestfallen look on the Auror's face and sighed again. I assure you, James, that Harry is fine, and I can also assure you that the last thing he needs is this sort of drama unfolding outside his door. James's gaze flickered to Lily, who looked helplessly back. The Auror nodded jerkily and stepped back. His hands, however, were clenched into tight fists by his side. Now that we have come to an accord, Dumbledore said mildly, maybe we can disperse this little crowd. Slowly, hesitantly, the throng began to dissolve, muttering amongst themselves, and casting furtive glances back. The Potters, however, remained. The three stood stoically before the knight and the dragon, faces filled with grim resolve. I don't know what you are, James said with a shake of his head, but I can only guess. You're something that Harry needs right now, and I'm not going to dispute that. Yet, know this, he will change. We'll make him see that we've changed. And when he does, he will understand. We'll make it so he'll never need you again. The knight chuckled darkly. If he does change, it will not be by your hand. The room was dark, oppressively so. It took a few seconds for Fleur's eyes to adjust to the dimness. When it did, her frantic gaze roamed over clinical white sheets and cabinets full of potions and elixirs before settling on the only bed that was occupied. She immediately wanted to gasp, but managed to suppress the urge. The boy looked so weak, so frail, lying on his back, with his head propped up by a pair of pillows and his lower body covered entirely by thick blankets. The quarter Vila felt a painful knot forming in her stomach. He had been reduced to such a state because of her. The boy's eyes opened slowly as she stepped closer. His gaze flickered towards her. He immediately slid his wand hand beneath the covers. But it was already too late. Fleur saw the faint flash of red marring once flawless skin. Her hands shot forward to grasp the boy's arm and pulled it from beneath the blanket. He had clenched his fingers into a fist, hiding what she sought from view. Fleur pried them loose. The boy didn't try to fight back and relented to her sudden alt. The fingers splayed out, revealing the palm. There, etched in flesh, was a long, ugly scar the width and length of a wand handle. Fleur felt her eyes moisten. She brought the injured hand up to her face and rubbed it gently against her cheek. "Oh Harry," she whispered. The boy did not react at first. He turned his gaze away from her and tilted his head towards the ceiling. It was a surprisingly cold gesture. Fleur felt like she had been stabbed. "You did not run," he finally said. The weariness in his voice made it seem like a croak. The quarter Vila hesitated. She had thought of many things she would say to him when he awoke. "Thank you, chief among them." Perhaps a bit of scolding for his foolhardy very. She never imagined the conversation was going to go this way. "You did not run." This time, the boy stared at her when he spoke. Fleur flinched. It felt like she was being accused of some horrible wrongdoing. "No, I didn't." "Why didn't you?" The answer to his question was so blatantly obvious, yet from the way his gaze pierced her, Fleur felt for sure it was the wrong one. She said it anyways. "You were in danger, Harry." "I couldn't." "Whether I am in danger is none of your concern, Miss Delacour." His response was bitingly polite. "Your stubbornness is both a virtue and a hindrance." In this case, it was a hindrance. "The next time I tell you to run, you run." Her anger flared. "How could you say that?" The quarter Vila cried out. "I couldn't leave you alone while you were injured. You could have died. Then I would have died well. Safe in the knowledge that my sacrifice brought you the time you needed to escape." Fleur's mouth shut automatically. Her face paled at the boy's sudden outburst. It had sounded like thunder in her ears. In response, Harry moved his injured hand until it rested comfortably by his side. Fleur started. She had dropped it in the midst of his rant. The boy closed his eyes slowly, and let out a deep sigh. When he opened them again, the accusing glare was gone. He looked normal, albeit a little tired. "Forgive me, Miss Delacour." A moment of choler on my part. My apologies. The quarter Vila let out the breath she had inadvertently been holding. The boy noticed and smiled. And how are you today, Fleur? Fleur shook her head slowly in wonder. It was amazing how he could change between emotions in a heartbeat. I should be asking that question to you. Her bodyguard winked. Yes, well, I asked you first. The quarter Vila's face broke out into a smile for the first time since she had entered the room. I am fine, Harry. Her cheeks flushed slightly, thanks to you. That is good. Harry leaned back into his pillows with a small grunt. I am glad to hear that. And you, she pressed, are you still hurt? She immediately berated herself mentally. Of course he's still hurt. That's why he's still lying in bed. I am alive, the boy said slowly, then smiled again. That must count for something, no? Fleur snorted. Understatement of the century. The tournament disagrees. The quarter Vila replied with a faint glower. You are going to be disqualified from the first task. The officials tried to find a way so you could continue to compete, but the rules were very clear. The first task must be completed on the day it is ignited. They can't set your task back for another date. You are going to receive a 0, Harry. Fleur shook her head despondently, and it is all because of me. To the quarter Vila's surprise, the boy just looked amused. The tournament is meaningless to me. The only thing that matters is your safety. To have failed the first task in exchange for your well-being. I think that's a fair deal, no? The flush in her cheeks changed from barely noticeable to bright crimson in a heartbeat. Her bodyguard saw her blushing and chuckled. The quarter Vila tried to act indignant, but could not quite manage it. A part of her was dismayed that she was this easily flustered by him, this easily tongue-tied. The other enjoyed the feeling and wished for it to never end. Still, this called for revenge, and revenge of the most mischievous sort. When you lectured me on the knight and the dragon, Fleur began slowly, I didn't think you would try to recreate the fight. She flashed him a teasing smile, though it was very kind for you to do so. The boy snorted at her joke. Believe me, Miss Delacour, the last thing I wanted to do was to recreate the fight. And even if I wanted to, the knight in the fairy tale would have been the one I'd chosen. Fleur leaned towards the bed. Yes, but you were still very vague out there. Very courageous. The words came out as deliberately soft, deliberately shy. I think your comparison between the dragon and the knight held true. The quarter Vila placed a hand on the bed by the boy's side. After all, you were my knight, and you came to rescue me when I most needed you. I would make a poor knight. Harry gave her a lopsided smile. I'm not the tall, dashing hero in those stories. No, you're not, Fleur admitted, but like you said before, those types of heroes exists only in fairy tales. She placed the other hand across from him and used both as leverage to crawl onto the bed. Her legs squeezed his hips possessively as she centered her body over his, prompting a surprised grunt from the boy. Her palms moved to plant themselves by his head, one on each side. The bed creaked slightly. You are real. The boy looked up warily at her from his prone position. Fleur smiled when his eyes remained focused on her face despite the way her bosom rose and fell in plain sight. There is a knight out there, holding the crowd back, he said matter-of-factly. From what I hear, he's quite terrifying. The quarter Vila understood what he was trying to do and frowned. My feelings haven't changed, Fleur said simply, knight or no knight. Her bodyguard nodded slowly. His gaze continued to search her face. Vague of you, but there is a dragon out there too. Very fierce, intimidating. You're not afraid of it. Fleur tossed her hair back with a huff. That dragon is out there because you saved me. Even if I was, it wouldn't make a difference. The boy chuckled. And then there is me. I summoned the knight. I tamed the dragon. Both are very dangerous deeds. Many people would keep away from me. Quote. Fleur lowered her body until her touched his. Her head craned down, so that her next words to him would be whispered into his ear. You are Harry Potter, and I still like you. She did not give him another chance to protest. Her lips met his, and suddenly, nothing else mattered. It was a defeated, downtrodden bunch that made their way into the headmaster's office. A group of Hogwarts professors, James, Lily, and Sirius among them stepped into the room and immediately separated into cliques. Sprout and Flitwick stood near the headmaster's desk, the two instructors conversing in low tones. McGonagall stood by her lonesome in the center of the office, her stern face set into a worried expression. Snape stalked to the furthest corner in the room and crossed his arms across his. The Potters and Sirius sat in the few chairs that littered the room, all three looking despondent. Dumbledore entered last, with Alastor Moody trailing slightly behind, a thoughtful look on his lined features. "I don't like it, Albus," Moody growled as he hobbled over to an adjacent wall. The grizzled ex-Auror leaned on it with a heavy grunt and looked around warily. His magical eye spun in its socket, directing suspicious gazes towards anyone and anything. "That thing, whatever it is, gives me a bad feeling." Nearby, McGonagall nodded in agreement as the old wizard slid into his seat behind the desk. "It can't be safe for the children with that knight lurking around." Dumbledore said nothing and merely steepled his fingers beneath his chin. "But what is it?" Sirius wondered out loud. "That's the million-galleon question, isn't it? How do we know if it's good or bad?" "You've seen the damn thing, Black," Moody snarled. "You're telling me you actually believe it's something good?" "Well, it's Harry's, isn't it?" the Auror said slowly. "If it's Harry's, then it can't be evil." "You're a fool to disregard it just because it belongs to your godson," Moody scoffed. "That boy could set the damn thing on all of us tomorrow. Send that warrior in a rampage within Hogwarts. Paint the walls with innocence, blood. He certainly has enough hate to do so." James glared at the Auror-turned professor in anger from where he had been tending to a silent lily. Sirius made to argue when Dumbledore spoke up. "But it hasn't." Every head turned towards the old wizard. "Headmaster," McGonagall questioned. "It hasn't gone on a rampage," Dumbledore said quietly, "and it certainly hasn't painted the walls with blood. It hasn't done anything besides exist and protect Harry when the dragon broke loose." Moody snorted. "I've seen evil all my life, Albus. I know it more than anyone in this room. That night," the scarred man emphasized the word with disdain, "is perhaps the vilest thing I've ever set eyes on. And yet it has harmed no one within this castle's walls," Dumbledore responded mildly, "not even those that have hurt its master years ago." The old wizard's eyes flickered towards the Potters, who looked down in shame. "What are you trying to say, Headmaster?" Moody growled. "What I am trying to say, old friend, is that perhaps we should not be so swift to judge it without knowing the full circumstances behind its existence." "And you know, Albus?" McGonagall asked skeptically. "Bits and pieces, Minerva. Not enough to complete the entire puzzle, but enough to make an educated guess." "Then share," Moody grunted, his voice thick with derision. "Tell us why we shouldn't be afraid of the damn thing." Dumbledore tapped his fingers against the surface of his desk in thought. He directed his gaze towards Moody, who stared back defiantly in return. "When the knight appeared outside the infirmary, did you look at it with your magical eye, Alastor?" Moody scoffed. "Of course, I did. It's the first thing I always do." "And did you see any magical signatures emanating from its body?" The man's face turned hesitant. "Some, yes, but what I saw was confusing." Dumbledore pressed. "Baffling. What you saw was something that did not quite make sense." Moody nodded cautiously. I saw the same thing. There is magic within the knight's body, but it is not what it is made of. There is something else that is hidden behind all that armor." "What is it, Albus?" McGonagall whispered. "Hate," Dumbledore said simply, then smiled when the faces in the room stared back at him in confusion. "Emotion." "I'm afraid I don't understand, Albus," McGonagall said slowly. "How can emotion become something like that?" The old wizard sighed and leaned back into his seat. His features became contemplative. "There have been many wizarding philosophers over the centuries who have tried to solve a single problem. What is magic? Minds greater than yours and mine have pondered from the dawn of time this simple question. All have failed. To this day, we have no concrete definition of what magic is, only the knowledge of how it is used. Even in Hogwarts, our curriculum is based on the process of forging magic into spells, charms, and the likes. We have no course on the theory of magic, because we ourselves do not understand it. Is it some arcane energy, traversing through our blood? Perhaps a primal force that hides within our bodies? Maybe even some unnatural sixth sense that sets us apart from muggles? We do not know, and there is a likelihood that we will never know. Magic cannot be defined, but what we do know, what we have come to understand, is that magic can be influenced by other factors." Dumbledore paused and looked pointedly at each and every inhabitant of the room. "Emotion is one such factor, and perhaps the most important one. The old wizard directed his stare towards the Potters. James, do you recall the time you used that stunning spell on the Death Eater during the First Wizarding War? The Auror captain started in surprise. I've used a lot of stunning spells on Voldemort's followers, Albus. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Sirius grinned and slapped his friend heartily on the back. I think I know what the headmaster's talking about. Remember Jenkins? Back before Harry or Adam was born. You blasted him right through a wall. The poor bastard had to stay in St. Muggo's for a month before they carted him off to Azkaban. James nodded slowly. Yeah, I do. That was when all of us had to fight. We were so short on manpower back then. The man grimaced as memories resurfaced. It was a short skirmish between us and the Death Eaters. They ambushed us, but they were a bunch of new recruits, so we managed to fend them off. All except Jenkins. He was coming up behind Lily when I saw him, just about to cast. It was all a blur after that. All I know is that somehow I managed to put him through a wall with my stupefy. Indeed, Dumbledore said, and have you ever thought why you were able to manage such a physical effect with a spell that only induces stunning? James shook his head. It was a once-in-a-lifetime thing, Albus. I think it may have been because I was trying to protect Lily. The woman smiled tenderly towards her husband and patted the hand gripped worryingly over her shoulder. I didn't put much thought into it afterwards. Dumbledore stroked his beard idly. I would wager, James, that it was your emotions for Lily that led to such a powerful burst of magic. You saw that she was in mortal danger, and your magic reacted in response. Your fear for her, your concern for her, and your love for her powered that stupefy into something more than just a simple stunning spell. But even if that is true, it only happens rarely, McGonagall pointed out. We do not see these bursts of power very often. That is very true, Minerva, but I must stress that emotions can cause a piv effect among us as well. Take for example, Miss Granger. The deputy headmistress shook her head. What does one of my Gryffindors have to do with this? Dumbledore smiled. Miss Granger have achieved top marks in almost every course she has taken. This you are aware of. But what is most impressive are not her grades, but the success she has in the practical aspects of the CL. If I am not mistaken, Miss Granger has managed to cast every new spell or charm taught to her on her first try. Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout all nodded in affirmation. Snape just sneered. She is the brightest witch of her age, McGonagall said, a tinge of pride coloring her usually stern voice. Yes, but intelligence will only get you so far in learning magic. One cannot simply memorize the words to a spell and expect results to come from the tip of their wand. For all her appearances, Miss Granger is not just book smart. She possesses a quality that so many students of this generation are missing. Enthusiasm. Snape sneered. Spare me, headmaster. Are you seriously trying to imply Miss Granger is a better student just because she's happy about going to Cleese? Not by itself, no, but it certainly helps. The excitement she possesses when she enters the CL room, the happiness that develops when she learns a new spell, those are all emotions that, while not capable of producing bursts of power like that occurred to James, are still helping her develop in a way better than most. As a result, the magic comes to her easier when she is attempting to cast, which is why she has produced so many impressive results in CL. Dumbledore rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It is a piv effect, one that is not easily discernible to the eye because of its hidden nature. Nevertheless, I can say with certainty that the reason Miss Granger can cast spells so very successfully is because she is truly enthusiastic about learning. And Harry. Lily spoke up for the first time. How does this affect Harry? Dumbledore closed his eyes. I believe, he said slowly, that hate is a manifestation of Harry's negative emotions, produced when he first ran away from home. The old wizard heard the intake of breaths and sighed. But that night is a physical, tangible thing, Albus, Minerva whispered. Emotions have always been something that develops in our minds. They can't become. The woman struggled with the words, real. Harry is an exceptionally powerful wizard, old friend, Dumbledore replied gravely. He is capable of great acts of magic, when pressed. Taming the dragon is proof of that. It would be a severe mistake to assume there is a limit when it comes to his deeds. Even if he is that powerful, Moody grumbled, there can be no other explanation for creating that night besides using some form of dark magics. Not quite true, old friend, Albus replied. there have been stories of wizards and witches manifesting similar avatars of emotion. Even our own Godric Gryffindor, for instance. Legends say that whenever the founder went into battle, a knightly figure wreathed in gold would always fight by his side, then disappear when the battle was won. Those same legends state that it was an avatar of Godric's nobleness and sense of honor that sought to protect him from harm. But that's just a legend, McGonagall pointed out. It's just some myth that folk made up about him over the centuries. All legends have some sort of truth in them, Minerva, Godric's included. It just falls to us to discern which parts are the truth and which are the fabrications. That night, Moody retorted, is no avatar of honor or nobility. I did not say that it was, Alistair. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Moody was slow to trust and even slower to accept others' opinions, but the sheer amount of vehemence that was coming from the man was not like him at all. Albus briefly entertained the idea that perhaps something was not quite right about the X-Auror, but dismissed it almost as quickly as a fanciful whim. In fact, whereas Godric's manifestation was that of positive, good emotions, Harry's is negative. I believe that the turmoil of negative feelings within him led to a burst of magic that resulted in the night. Consequently, for the night to exist in the corporeal realm, it must be able to anchor itself onto reality. Piv magic, in other words. Harry's emotions, his hate, his anger, his sorrow, they provide that anchor and allows the night to latch onto the physical plane. Lily let out a sob. Her husband tightened his grip over her shoulder. So it's like some parasite. James snarled, the damn thing's feeding off my son's magic. The Auror ran a hand through his hair agitatedly. I was right then. That thing is making Harry do things he wouldn't normally do. No, I don't think that is the case, James. I would certainly not call the relationship between them parasitic. If anything, it is symbiotic. Hate thrives on the emotion and magic Harry produces, and in turn, Harry can rely on it to guard and protect him. Furthermore, you heard it referring to Harry as, my lord. That to me, means there is a deeper connection between the two of them that we have not glimpsed yet. For better or for worse, hate is a valuable ally, and I do not fault Harry for keeping it. But it is influencing him. The Auror captain pressed, controlling him. Influence, undoubtedly, Dumbledore replied. Hate will influence Harry to see things its way, and push him towards the path it wishes to walk. But control, no, definitely not. Hate has no more control over Harry than you or I. And that is the strange part. When an emotion becomes that powerful, that cognizant with its surroundings, then the one that manifests it will most likely give into its command. Harry has not. What is more surprising, is that Harry has somehow subdued the night into believing it is his servant. A retainer of sorts. It takes a great amount of willpower not to give into one's emotions, and even more to conquer it like Harry has done. So, it is safe then? McGonagall asked. That night won't harm any of our students. The old wizard nodded serenely. As long as Harry maintains his iron hold over it, there is no evidence to believe that it will. In fact, I think the reason it has not taken a measure of vengeance on those that it believes has betrayed its lord is because Harry has expressly forbidden it. There is some hope then. James's voice quivered with emotion. At his side, Lily looked imploringly at Dumbledore. The fact that Harry has forbidden his knight from harming us. That means he will eventually forgive us. That is a very large leap in logic, James, Albus said quietly. The Auror captain shook his head. Just answer me, headmaster. The man's tone was desperate. I cannot say for certain, my friend. But for Harry to have held on to his hate for you for all this time, that seems a bit far-fetched in my view. No doubt that he still hates the three of you, Adam included, but is it the same hate when he first left? I do not believe so. All emotions are subject to change, and hate is no exception. I think there is a good chance that some of that original loathing has faded, or at the very least been dulled to mere disgust. 6 years away is a long time for one so young. More importantly, that time away allows Harry to think over his actions. I believe there is a favorable chance that perhaps Harry does not hate his family as much as he wishes for us to believe. But the night still exists, Moody grumbled. Indeed, Albus replied, in order for hate to retain its corporeal shape, then it must be able to anchor itself on Harry's negative emotions. Which raises another question altogether. If Harry's hate for his family has faded, then what exactly is causing the night's continued existence? The logical conclusion is that something else has earned Harry's hatred, enough so that hate can continue to exist onto this plane. What we must ask ourselves now is what? What exactly has Harry learned to hate that is worse than those that betrayed him? The entire room fell quiet as its occupants mulled over Dumbledore's words. A few worried glances were shared when the silence continued for some time. What I don't understand, Sprout asked suddenly, is why a knight? Hate is such a negative emotion, yet it takes the form of something that is good and noble. Harry could have forged it into anything he wanted, right? So why did it not take the form of a wild beast or some monstrous creature? You ask a very good question, Pomona, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, and one that I have no answer to. It is a missing piece of the puzzle, but I think there are enough clues around us to solve it. The old wizard directed his gaze towards the Potters. Lily. James, do you recall any memories of influencing Harry when he was young about knights? Anything at all? Stories you may have told him? Books you may have bought him? A book, Lily blurted out suddenly. It was a book. The woman's eyes shone with excitement, then dulled with pain as memories resurfaced. When she next spoke, her voice was as soft as it was before. Remember James? Before the whole boy who lived craze started, I once took Adam and Harry into a Muggle mall to purchase a few necessities. One of the things I bought for them was a book on fairy tales, with sorcerers, knights, and dragons. Adam grew bored of it after a while, but Harry, I think he must have flipped through it dozens of times. Lily swallowed and looked down. When we started ignoring him, that book along with a few others, became his only companions. I remember sometimes walking upstairs to put Adam to bed and seeing Harry poring through that book in his room, on his lonesome. We didn't tell him to turn the lights out, so sometimes, the woman stumbled over the words, sometimes he would stay awake all night reading that book. James wrapped his arms around Lily in a comforting embrace. Sirius looked on sympathetically. The others in the room behaved much more differently. McGonagall gave the Potters a scathing look. Flitwick shook his head in disappointment while Sprout appeared upset by the mental image. Snape sneered from the back, though it looked much less arrogant than the norm. Moody just grunted. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled triumphantly. I think now, with this new information, we can solve the puzzle. The aged headmaster leaned back into his seat and gazed calmly at the expectant faces arrayed before him. I believe that when Harry first manifested hate, that book, with its tales of knights and dragons, influenced the shape of the Avatar. I believe that Harry, faced by the prospect of being so alone and helpless, would have first and foremost desired a protector. A guardian of sorts. And what better guardian is there besides a knight? A being of courage, honor, and chivalry. Harry would have desired these traits above all else in his guardian. That knight doesn't seem to be honorable or chivalrous to me, Albus, McGonagall said with a frown. And with good reason, Minerva, Dumbledore replied. Hate is something that is inherently negative. It cannot understand positive concepts like honor or chivalry because the very foundation of its existence is based on emotions that are directly opposite. I would imagine that to it, deeds that are done out of honor, out of chivalry, or just done out of the goodness of one's heart are things to be thoroughly disgusted of. To us, kindness and compassion are traits we should be proud of. We expect these things out of our parents, our friends, and our children because it is natural. To hate, cruelty and ruthlessness are what we should aspire to. Anything else are weaknesses that should be purged from the mind and body. Another stretch of silence descended upon the room, this time thoughtful instead of troubled. You know what's funny, Dumbledore? Moody grounded out of that entire explanation, you've avoided countering my point. When I said the boy's gone dark, you only suggested that others summoned avatars similar to his. You avoided stating whether that manifestation was born from dark magic or not. Dumbledore frowned. His ensuing silence brought a victorious grin to Moody's face and a worried question from James. Is it true, Headmaster? The man whispered, has my son gone dark? The old wizard turned his gaze to the Auror. And would that change anything, James? If he was, would you stop trying to earn his forgiveness if you learned he was dark? Would you cast him aside, knowing that it was perhaps our own failure towards him in the first place that led him on this dark path? James hesitated for a split second. In the time it took for him to do so, McGonagall glared daggers at his back, while Snape smirked triumphantly from his corner, as though everything in his eyes had just been vindicated. No, James said, then repeated the word in a stronger tone, no. Nothing would change. Even if he has gone dark we will still love him. Then why does it matter if he is dark or not? Dumbledore asked softly. He is still your son in the end, whether his alignment is to the dark or the light. Remember, my friend, that one's allegiance may change, but blood never will. I understand that, Headmaster, the Auror said solemnly, but you have to see it from my point of view. There has not been a dark wizard in my family for as long as I can remember. We have always been dedicated to the light. If Harry has gone dark, then it is a first, and I think we should be the first ones to know. It won't change anything. He's still our son, but I think we deserve to know. That is a fair point, James, the old wizard sighed, then adjusted his spectacles with a steady hand. I cannot give you a definite answer, but I can give you my opinion. And my opinion is that Harry will never go dark. I do not believe it is within his nature. He is gray, if anything. Dumbledore shook his head when looks of relief ped amongst the occupants of the room, but he is the darkest shade of gray I have ever seen. The door does not open. It does not need to for me to know he is here. A dark seeps from the wall, flowing like water through stone and mortar. The dimness in the room pool in one spot, rippling like waves. It hangs there for a moment, an anomaly in reality, twisting and churning with unnatural life. Hate emerges, and with him comes the conversation I have dreaded ever since I awoke. My lord, he rasps. My smile does nothing to hide the apprehension in my heart. Hate. The knight treads towards me, his steps heavy and grim. He inclines his head when he halts by my bed, his sneering helm dipping as he makes his respect known. I have driven your family away. His voice is curiously subdued, almost piv in tone. I did not think you would want their pity when you were in the midst of recovering. I nod. Their faces are the last ones I wish to see when I am in such a vulnerable state. I have also allowed the girl to visit you. I remember the wetness of her lips on mine, the fragrance of her hair, and the softness of her touch. A part of me longs for the sensations to continue. The other laughs at this weakness. Through the chaos of emotions that wells within me, I manage a single sentence. Dumbledore came in as, well. Hate bows his head. Forgive me, my lord, but I believed that trying to stop him would have aroused further suspicion. He hesitates. Was I wrong in that? No, you were right. Dumbledore is someone who will never stop until he knows the truth. If you had refused him entrance, he would have continued digging until all our secrets were out. And have you told him the truth, my lord? I smile. I have told him part of the truth, and that is enough. As long as he believes it is the whole truth, then he will not doubt us. Part of the truth. The knight grates. Power comes at a price. Hate, I whisper, ours just happens to come at an even greater price. A simple euphemism for all the sacrifices you have made. We have made, I correct him. No, my lord, the path that you took was of your own choice. I had nothing to do with it. I chuckle at the meaning behind the words. And do you regret that? Not forcing me to take the path you wished for me to take. Hate stares at me, his eyes glowing in the darkness. There is both amusement and frustration in that stare. A little, he smiles. Silence falls between us, not awkward, but not comfortable either. The knight's gaze is still riveted on me, but the stare has long ago turned empty and unclear. I know him too well to believe he is suffering a moment of indecision. Instead, he is contemplating his words, choosing the right ones so they will leave a lasting impact on me. So it is no surprise then when he next speaks that I feel a faint disgust towards myself as a result. It was not hate that led you to triumph over the dragon. From him, the statement sounds like a confession. I fight to maintain my smile. I know. The knight strokes the end of his sheathed sword idly. The plated fingers move over the pommel in a measured crawl. They resemble the movements of some armored insect. We have always expected this would happen, he says, that one day, hate alone would not suffice in a fight against a terrible foe. We have met that foe at last. On that tournament field, you called for me, and I answered. But it was not enough. My blade carved into the dragon's skin, bit into its flesh, but it did nothing but enrage it further. Hate alone could not triumph and we would have died out there, lost amid fire and ash were it not for something else that managed to propel you to victory. A joke. That is what this is. A poor joke. I don't try to hide the revulsion in my tone when I speak. Are you going to say it was love that led me to this? The knight shakes his head. The stillness of the room magnifies the sound of creaking joints. No, my lord, not love, fear. For a moment, no conversation pays between us. The suggestion he makes to me is so ludicrous that I cannot immediately formulate a reply. Fear, there is a bitter taste to the word, an unpleasant, foul tang that makes my lips curl into a grimace. You say it was fear that made me do what I did. Yes, my lord. Hate's voice is without judgment, yet a part of me still wishes to shrink from his gaze. It was fear that led you to victory over the dragon. I wish to deny this Urshan. But I cannot. There is a spark of truth to what he says, and I can no more deny it than I can deny the hate within me. Fear, I repeat the word because I have nothing else to say. When you were on your knees, the knight growls quietly, I felt your anguish. You could not triumph over the dragon, not with hate alone, so you despaired. When the girl came to you, that despair turned into shock, and then fear. Fear not for your sake, but for hers. You were afraid the dragon would turn to her after it was finished with you. You were afraid when you finally gave in to the pain, the dragon would cover her with killing fire. You were afraid that the life of someone you cared for would be snuffed out in front of you while you could do nothing else but watch. You feared, my lord, and that fear granted you the strength to win. I try to smile. I don't quite manage it. It is strange, I hate how hoarse my voice has become. It sounds so frail to my ears. So mortal, so weak. I am not afraid of my own death. Even when I faced the horntail, even when I came so close to giving in, I was not afraid. Despondent at my fate, yes. But not afraid. Yet when she came, all of that changed. When she wrapped her arms around me, I could not think of anything else but trying to save her. One of my hands clenches reflexively, then relaxes, the fingers splaying back out. The palm that greets my gaze is the injured one, with the dent that mars my skin streaking an ugly red line across its surface. The sight helps me form the smile that I could not make seconds before. That's not very logical, is it? For one to not fear his own death but fear for someone else's. That just doesn't make sense. Hate chuckles. The way he does so is almost comforting. Emotions have never made sense, my lord. That is why they are emotions. It is a weakness. The words escape me in a murmur, yet it is a weakness that I do not wish to part with. Humans have always held on to their weaknesses. Hate growls, mistook them for strengths when the truth lay in plain sight for all to see. What you are experiencing, my lord, is within your nature, within reason. But yes, it is a weakness, and a grave one at that. The gauntlet that had been caressing the pommel grasps it in a tight MCE. It is a testament to the durability of the knight's weapon that the handle does not bend from his unholy strength. Many of our enemies will try to get to you through her. Perhaps they will succeed. Perhaps they will fail. History shows us the truth. Great men have been brought down in the past before, not from feats of arms but from their foes latching on to their loved ones. I don't love her. I try my best to keep my voice from wavering. Hate levels his gaze at me. I cannot bring myself to meet it. Yet, my injured hand clenches back into a fist. Once you do love her, the knight grates, she will become a liability. A weakness in our plate. A chink in our armor. Think, my lord, if your enemies capture her, then what will you do? If they hold her against you, how will you respond? Would you defy them, knowing that one wrong step could lead to her death? You would not. You could not bring yourself to. You will be caged, trapped, imprisoned. They will hold your emotions hostage, and control you through the one you love. You will be nothing more than a puppet, a body with no mind, employing your skills to do whatever her captors bid you to do. The same fear that was your ally on the tournament field will be your direst enemy, forcing you to make the wrong decisions, demanding you to take risks, pushing you into danger. All for her. That fear will be your doom, my lord, and by the time you realize that, it will be far too late. I know all of this, I say through clenched teeth, I know it is a weakness. Yet, you do not act. You do not commit the necessary deed. You do not push her away when you should have the first time she admitted her affection to you. You have done none of these things, my lord, and that concerns me. I do not reply, and instead focus on ceiling above me. My silence brings a soft rasp from the night. It almost sounds like he is sighing. I do not say this to threaten you, my lord, but to warn. Just as I warned you before of remaining a monster, I warn you now of becoming human. To walk either path requires sacrifices you may not wish to give up. One is a solitary road, of strength and power, but forever alone. The other is a myriad of paths, conjoined with many others, but vulnerable, so very vulnerable. To tread on one is to give up on another. Choose well, my lord, but know that I will support you no matter what path you take. The declaration eases my apprehension, but guilt still clings to my mind. I don't know why. I wish I never took the contract, I say softly, everything has become diluted. Complicated. Fate possesses the strange ability to make everything complicated. Hate growls, but we will defy her nonetheless. Take heart, my lord. At least you have gained a dragon out of all of this. It is a poor attempt to stave away my melancholy, and were it from anyone else, it would not have worked. But from him, from the knight, the humor of it all fits well. The smile that forms on my lips is a true one, not the fragile mimicries that I had forced onto my face throughout this conversation. Nevertheless, I still have a single question I must ask. It is the same question that a child asked a knight countless times before. Are you disappointed in me, Hate? There is a pregnant pause as he stares at me, a lapse in time when once again no words pee between us. When at last he does speak, it is with the tone of a man who has been forced to divulge his most hidden, darkest secrets. You are human, my lord. That is the only disappointment I have in you. When Harry Potter stepped into the great hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, everyone rose from their seats and clapped. Led by Adam Potter, the entire table length of Gryffindors stood up and applauded. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws followed, rising from their breakfasts to make their respect known. The Beauxbatons students had already stood and joined the Gryffindors in clapping by that time. The only ones that were not involved in some form of ovation were all clad in silken green. Draco Malfoy's face was an ugly mask of hate and envy as he stared at the boy. Besides him, his fellow Slytherins stayed on their benches, though the younger students looked like they wanted to join in. Victor Crumb, who was sitting between Malfoy and a fellow Durmstrang student, glanced at the blank faces around him and rolled his eyes. The Quidditch star pounded his fist against the table, an action that was soon mirrored by the rest of his schoolmates. Together, they produced a wild, rhythmic beat that more than made up for the Slytherins' silence. If at all possible, the look on Malfoy's face grew even uglier. The boy, for his part, did not look surprised at the ovation he was being given. Nor did he look happy for that matter. He didn't seem to notice the way his fellow students were applauding him, or how all the professors at the staff table were on their feet and smiling at him. The way his lips were pressed together in a slight grimace suggested annoyance, discontent, and perhaps even a little bit of anger. Harry began striding towards the Ravenclaw table. He made it halfway before a pair of Miv jaws hovered into view behind him. The applause that had been so thunderous, so pianate, died instantly. All except for Hagrid's. The half-giant clapped even harder than before, his bearded face lighting up in delight. It took a twinkling stare from Dumbledore to get the Care for Magical Creatures professor to finally stop. When silence finally settled over the Great Hall, the pair of jaws became a giant eye as their owner lowered its head to gaze into room. The reptilian orb blinked owlishly at the hall's occupants, then lifted away, revealing an entrance blocked entirely by scaled muscle. When it returned, it was accompanied by the other, along with the full regalia of horns and spikes as the Hungarian horntail thrust its head. Through the open doors, a tide of gasps rippled from table to table. Everyone had seen the dragons during the events of the first task, but this was the first time they had seen one so up close and personal. It was both a frightening and awe-inspiring experience. Curved fangs the length of a man's hand jutted from the creature's upper lip, hanging down in perfect rows. Its immense head was wide enough to cover one of the house tables, and long enough for half a dozen students to sit alongside. A ridged crest decorated the tip of the dragon's snout, a colorful contrast to the beast's otherwise dark skin. Across the crest, situated on each side, the horntail's nostrils flared as it let out a loud snort, creating two streams of thick, black fog that drifted lazily towards the ceiling. The dragon shook its head, then opened its jaws. The sound that came out was not the blood-curdling roar that it had produced on the tournament field. Instead, it was a curious, bleating cry that set everyone's ears on edge. Strangely enough, it almost sounded like the dragon was complaining. The boy stopped in his tracks, turned around, and gave the horntail what could only be described as a scathing look. In response, the beast began to squeeze through the entrance. Its heavy-set body scrunched up against the sides of the gates, the spikes adorning its skin clacking methodically against the smooth stone. First in was the serpentine neck, following the bobbing head in its own weaving motion. Next came the broad shoulders and powerful front limbs. Following that were the wings, clinging to the creature's sides, blanketing the length of the dragon's body with slabs of leathery hide. A rumbling snort announced the arrival of the thickest part of the creature's body. The muscular torso and wide stomach, hidden from view by the wings, lumbered through the entryway. Locomotion was temporarily halted when one of the horntail's side spikes lodged fast into the stone. The dragon growled in frustration and jerked its body away from the offending barrier. The spike came free, and along with it came a significant portion of the wall. A few in the hall whimpered. The beast ignored the stream of disturbed stone and gravel pouring across the floor and continued squeezing through. The hips were next, attached to backward jointed legs that ended in splayed, taloned feet. The tail was last to enter, swaying haphazardly to and fro in rhythmic, sweeping motions. The miv appendage connected accidentally with one of the great hall's enormous gates. The resulting impact knocked the door completely askew, and left it swinging there, hanging on its one remaining hinge. The dragon craned its neck back to stare at the demolished gateway and snorted, as though if the mess it had left was barely worth its attention. Harry, meanwhile, had already arrived at his usual seat, and was in the midst of sitting down. The horntail plodded in the boy's direction, creating what felt like a miniature earthquake with every step. At the professor's table, Hagrid looked like Christmas had come early. The beast stopped when it reached Harry's seat. Lotus, always on watch behind Fleur, took a single step sideways to avoid the creature's shuffling bulk. The dragon reared back and promptly sat on its haunches, like some enormous guard dog. Tail, the boy suddenly said. The horntail hesitated, and craned its neck to stare back. Its meter-wide tail halted in its downward motion, and stopped bare centimeters from smashing into the Hufflepuff table. The subsequent collision would have split the table in two and knocked more than a few students flying. Slowly, begrudgingly, the dragon lifted the heavy appendage away from the wide-eyed Hufflepuffs and curled it around its hind legs. Harry turned around and noticed the disbelieving looks he was being given. What? Imeric pointed to the horntail with a shaking hand. Zir is a dragon behind you. I've noticed, Harry replied dryly. In fact, I've noticed ever since I left the infirmary. Fleur, who was eyeing the beast up and down with a small frown, gave her bodyguard an amused smile. It followed you for that long. I wish it hadn't, was the rather deadpan response. Claire stopped gaping at the dragon long enough to shoot the boy a questioning glance. Why not? Harry reached for a piece of toast. Let us just say that the dragon likes me more than originally thought. The stares just continued. The boy sighed. I had to use the restroom, he explained, before I got here. The boy jabbed his thumb backwards towards the dragon, followed me in. Claire let out a nervous giggle. That's kind of cute. Imeric gave her a horrified look. What? It's true. It acts almost like a puppy. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near a puppy like that, the pureblood muttered. Oh, that's not the worst part, Harry said matter-of-factly. I decided to use a stall for some privacy. Somehow, it managed to stick its entire head in there with me. Consequently, you'll find that the boys' restroom near the Great Hall contains a broken stall. Imeric made a faint gagging noise. Claire giggled again. Fleur hid her smile behind her hand. The rest at the table, those who had been listening into the conversation, seemed torn between looking afraid and amused. Have you fed your dragon yet, Lord Raxpert? The sudden question caused everyone to stare at Luna. If you haven't, you should consider it. Crumplehorn Snurkax get very peeved when they miss their daily meals. I can only imagine how sad a dragon would be. No, the boy admitted, the first thing I did when waking up was come here. I'm sure the dragon handlers have taken care of it though. At that exact moment, a loud, complaining rumble sounded from the dragon's belly. Luna gazed at the boy in a way that suggested disappointment. Harry grimaced. Not. The Ravenclaw huffed and turned to the looming figure before her. You must be hungry. She looked thoughtfully up at the horntail's immense jaws. I can share my breakfast with you, if you like. The beast craned its neck downwards to regard the girl. Its slit-like pupils locked onto her, then onwards to the table filled with food-laden plates. It turned its head towards Harry. The horntail let out a growl that somehow sounded like a question. To those who were watching, it was as though if the dragon was asking for permission. The boy shrugged. "Go for it." The horntail snorted and switched its attention back towards Luna, who beamed in return. The Ravenclaw picked up a piece of toast on the edge of her plate, ignoring the incredulous looks she was being given, and presented it towards the dragon. The beast's miv snout lowered until it was a mere arm span away from the girl's hands. The dragon sniffed at the offending offering, curiosity warring with caution in its eyes. The tip of its jaws opened a fraction of an inch, just enough so that the piece of bread could be slid in, which Luna did with gusto. The horntail reared back its head, closed its eyes, and clamped its jaws back together. It swallowed. A second sped by, maybe two. All watched in the meantime, horrified and awed at the same time. When the dragon opened its eyes, there was an eager light in them, a hungering intensity that had not been there before. It lowered its head again, licked its chops, and nudged its snout towards the table. "Oh," Luna mused, "you want more." The horntail shook its head up and down in an unmistakable nod. "All right then, but you can't have all of my food." Luna wagged a finger in the dragon's face. "I'm still hungry too, you know." The Ravenclaw swiveled back to reach for another piece of toast, humming contentedly to herself as she did so. A row of dumbstruck faces greeted her. "I don't believe it," Imeric said haltingly as he stared at the girl and then at the dragon and then at the girl again. "I literally do not believe what I am seeing." Claire let out an uneasy laugh. "That's Luna for you. She's feeding Z dragon," Imeric murmured. "She's actually feeding Z dragon." "Z's can't be happening. Why can't this be happening, Imeric?" Luna asked calmly as she spread a knifeful of jam over the bread. The horntail looked on eagerly from behind her, its yellow eyes following the quick movements of the girl's hands as she worked with impatient hunger. "It all seems very sensible to me." "It's a dragon," the French pureblood repeated, as though those 3 words were explanation enough. "You're feeding a dragon." "Yes, Imeric," the Ravenclaw chirped, "I know it's a dragon. But why can't I feed it? Just because it's a dragon. Would it make you feel better if I fed a crumple-horned snarkak instead?" By her side, Harry snorted. "Impeccable logic." Luna beamed. "Thank you, Lord Raxpert." Imeric opened his mouth to say something, thought better of it, and instead took a long draught from his goblet of pumpkin juice. Claire patted his back sympathetically. "There's no alcohol in that, you know." "Yes," the pureblood said rather sadly, his eyes still lingering on the horntail, "but I wish there was." A soft tinkling sound caused everyone's gazes to shift from the dragon up to the staff table. Professor McGonagall had stood from her seat and was currently rapping a spoon against her GL for attention. The deputy headmistress kept on giving disapproving glares towards the horntail's direction, and only stopped when she realized she was the receiving end of the entire hall's stares. The woman harumphed loudly. "The headmaster has an important announcement to make." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled brightly as he stood. "Thank you, Minerva," the old wizard said bemusedly. McGonagall promptly sat down and resumed her one-sided staring match with the dragon. "Students, the first task has come and gone," and with it some unexpected happenings. Everyone turned to stare at the dragon again, who by now had thrust its muzzle past Luna and was happily devouring an entire plate of food that the Ravenclaw had placed before it on the table. "Now we must look forward to the rest of the tournament and the school year. The second task will occur in late February. For clues of the task's contents, the champions are advised to pay close attention to the golden egg they retrieved from their respective dragons." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore smiled in the boy's direction, "I am sure that your fellow champions would be more than happy to lend you their eggs for a few hours each day." Harry nodded respectfully back. "Now, on to the last part of this announcement." The aged headmaster beamed. "It is the tradition of every Triwizard Tournament to hold a ball in honor of the champions. This tournament will be no different. Thus, I am pleased to announce that Hogwarts will host the Yule Ball this upcoming December." Almost instantly, a wave of giggling spread throughout the Great Hall, all from the girls. The boys just looked horrified. "Of course there will be some rules that will be implemented for the safety of students," Dumbledore continued. "There will be adult supervisors, mostly your respective professors, in attendance. Alcohol is strictly forbidden in any form in the ballroom. Participants of the ball will be checked to prevent spiking of the drinks. The old wizard gazed amusedly at the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George did their best to look innocent. Finally, third-year students and below are forbidden to attend. The wave of giggling quickly succumbed to a chorus of groans when a significant portion of Hogwarts's female population realized they couldn't go. Dumbledore chuckled. An amendment to that last rule is that third years can go if they are asked by a fourth-year student and above. That is all. The old wizard finished and sat back down. Sighs of relief this time, followed by excited murmurs. For those of you who are worried about your dancing skills, the clamor died temporarily when McGonagall spoke up. I will be holding lessons in the future to show those who cannot dance how to dance. The deputy headmistress glared when a few groans broke out from the boys. Attendance is not required. Over by the Ravenclaw table, Harry turned to Fleur. He opened his mouth. The Quarter Vila immediately placed a finger over his lips to silence him. Yes, I will go to the ball with you. No, I do not care if there is a dragon following you around. Yes, I will expect a date sometime before the ball. And yes, I will expect you to look your finest when you come to pick me up. Harry blinked. He turned to Imeric and Claire, who stared back at him in amusement. He closed his mouth. He turned to the dragon, who was busy finishing off its third plate. The Horntail gave a supportive snort. Flecks of food landed everywhere. The boy nodded, then turned to Lotus, who besides moving to give room to the dragon, had stayed motionless throughout the whole affair. The bounty hunter rolled her eyes at him. The boy nodded again and turned back to Fleur. Right, was the only thing he managed to say. Claire let out a low whistle. Well, that was fast. Fleur's face flushed slightly. Imeric chuckled and was about to add a witty comment of his own when a loud crunching noise sounded from above them. The Hungarian Horntail stopped chewing when everyone stared in its direction, and looked guiltily to where it had bit off a sizable chunk of the table in its eagerness to feed. Bad dragon, bad, Luna admonished, don't eat so fast. You'll just end up biting your tongue, or worse, choking on the cavelumpers. They'll make your throat inflamed and your tongue all yellowy. You wouldn't want that, would you? The dragon looked suitably horrified and swallowed, seemingly unmindful that it was swallowing splinters of wood alongside the meal. If you do that again, I will be most angry at you, the Ravenclaw continued, and I think you'll make Lord Raxpert angry too. The Horntail reared back, alarmed. It looked at Luna, then at Harry, then at Luna again. It made a noise halfway between a grunt and a bark. Somehow, it sounded like an apology. Don't apologize to me, the Ravenclaw gestured to the table, where a sizable chunk of wood was missing. Apologize to the table. It doesn't like being eaten. The beast grumbled and dipped its jaws obediently. It made the same, half-bark, half-grunting noise as before. It almost looked like it was sulking. There, Luna cooed and held out her arms. The Horntail thrust its miv head into the girl's, and in return she wrapped her limbs around its snout. The girl then proceeded to rub the space behind the creature's crest affectionately. I forgive you. The dragon warbled. Imeric immediately moved to grasp Claire's goblet of pumpkin juice. That's not. I know, the pureblood said miserably, then emptied its contents in a single gulp. I know. It's an out-of-context problem for us. Charlie Weasley rubbed the back of his head awkwardly as he spoke to the boy outside the Great Hall. You have to understand, Harry, that this hasn't ever happened before, recently or in the past. No Vune has ever tamed a dragon in this way, Yvette confirmed uneasily by the man's side. Even the battle dragons our ancestors used in the great wizarding wars. The dragon handler shook her head. They had to bind the creatures to themselves with many arcane rituals and vards. Enment, in other words. Your case is completely different. Honestly, I am not sure what to make of it. I wouldn't even call it taming. Harry stared at the two neutrally. So what you're telling me, is that I'm stuck with it? Charlie squirmed under the boy's close scrutiny. Well, if you put it that way. I thought all boys your age would like to have a dragon as a companion. Yvette frowned. I'm sure they attract girls like flies. The boy smiled. His eyes did not at all mirror the smile. With all due respect, ma'am, ever since the dragon followed me into this castle, it has gouged lasting scars into the walls with its spikes, broken the bathroom stall I entered in its attempt to follow me, hurled aside one of the gates to the Great Hall with its tail, and devoured a substantial chunk of the Ravenclaw table. And all that happened in one morning. One morning. What would happen in a week's time, or a month's? What would happen if it became careless with its body and accidentally harmed one of the students? Yvette grimaced. I see your point. Harry turned to her male counterpart. Is there no way you can take it back to the reserve? Can't, Charlie replied uncomfortably. It's yours, Harry, and there's nothing we can do to change that. Even if we somehow manage to drag it back onto the sanctuary, it'll just find a way to get back to you. The man shuddered at the thought, and that would get ugly, quick. So I'm stuck with it, the boy said again. Both dragon handlers nodded tentatively. Charlie tried smiling, but didn't quite manage it under Harry's stare. It won't be all bad, Harry. Think of it as having a pet. Granted, it's not very petable and you won't be able to teach it how to fetch, but everything else will be the same as owning a dog or a cat. Except for the spikes, Yvette pointed out. Yes, Charlie nodded, except for the spikes. And the teeth, the woman added in. And the teeth, Charlie confirmed. And the wings, and the wings, and the propensity to breathe fire at 10,000 degrees Celsius. And the propensity to breathe fire. Charlie noticed the look on the boy's face and coughed. I think that's enough, Yvette. I believe he has the general idea. Right. Yvette's expression was one of acute disappointment. Sorry. So yeah, Charlie finished lamely, it'll be like having a pet of your own, just big, and scaly, and a bit temperamental. Harry closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Who's going to feed it? Who's going to clean up the messes it will make? We can lend you a few men from our squads, Charlie said uncertainly. They can't stay for long, but they can give you in-depth knowledge on how to properly take care of the horntail. The dragon handler swallowed when the boy's eyes seemed to grow just a bit colder. Not that you'll need it, of course, he amended quickly. Hagrid volunteered to feed and clean the dragon as soon as he learned it belonged to you. Personally, I could think of no better man to look after it than him. He still misses Norbert, you know. Norbert, Charlie blinked. Yeah, Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling your brother and Ron managed to inform me about in their first year. Good thing too. If the board of directors learned that Hagrid had a potentially dangerous creature in his possession, they would have gone absolutely insane. The man paused. Adam didn't tell you. Adam and I, Harry smiled, have not had a conversation. Since the choosing of the champions. Charlie's face turned a rather sickly shade of white. Yvette elbowed him hard in the side. Veda tick off the only Vune who controls a dragon within the last 500 years. Sorry. The dragon handler apologized rapidly. Sorry, Harry. Merlin, but it's just that I forgot and. It's fine, Charlie. The boy held up a hand to stop him. I understand. The man nodded jerkily. An awkward silence hung in their air, made so by the dragon handler's unintended slip-up. So that's everything, Charlie finally said. If you don't need anything else from the two of us, then we'll be heading back. A lot of preparation is needed to move dragons around, and today, we have to move 3. We'll be up all night setting up wards, Yvette muttered something beside him. Charlie smiled uncertainly in response, and we'll need to compile reports for the head of our reserve. He'll no doubt wonder what in Merlin's name happened. Harry regarded both dragon handlers in silence for a few seconds. Will you get into trouble for losing the horntail? Charlie scratched at his chin idly as he pondered the question. We might. Yvette scoffed and tossed her hair back. They will. The boy chuckled at the two differing answers. Not very much in agreement, the two of you, I see. Yvette likes to think the worst of things, the woman huffed at the statement. While I like to think in a more positive light, Charlie shrugged. To be honest, I would put our chances at 50-50. Your situation is complicated, so I think our boss might let our punishments, if there are any, slide a bit. But they will be demoted, Yvette said darkly. Lose our captain's size, no doubt. Ah well, it beats losing our jobs, Charlie responded cheerfully. The way his tone wavered midway through the sentence fooled nobody. The boy stared at the two in silence for a few more seconds. If you would like, he said slowly, I can put in a good word for you. Affirm that what happened wasn't entirely your fault. Both dragon handlers looked stunned. You would really do that? Charlie asked disbelievingly, even though the horntail nearly, well, you know, killed you. Harry shrugged. Like I said, what happened wasn't all your fault. That would mean a lot to us, Charlie said, his voice thick with emotion. At the very least, it will save us from whatever punishment our boss will have in store. Punishment. That wouldn't even be an issue. Yvette's eyes shone with excitement. I know Gregor, and if there is one weakness in him, it is influence. If they have the ward of the first dragon tamer in centuries, the dragon handler nodded towards the boy, then they might even be able to keep our ranks. With luck he might even reward us, the woman sighed happily. I wish it was hours off. I haven't taken a vacation in so long. If Harry doesn't mind, of course, Charlie reminded her. Yvette immediately turned towards the boy with pleading eyes. I will try my best, was Harry's sincere reply. The two smiled brilliantly. Thank you, Harry, Charlie grinned, this takes a lot off our shoulders. The boy inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. The dragon handlers gave him one last happy look, then headed off towards the Hogwarts grounds in a much better mood. Harry watched them go until they were out of earshot. He turned to the pair that had arrived halfway through the conversation, and had been waiting patiently ever since. I'm sorry, ma'am, he said politely, for the wait. Apolline Delacour gave him an inscrutable glance and went back to staring at the backs of the retreating figures. To be honest, she confessed in French, I thought you would be angrier at them. I am, the boy replied with a smile, I just hide it well. The half-Vila frowned. And you're really going to give them recommendations? If they send me an owl asking for it, yes I will. And your reasoning is, 1, because I truly don't think it's their fault, Harry said absently, 2, because what's done is done. No matter how angry I am at them, it won't change the fact that the dragon is now mine, even if it has proven to be highly annoying. Yelling at them would gain me nothing, while offering my eye stance will improve their disposition towards me. Their expertise in dragon handling will be invaluable. I need that expertise, and after all of this, I dare say I will get it. Apolline looked slightly disturbed. I'd preferred it if you had only told me about the first one. The boy smiled innocently. You and your husband are my clients. To the two of you, I give the truth. But not all of the truth, the woman amended. Harry's smile grew. No, not all of the truth. Apolline heaved a defeated sigh. This caused the girl hiding behind her to finally act. Gabrielle peered at the boy from behind her mother's legs, then immediately dug her face in Apolline's dress when Harry smiled back. Gabrielle, the woman murmured, some manners, please. I can't, Mom. The girl said sadly, the words made muffled by her parents' robes, I can't talk to him anymore. Oh, the boy raised an eyebrow, and why can't you talk to me anymore? The little Vila sniffed despondently. Because you are a hero. And ordinary people can't talk to heroes. That's what all the stories say. Well then, those stories were wrong, the boy replied, heroes are ordinary people too. I'm no different now than before. I'm still the same Harry. Do you mean it? Gabrielle peeked at him hopefully, you're still Harry. The boy spread open his arms in an inviting gesture. Of course I am. The little Vila stepped out from behind Apolline tentatively. Does that mean you're still the same Bayard too? Harry smiled. Still the same Bayard too. The girl covered the distance between him and her in 3 quick steps and launched herself at the boy. Her slight arms wrapped around his waist in a childish MC. I thought I had lost you. The little Vila looked up at the amused face. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to talk again. Harry patted her head awkwardly. Why would you think that? All the heroes have read about Mary, the princesses and ladies they saved. Then they go live in big castles and aren't ever heard from again. They don't even come out and say hello to their friends and family. Gabrielle pouted. You should have never changed into Harry. I liked Bayard much better. Bayard wasn't a hero. That's enough, Gabrielle, Apolline declared firmly, then looked at the boy helplessly when her daughter continued talking as though if she hadn't heard. Harry caught the meaning behind the look and nodded in understanding. You know, he said suddenly, interrupting the girl's chatter, a friend of mine told me you would like to ride the dragon. The little Vila stepped back, her eyes wide. Did the knight really tell you? Gabrielle asked excitedly. He tells me many things, the boy smiled, your request was one of them. He turned and whistled. At first, there was nothing. Then came the footsteps, growing louder with each step. The floor began to tremble. From around the corner, the head of the Hungarian horntail emerged. It let out a pleased grunt at the sight of its master, and lumbered for him, Miv's sides shaking with every movement. Its tail whipped behind it as it turned the corner, taking a chunk off the wall in the process. The dragon halted when it arrived before the boy and sat on its haunches. The horns atop its skull immediately sc'd against the ceiling. A small shower of loose debris rained down on its face, which was seemingly ignored. It warbled a contented greeting. "Dragon," Harry gestured towards the girl, "this is Gabrielle." The horntail stared at the boy, then cocked its head sideways to peer at the girl. It snarled. Apolline took an alarmed step backward. Gabrielle looked up in awe. The dragon thrust its snout downwards, until its nostrils flared bare centimeters away from the little Vilas. It sniffed at her, and caused the girl's hair to fly haphazardly around her face. Gabrielle giggled. The dragon rose back to its original height, apparently satisfied. It let out a low, questioning growl. "She wants to ride you," Harry said mildly. The beast craned its neck back. It looked surprised, astonished even. The horntail huffed in the direction of the boy, as though it hadn't heard correctly. "Only for a little while. Take her along for a walk around the corridor. Just watch the ceiling." The dragon made an exasperated sound from deep within its throat. Nevertheless, it lowered its head obediently towards Gabrielle, and set its mandible against the floor. The little Vila immediately broke free from the boy and surged for the horntail. Using the spines that adorned the beast's neck as handholds, she clambered aboard the dragon's skin and perched herself securely near the back of its skull. The horntail shook its head slightly at this newfound presence. The motion caused a delighted squeal from Gabrielle. Slowly, cautiously, the dragon brought its head up, careful not to dislodge its punger, who in the meantime, was waving excitedly at her mother, nearly 20 feet below. Apolline tried to look vague, and waved hesitantly back. The way her hands shook gave her away. The dragon swiveled its neck to stare at the boy. Harry nodded, then jerked his head in the direction of the corridor. The beast let out a long, deep breath that sounded suspiciously like a sigh. Then, it began moving, plodding along on its thick, trunk-like limbs. Gabrielle's joyous cries rang after her as both she and the horntail vanished down the hallway. The dragon's spiked tail was the last to disappear, whipping around its hind legs and carving 2 more additional furrows into Hogwarts's already battered walls. Apolline winced as tufts of recently disturbed stone bounced to the floor. She turned to the boy. "That's not exactly what I had in mind." Harry shrugged. "You wanted a diversion so you could have a chance to speak with me alone. I couldn't think of any other way." The woman sighed, and stood on her tiptoes to peer into the corridor where her daughter had disappeared off to. "If that dragon of yours harms my Gabrielle—" "It won't," the boy interrupted confidently. Apolline regarded him skeptically for a while, then bit her lips in thought. "I believe you," she finally said. "I don't know why, but I believe you." The woman smiled half-heartedly. "I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't be treating you this way, especially after you've saved my eldest again. But it was terrifying to see what happened on the tournament field, what with the dragon breaking free and heading for Fleur. And now that dragon belongs to you." Apolline rubbed at her forehead wearily. "It's a parenting thing. I realize you'll never endanger Fleur or Gabrielle, but seeing that horntail following you around, well, you know." Harry inclined his head slightly. "I understand, ma'am," he said sincerely. Apolline sighed again, then looked down at her daughter's bodyguard. "So, tell me the truth. What did you think of the dragon breaking free?" The boy shrugged. "Too coincidental to be an accident. Most likely a diversion to force me to play my hand. Almost worked too." He paused, musing. "From what you have told me about Montague, this doesn't sound like entirely his work. He seems too arrogant to use a ploy like this one. I would say there is a significant chance someone else is helping him. Someone with enough cunning to think this plan through and with enough influence that Montague is willing to listen to him or her." Apolline swore under her breath. "It can't be anyone in France. All of the logical purebloods are stoically in our camp. Those few who hang around Montague are cronies, and nothing more. Rich and wealthy, but lacking in intelligence." Harry gave her a measuring look. "You think it may be someone from another country?" The woman nodded reluctantly. "All wealthy purebloods, especially the likes of Montague, have connections to like-minded individuals in other countries. The majority of the cases, these connections are just for business, and the parties leave as acquaintances. However, sometimes they can become lasting alliances between families, spanning decades to centuries. I fear that one of Montague's foreign allies is set on helping him accomplish his goal." And that means even more resources at the pig's disposal. Appeline's face twisted in disgust, then worry, to think he managed to unleash a dragon in his attempt to capture Fleur. I don't want to think what other types of atrocities he will commit to get at my daughter. The boy made an amused sound. I think I know where this is going. Yes, Appeline said solemnly, I'm sure you do. She took a deep breath before continuing on. With all due respect, in the light of the circumstances that occurred during the first task, I beseech you to reconsider your decision on the contract regarding the termination of Augustin Montague. A little too formal, Harry smiled, don't you think? I am a politician's wife, the woman responded dryly. I've learned to be formal even if I am not at heart. She dug into her robes and produced a neatly folded piece of parchment. Here is a preliminary draft of the contract. She noticed his bemused stare and shrugged helplessly. I wrote it while you were still unconscious in the infirmary. It helped pee the time and alleviate some of the worry. The boy took the parchment from Appeline's hands and unfolded it. You do realize, he said slowly, that in our line of work, a signature on a contract is worth nothing more than the paper it's printed on. The woman frowned slightly. Sebastian made mention of that when I managed to drag the truth out of him. I didn't believe it at first. There seems to be little point in using contracts if they can be declared null at whim. It's an outdated process, Harry responded. Back when bounty hunting began to become popular, real, magical contracts were used. That didn't work too well for us. Take for example, if a client tasks a group of us to take out a rogue basilisk that's been killing townspeople. We head into the forest to deal with the problem, and then discover that there's a whole nest festering in the forest. The whole job goes awry, a lot of us are killed, and the rest are forced to temporarily retreat. Now, the logical conclusion is to flee, but the contract explicitly states that we have to kill the basilisk for the job to be considered done. That means we can't just run off or else we'll lose our magic. So we are forced to continue fighting the entire nest even though it most likely will lead to our deaths. Bounty hunting back then was nasty business. Very small chance of survival. As a result, the process was changed. There are still contracts, but they hinge mostly on the reputation of the mercenary. Good ones will get the job done in return for the reward. Bad ones won't, but at the very least, they'll get to live. The boy halted when he began scanning through the document. A faint smile spread across his face. That is a substantial amount of money. Fleur and Gabrielle mean the world to us, Appeline said quietly. There is no amount of money we wouldn't be willing to part with if it means their safety. Harry folded the parchment back into a more manageable size, then slipped it into his robes. I will consider it. Thank you, Appeline responded gratefully. If there is anything you need from us, you may count on me or Sebastian. Nothing at the moment, the boy began, then hesitated. When he next spoke, it was with the air of someone unsure of what he was doing. Actually, there is one thing. One minor problem, that is, the Yule Ball. Yes, Appeline replied, smiling, I heard my daughter asked you to it. I'm umming that's not the problem. No, Harry shook his head, definitely not. The problem is I don't know how to dance. Appeline appeared shocked for a split second, then immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The woman's shoulders began shaking with what seemed suspiciously like laughter. The boy looked momentarily flustered. I see now that broaching this subject with you was a mistake. Please forget about me asking. Appeline moved to grasp him by the arm when he turned away. No, wait, the woman let out one last chuckle before regaining her composure. I'm dearly sorry, Harry. I really am. It's just that I didn't expect this to come from you. You saved my daughter from Montague's kidnappers and just recently a dragon. To say that I hold you as a person worthy of respect would be an understatement. Dancing was something you already knew. I'm not laughing at you, Harry, just at the situation. My line of work doesn't allow much time for diversions, the boy said stiffly, dancing being one of them. Yes, I know, Appeline smiled apologetically. I am sorry, and I can certainly see why this would be problematic with the Yule Ball in a month's time. Harry nodded and took a deep, steadying breath. I was wondering, ma'am, if you would have the time to teach me how to dance. The lessons don't have to be long, he amended when he noticed her hesitating. A few pointers will do. Now it was time for the woman to look flustered. I would love to, Harry, but there's a slight problem with that. The boy gave her a puzzled glance. And that would be, well, for starters, I don't know how to dance either. Harry blinked, then blinked again. I thought all Veela could dance. It's a stereotype. The woman responded easily. All Veela look like perfect women to men, so it is assumed that we are perfect elsewhere as well. Singing, dancing, entertaining. Anything women were historically good at, it is assumed that Veela could do better. Truth of the matter is, a Veela will be good at singing if she practices, just like a human, and a Veela will be good at dancing if she takes lessons every week for most of her life as Fleur did. I was afforded no such luxury in my youth. The boy looked thoughtful. You learn something new every day. Appeline nodded in agreement. There are Veela out there who wouldn't be able to outsing a rooster, just as there are Veela out there who will make sure your toes are broken after a single dance. I, myself, had to fool Sebastian into other forms of festivities when we dated. Had to keep making up excuses on why I couldn't go to the new, expensive ballroom that just opened up. I did manage to keep on fooling him until our wedding. But after we read our vows, it was expected for the groom to dance with the bride. Sebastian was limping halfway through the song. The boy chuckled at the mental imagine. Appeline smiled wryly. So unless you want me to teach you how to step on all of Fleur's toes, I think it would be best if you didn't learn from me. The woman winked roguishly, though I do play a mean game of pool. It's one of the only things Sebastian has yet to best me on. Now that, I can teach you. If the second task involves anything to do with pool, Harry remarked jokingly, I'll know who to ask. A grumbling snarl made the two turn their attentions down the hall. The horntail emerged, a happy Gabrielle still perched on its neck. The dragon huffed complainingly in its master's direction as it slowed to a halt, as though if the entire errand had been beneath it. Its grievance did not seem to bother the girl clinging to its skin at all. I have decided, the little Veela said primly from her makeshift seat juxtaposed between the beast's spikes, I like Harry much better than Bayard now. Appeline shook her head in resignation. Harry just smiled. Oh, and why is that? The horntail snorted and lowered its head until its jaws touched the floor. Gabrielle leapt off, and landed lightly in front of her mother. The girl skipped into Appeline's waiting MC. She beamed happily. Bayard didn't have a dragon. The office of the deputy headmistress was a bare, Spartan room consisting of very little in the terms of decoration. A few pictures hung from the walls, portraits of famous transfiguration masters and past heads of house, sitting stern-eyed and motionless in their frames. Pieces of furniture were placed sparsely throughout the office, mainly cabinets and drawers that contained past records of all those that attended Hogwarts. Near the center, a simple oaken desk sat surrounded by a ring of heavy chairs, the set devoid of any ornamentation save for a few carved lines that twisted down their legs. The table's surface was filled with neat, tidy stacks of parchment, essays and IGN-ments already graded by the room's sole occupant. A heavily worn Transfiguration Through the Ages tome lay open on the desk, its earmarked pages currently being flipped through by the woman behind the table. Minerva McGonagall looked up from the reference book when she heard the knock at her door. Come in. The hinges on the wall creaked as they turned. The door opened inwards, revealing a boy with emerald eyes and wild, unruly hair. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. She had not expected the visitor to be him of all people. What can I do for you, Harry? The boy stepped into the office, and looked around. His gaze took in the room's surroundings expertly before locking on her. He smiled. The head of house frowned. Dumbledore had spoken in the past of how Harry could hide behind his masks, and McGonagall had believed. But what the old headmaster did not mention was just how well the boy could do it. Looking at him now, McGonagall got the impression that he was just a normal, 14-year-old boy without a care in the world. Everything about him, from the way he stood nonchalantly gazing around to the way he smiled, was so natural, so ordinary, that the deputy headmistress was sure that if Dumbledore had not told her beforehand, she would have assumed nothing was wrong. It was hard to think that this was the boy that had stared down a dragon and survived to tell the tale. Your office isn't what I expected it to be, Professor, Harry said sincerely. It's very much unlike the headmaster's. McGonagall's lips twitched. Polite conversation. So natural from him. So ordinary. So disarming. If you were referring to my office's lack of extravagance, then I assure you it is no one's fault but my own. The woman gingerly closed the book in front of her. I've always been a very plain person, Mr. Potter, and my tastes reflect that. The boy nodded in understanding. Is that why the portraits on your walls aren't alive? McGonagall's gaze turned to the pictures in question. All were frozen in their places, the people and scenery within them stiff and unmoving. I've never understood why wizarding kind are so keen on making imagery come alive, the head of house said bemusedly. A picture should be just that. A picture, and nothing more. If I wanted to see something, then I'd go out and see it, not hang a mimicry on my wall. Besides, the woman shook her head, moving pictures tend to rob me of my concentration, pictures of people even more so. Merlin knows how Dumbledore keeps his sanity in his office with all those pictures of past headmasters haranguing him every day. Harry nodded again. The headmaster has always seemed like an eccentric person to me. Perhaps his personality reflects that as well. Minerva snorted at the thought. He certainly appears that way, doesn't he? A rare smile appeared on the head of house's face. I'd say it was the drops, myself. Lots of sugar in those things. Can't be good for a wizard his age. The woman blinked when she realized she was rambling. Her smile disappeared, replaced by the usual stern demeanor. Disarming indeed, though I am sure that is not the reason you are here, Mr. Potter. The boy stood there for a moment. It seemed like he was struggling inwardly with something, fighting for words that he wanted to say but whether from pride or shame, couldn't. When at last he did speak, it was in a voice that was strangely hesitant, nervous almost. This morning, at breakfast, you mentioned that you would be holding clees for those that didn't know how to dance in time for the Yule Ball. Minerva inclined her head briefly. Yes, I did make that announcement. Well, Harry began, I find that I am in need of those lessons, he confessed. I don't know how to dance. McGonagall tried hard not to show just how impressed she was. Very few boys are willing to admit that, Mr. Potter, she said quietly, and even fewer are willing to ask for help. She must be really worth it. The boy shrugged. McGonagall noted with interest that he avoided confirming the statement. When do you plan on starting the lessons, Professor? The head of house closed her eyes tiredly. Now came the hard part. She would have to be careful with her words and her tone. I am afraid, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said levelly, that those dancing lessons are only open for Hogwarts students. She looked for a flash of disappointment, but received none. Harry's face showed nothing but earnest interest. You avoided mentioning that this morning, he pointed out. I did. It was a mistake on my part. Perhaps I will make an announcement tomorrow about it. The boy smiled charmingly. What about these lessons are so special that only Hogwarts students are allowed to enlist in them but other school students are barred from taking? It's a curriculum issue, Mr. Potter. As a Hogwarts-sponsored CL, priority must lie with our students. They get the first pick. I'm sorry to say that it's the rules. A rule that somehow doesn't apply to the rest of the Clees, but only this one. The potions CL I share with the Gryffindors and Slytherins certainly doesn't seem to be run on this tenet. McGonagall pursed her lips tightly. Those Clees have spots open in their rosters. I expect the dancing CL to become full very soon. I'm afraid that there will be no room for you. The head of house dipped her head apologetically in the boy's direction. Perhaps when the students learn enough about dancing, there will be a place for you when they leave. By the time they learn enough about dancing, Harry remarked candidly, then the Yule Ball will already be around the corner. There will be little time left for you to instruct me. Minerva nodded reluctantly. Yes, that may very well happen. Unfortunate. I'm dearly sorry, Mr. Potter. But it's the rules. The woman paused, a thoughtful look developing on her face. There may be another way, however. Harry cocked his head to the side. Had she not known better about him, the motion would have been endearing. I'm listening. Your mother was very skilled at dancing in her youth, McGonagall said softly. She turned many a head in Hogwarts past balls. I am sure that if you ask her she will be more than willing to teach you. The head of house peered at the boy over her spectacles, searching for a blaze of anger or a spark of resentment that she felt was sure to result. She received none. Harry just smiled. I see. I will take that into consideration, Professor. I really am sorry, Harry, she said and meant it. I'm sure the problem's out of your hands, came the reply. McGonagall frowned. She swore she had heard a hint of sarcasm in the boy's tone, but wasn't certain. If that's everything, Mr. Potter, Harry nodded. It is. Thank you. His tone was sincere, but the head of house again had the nagging feeling that she was being mocked. Good night, Professor." The boy turned on his heel and strode out of the office. The door closed behind him with a resounding thud. McGonagall blinked at the vacant spot where Harry had stood. She let out a long, drawn-out sigh and leaned back into her chair. "You were right," she said out loud, seemingly to no one. "He did come." In the corner, closest to her desk, the air rippled and distorted. The head of Lily Potter appeared and hung there, her face taut with anxiety. It looked like the woman had come very close to crying. "You don't need to worry," McGonagall sighed again, "by now he's long gone." Lily's head nodded reluctantly, and a second later, the rest of her body appeared, stepping out from under her husband's invisibility cloak. "Thank you, Headmistress," was the first thing she said. The head of house gave her a warning look. "I didn't do this for you, Lily," Minerva said sternly. "I did it for him. It was for his sake that I took part in your plan, and if I believed it would be hurtful to him, then I wouldn't have agreed. Don't take this to be an act of forgiveness. There is still much between us." Lily hesitated, then smiled sadly. "I know, Headmistress, but thank you nonetheless." McGonagall ignored her grateful words and turned to stare at the Muggle Studies professor. "To be honest, I did not expect he would come. James would have rather died than admit he couldn't dance." Lily dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief before replying. "Yes, he certainly would. James is proud like that. And Adam," Lily chuckled at the thought. "Adam is just as stubborn as his father. I can't imagine him asking for help about anything related to dancing." The woman let out a sudden giggle. "You know, the first time came to us for help was about riding a broom. And that was only because he couldn't get it to fly straight. Turned out he was riding it backwards." McGonagall snorted, though her tone was far from disdainful. "Yet Harry came today to ask for help." The head of house tapped a thoughtful finger against her table, "and he was the first. Harry has always been more like me than James," Lily said forlornly. "He's proud and stubborn, but he knows when to bend and when to stand his ground. Some common sense among the Potter men at last." Minerva's lips twisted into a half-smile. "Yes," the Muggle Studies teacher sounded a bit proud. "Yes, I guess you can say that." The two fell into relative silence for a while, with McGonagall looking still thoughtful behind her desk and Lily standing where she was, staring longingly at the door where her son had disappeared. "You think it will work?" the head of house suddenly said. "Your whole plan? Will teaching him to dance get him to open up to you?" Lily shook her head demurely. "I don't know, Headmistress. I really don't. I want to believe it will work, but we've hurt him too much. All I know is that it's my turn. James and Adam have given it their best while I sat back and watched. This is my chance to make things right. You do realize that this is all a gamble," Minerva said neutrally. "There is a chance he might learn from someone else or even not try to learn at all." Lily chewed on her bottom lip fretfully. "I understand it is a gamble, but even if this doesn't work, I'll find another way. James and Adam will too. We'll find another way, and we won't stop until either he's back with us or we die trying." McGonagall stared in silence at her professor. The woman flinched under her gaze but did not try to avert her face. "That is a worthwhile goal, Lily," the head of house finally said. Lily looked up, startled. "Headmistress?" she asked hopefully. By then, McGonagall had already opened the reference tome on her desk and was poring through it with quill in hand. The old witch made a shooing motion with her other hand. "You are dismissed, Professor Potter." This time, her voice lacked the usual stern quality she had used before. The woman smiled and wiped away the tears that had been gathering in her eyes. "Thank you, Minerva." In the moonlight glow of night, the lakeside of Hogwarts grounds played host to its usual visitors. A boy, sporting the light blue of Beauxbatons, and a knight, clad entirely in shadow. This time, however, was different. Tonight, it was not the knight that paid respect to the boy, but the opposite. For this time, it was the boy that knelt before the knight. "Have I not been a most considerate lord to you, Hate?" Emerald eyes flickered up towards the warrior's iron visage. "Have I not granted you the boon of existence?" The knight chuckled, clearly amused. "That you have, my lord. Have I not listened willingly to your counsel in the darkest of times?" The boy continued. "Have I not heeded your advice through all these years?" An armored finger stroked the hilt of a sheathed sword lovingly. The rest joined the first and wrapped the blade's pommel in a possessive hold. You have always heeded my words, my lord, the knight smiled. And have I not done great deeds in the face of the impossible? The boy lifted his head at last to stare into the gaze of eldritch fire, and have I not made you proud with said deeds? I have always been proud of you, my lord. The knight's voice still held the same steely quality as before, but there was a sincere undertone to it that suggested truth in lieu of lies. Then teach me how to dance. The groaning creak of moving joints. The soft rasp of steel upon steel. The dull thud of a sword being planted tip first into the ground. The knight knelt before the boy, its sneering helm dipping until the two were face to face. Its eyes shone with amusement. Have I not been your shield and protector in your time of need? It grated. Have I not been the guardian that stood by you even when those that should have did not? Harry nodded. You have, hate. Have I not made your enemies my own? The knight drove its blade deeper into the dirt. Have I not been the edge of your sword and the tip of your spear? Many lie dead in their battles against me, the boy agreed. They would have won were it not for you. And have I not been always loyal to you, my lord? The knight placed a plated palm over its and bowed its head. Have I not always been the one you could rely on? The one who will never betray you. Have I not been those things for you, my lord? The boy smiled. You have. Then forgive me, my lord, when I say I don't know how to dance. Damn, Harry cursed. The two stood back up. The knight removed its sword from the ground and slid it back into its sheath. The boy dusted off his robes with a faint grimace. Well, he said matter-of-factly, it was worth a try. Apologies, my lord, Hate drawled, but dancing was the last thing on your mind when you called for me. We should have learned then, the boy grumbled good-naturedly. Indeed, the warrior quipped, dancing lessons would have fit right into your schedule, lord. Right between terminating a pack of rogue werewolves and protecting a client from would-be inns. Just make sure you clean off the blood in between. Its master gave the knight an amused look. Now I know you're just being sardonic towards me. Really, Hate remarked, and rather dryly at that, what gave me away? The dancing lessons in between killing werewolves and protecting clients, the boy smiled, a bit too thick in my opinion. The knight nodded. Ah, I see, I'll make sure to be less obvious next time. The boy snorted, then turned to his companion. But I am serious, about learning how to dance. If not from you, then from someone else. Hate made a disappointed noise from behind its helm. You do realize, my lord, that it was a trap. The knight's tone had turned distasteful. The metallic tinge that accompanied its voice made it sound like it was sneering. No sane man would have bought that woman's excuse. Oh, I know, Harry said mildly and swept a hand through his hair, and it was a well-done trap at that. Backed me into a corner. In a way, the boy chuckled to himself. To be honest, I did not expect it. Something from Dumbledore, maybe, but McGonagall and my mother. Now that is an unlikely pair. If this was war, I would applaud them for surprising me. And you would willingly walk into this trap. You would willingly allow them to spring their ambush. Do not tell me, my lord, that you really intend to suffer the presence of the one that betrayed you just to learn dancing. The boy turned towards the knight. I don't have much of a choice, do I? Hate's eyes gleamed dangerously. You could choose not to learn. I am a champion, Harry retorted. It is expected of me to participate in the Yule Ball. I just don't want to ember myself. Ember yourself, the knight growled, or ember her. The boy gave his companion a sour look. Ember myself, he said firmly. Hate laughed. The boy frowned. I don't see anything amusing about this. Hypocrisy is always amusing. The knight smiled, more so when it comes from you, my lord. Oh, Harry crossed his arms over his, and how is this hypocrisy? Simple, my lord. You have never cared about frivolities such as dancing before. You still don't. This absurdity of learning to dance is nothing more than an attempt to impress her. You just don't want to look bad in front of her. You speak of wanting to learn where your true intent lies elsewhere. Therein lies the hypocrisy. The boy scoffed. You speak as though if I committed some terrible crime. There is no crime in being human, my lord. Hate bowed its head, just weakness. Now that is hypocrisy. Harry smiled. You, warning me at first about being a monster. Now, telling me the folly of becoming human. The knight flexed its heavy gauntlets. There were no bones within the armor, but still the armor digits cracked most satisfyingly. The difference, my lord, is that I do not try to hide it, while you would pretend as though there was no hypocrisy at all. The boy chuckled. Are you going to tell me that is a human trait as well? Human, the warrior confirmed, and foolish. Well, the knight's master stared up into the night sky. You know what they say about affection. It makes fools out of all of us. And here lies the reason of my concern. The plated fingers curled to form a fist, which the warrior used to clasp against his. You have mastered your hate. Forged it to become something more than just emotion. You have made me, my lord, and shaped me to become your knight. I will go where you go, fight where you fight, and die where you die. But can you say the same for love, or anger, or even fear? They will seek to control you, my lord, and they will fight you every inch for dominance. Whereas I offer only counsel, they offer bondage, even debasement. Do not forget, my lord. You are strong because you do not fear. You are cunning because you do not rage. You are ruthless because you do not love. Just as I have warned you before on being too hateful, too ruthless, now I warn you on ridding of these things, for without them, you are nothing more than the weaklings you seek to protect. I understand, the boy said softly, but still. I want to try, even if it is doomed to fail. I want to try. He grimaced at his own words. Merlin, I sound weak. The knight chuckled. As long as you understand, my lord, then I will say nothing more. Remember that no matter what path you choose to take, I will always walk it alongside you. The boy nodded faintly. Both he and the knight remained silent for a while, staring off into the night. So, Harry finally said and turned towards his companion, about that dancing. The warrior's eyes shone with amusement. Again, my lord, I do not know how to dance. But perhaps there is another way. A flicker of interest developed on the boy's face. He smiled. I'm listening. Well, Hate said matter-of-factly, you could always ask the dragon. As soon as the words were uttered, a faint, caterwauling yell erupted from the distance. The boy's smile disappeared quite quickly. The whoosh of beating wings was heard as the Hungarian horntail soared towards its target. The dragon's immense form circled the lake twice before landing, disturbing the tranquility that had settled with its eager calls. The wet loam that surrounded the lake softened its descent, but did nothing to dampen the sound of the beast's heavy bulk colliding with the ground. The dragon shook its body to clear the splotches of mud that had showered it from its abrupt landing, and began crawling towards the two lone figures by the lakeside. Damn, the boy said again. If there was one thing that Gwera Steeljaw could never understand about humans, it was their desire for opulence. Not the wealth part, of course. Becoming wealthy was something all beings should aspire to in the opinion of goblins. It was the lavishness that set Gwera on edge. The extravagance. The foolish need to possess things that should never have been worth anything in the first place. Sitting here now, in the guest room of the mansion of his client, Gwera was reminded of this fact 10 times over. The walls were adorned with pieces of art worth small fortunes alone. Sprawling landscapes painted on magical canvases that made the streams within them flow, the forests within them sway, the clouds within them move on skies so blue that they couldn't possibly be real. Portraits too, of pure-blooded ancestors centuries old, whose proud faces were set in frames of solid gold. A few of the faces turned their noses up at him. Gwera sneered back, showing his sharp canines, and delighted in the way the portraits drew back in disgust. Miv statues, erect on bases of sparkling rubies and winking sapphires, caught the goblin's eyes next. They stood 4 to each wall, figures of faultless marble, positioned in heavy, brooding poses. Each bore the heraldic emblem of his client's family over their sculpted S, complete with twisting, winding laurels that made the goblin's mind spin. Gwera estimated that each statue was at least equal to the contents of an average wizard's entire banking vault plus his life's wages. The wizened wardmaster slid a gnarled finger over the steel rings that dangled from his jowl, and scowled at the extravagance around him. He could see no point to it, nor could the rest of his kind. To Gwera, the beautiful landscapes were made ugly by the exorbitant paper it was painted on, the portraits marred because the gold that made up their frames was now useless as currency, and the statues forever obnoxious because marble and gemstones should never be used in any other form besides bartering. The door to the guest room slammed open, and in strode Augustin Montague, his heavy features set in an unmistakable scowl. A second later, another man stalked in, wooden cane tapping lightly against the floor as he walked leisurely behind his colleague. Steeljaw recognized him almost instantly, and dipped his head slightly in grudging respect. The man smiled, and stood to the side as Montague slid behind an imposing desk. "You let her go." The accusation came immediately after the pureblood had settled in his seat. "You let her go." Steeljaw clicked his teeth together disapprovingly. Humans. Such a crude species. What did they hope to gain by repeating their words over and over again? Not economical that way. Wasted seconds meant wasted money. "I heard you the first time," Guerra replied with a grin. "Do you have any idea?" Montague either ignored the mocking ring in the goblin's tone, or was too angry to notice it, how much time it took to gather Z resources for Z's plan to succeed. How much funds were wasted. People had to be bribed. Your own kind, even. Z Goblin Zat let us loan its emblem. Its supervisor, who had be given extra so it could turn a blind eye. Galleons Zat could have been used elsewhere were wasted. Wasted. And for what? So you could abandon Z plan halfway through. The pureblood pounded a heavy fist into the table. The resulting tremor knocked over an open container of ink and spilled its contents all over the desk. Montague's companion eyed the mess with distaste. We were almost Z'er. Z hardest part of Z plan had already succeeded. Z dragon was loose. All you had to do was capture Z girl while her bodyguard was occupied and bring her to us. Do not try to worm your way out of Z's, mercenary. I do not want to hear your pitiful excuses. You let her go. The last sentence escaped Montague's lips in a low, threatening growl. Guerra spread his arms wide in a disarming gesture. Guilty as charged. Montague sprang halfway up from his seat. A calming hand placed on his shoulder forced him back down. The man with silver hair smiled silkily. Relax, my friend. Let us hear Master Steeljaw's explanation before we begin laying the blame. Z'er is no explanation. Montague thundered. He pointed an accusing finger at the goblin. Let her go. It wasted our time, our money, and our chance of reigning in Sebastian. It broke the contract we agreed on. It lied to us. If we are speaking of lies, Guerra remarked dryly, then perhaps we should mention the biggest lie of all. The one the two of you made that nearly cost me my life. Montague glared in the wardmaster's direction. His friend's smile grew. We have no idea what you are talking about, Master Steeljaw. Oh, I think you do, the goblin sneered. When I took the contract, I asked for details. Specifically, who was guarding the girl. The two of you were curiously hesitant about the subject and merely said that she would be well protected. That set off alarm bells in my head, but I will admit that my greed overtook me, and I accepted the job. Guerra grinned nastily at both purebloods. You didn't mention that the one who was doing the protecting was Templar. That shouldn't have mattered. Montague snarled. He is only one man. The Frenchman spat the words out as though they were something foul. One boy, even. He is nothing. Steeljaw shook his head at this willful ignorance. Another facet of human behavior that he would never come to understand. There are two simple tenets for a bounty hunter to live by if he wants to survive in the mercenary world. The goblin spoke deliberately slow, as if talking to a small child. That provoked an angry growl from Montague, which Guerra enjoyed enormously. 1. Don't go near the puppet mistress. She's a cruel creature, that one. Very frisky. 2. Stray too near and she just might find reason to add you to her collection. The second is don't mess with Templar's job. If you're lucky to be on the same side of him, then you just sit back and relax while he annihilates the opposition. If you're on the opposing side of him, well, you had better run, because there's nothing else in this world that's going to save you from him. Montague looked utterly disinterested while Steeljaw plowed on. His silver-haired friend, on the other hand, was the direct opposite. The man's eyes gleamed as he drank in Guerra's words. That's what I did, by the way. As soon as I saw it was him and his knight that came to save the girl, I destroyed the traces that linked the wards to me, and made my escape. You didn't even try to fight. Montague exploded. You ran as soon as you saw him. What kind of bounty hunter are you? The kind that is smart enough to stay alive, the goblin said with a leer. I may love gold, but I am not stupid. Foolish, maybe, in taking the contract, but not stupid enough to stay so that Templar can kill me. And he would have killed me. Butchered me, more like. And if he didn't do the work, then his knight would have. Ending up spitted on that thing's blade is far from what I want in my immediate future. Steeljaw traced the metal rings that adorned his chin again, though this time it was done more thoughtfully. Make no mistake, gentlemen. I am no coward, but I know when a fight is futile. And getting in Templar's way is exactly that. A fight you've already lost. Guerra shrugged. Facing him and his knight makes cowards out of us all. You over-exaggerate. Montage sniffed imperiously. If he is that skilled, his name would have come up. We would have known him beforehand. He is nothing but a boy whose luck will eventually run out. Guerra mentally scoffed at the thought. You keep on believing that, he said airily. I'm sure you'll be in a rude awakening sometime in the future. Montague was about to argue further when his friend tightened his grip on his shoulder. The Frenchman swallowed down whatever he wanted to say and resorted back to glaring at the goblin. What I want to know, the silver-haired man said softly, is how. How did he become this good? How did he obtain his skill? How did he get all this power? You ask the question everybody wants to know. Steeljaw grinned. Some have tried to ask nicely. Templar has never told. Some have tried to take the information by force. Templar sent them to their graves prematurely. No one is certain how he wields his magic, but the consensus among us is that it has something to do with the night. Whenever it appears by Templar's side, he fights harder, lasts longer, and becomes more ruthless in his casting. Maybe it's some sort of magical battery providing Templar with energy. Maybe it's an arcane creature that Templar chained into a suit of armor. We don't know. What we do know is that, together, the two are incredibly dangerous, and it would be wise to keep a wide berth from both. If he is Z's good, Montague grumbled, then his reputation would have preceded him. We would have known about him beforehand, the pureblood repeated. We mercenaries like to keep our little world a secret. Guerra shrugged. Keep it far from prying eyes as possible. It helps that many of your governments wish to keep it a secret as well. After all, the goblin smiled. Word can't get out that the most dangerous tasks are taken care of by us and not a nation's or force. What would the public think when their tax galleons are going to bloated organizations who have to rely on mercenaries to get the job done? Sebastian Delacour must have been desperate indeed to open up such a world to save his daughter. Montague's friend suggested coyly. It means that our methods are finally getting to him. But it worked, didn't it? Steeljaw bared his teeth at the two men. He has hired the best in the business, and whereas Templar's reputation doesn't precede him in your world, it certainly does in ours. I dare say you'll find it very hard to find mercenaries willing to take your contract from now on. And those who do are the ones so desperate for money that they're willing to risk their own lives for a galleon. Templar will cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Montague's friend raised an elegant eyebrow. You seem to hold this Templar in very high esteem. Not only me, the goblin grinned, but the rest of my kind as well. He is honored in Gringotts. Gringotts, the man said with interest. Gringotts knows of him as well. He has undertaken several contracts for Gringotts of significant importance and succeeded. The man caressed the top of his cane thoughtfully. What possible need does Gringotts have for mercenaries? Their vaults are all underground, and the entrances to all their banks are heavily guarded. Gringotts do not require mercenaries for protection, Steeljaw replied with a nod. They need them for debt collecting. Montague let out a mocking laugh. So Z-Boy is an over-glorified tax collector, is he? The pureblood guffawed. If you are trying to intimidate us with tall tales about him, it isn't working. I will not be frightened by someone who is chained to a bank. The goblin rolled his eyes. Take a lesson from your friend, Montague, Guerra sneered. Stay silent when you know nothing of the matter at hand. Your arrogance does you no favors. Montague's friend cut in before the Frenchman could explode again. Please, Augustin, he said mildly, let Master Steeljaw continue his story. We can decide if it is a fabrication at a later date. Guerra felt a faint stab of annoyance at the man's words, but pushed it aside. Whereas Montague was all bluster and swagger, his comrade was of a more cunning type. That suited the goblin just fine. He could play both games if they wished. The goblins who work for Gringotts cannot harm humans themselves, as the laws signed after the Goblin Wars dictate. That means there is next to nothing they can do to threaten debtors and the likes. As a rogue goblin outside of Gringotts' jurisdiction, such laws do not apply to me, Steeljaw shrugged, but those who are not so lucky as me are often flummoxed by humans unwilling to pay their loans. As a result, they have to resort to hiring mercenaries to do the threatening for them. And Templar has done this sort of work before. Guerra smiled at the question. Yes, but as always with Templar, his case is a bit different. He doesn't take the contracts for ordinary debtors, you see. The people who have fallen on hard times and can't pay. These aren't the ones he's interested in. What he looks for are the ones who are already rich, but have gotten wealthy through much more sinister means. The goblin grinned at the blank gazes he was being given. It is amazing how much suffering humans are willing to inflict upon their own kind, all just for a little coin. In that, you have us goblins beat. We are all more than ready to turn a profit, but enslaving your own kind and selling them overseas. Or just selling their body parts and harvested organs. That sort of cruelty is something we goblins could never dream of. I would say Templar agrees. Every one of the contracts he's taken with Gringotts have been aimed at these parties, which is good for Gringotts and bad for them. Good for Gringotts because they only have to hire one man to return a significant portion of their investment. Bad for them because you don't have to be returned alive for the debts to be lifted from your vault. All that is required is some of your blood. Or when Templar's done with you, a whole lot of it. Guerra sighed in ecstasy as bloody memories filled his mind. When he relapsed back into reality, he noticed that both men were staring uneasily at him. We have a name for him in our tongue. The Dal Torbeck, he who slays monsters. The man with silver hair stared at Montague warningly before smiling at the goblin. There are no monsters here, Master Steeljaw. Now that is up to interpretation, isn't it? The goblin let out a dry chuckle. On one hand we have a man who is willing to do anything for power, which includes kidnapping his enemy's daughter and setting loose a dragon on an innocent crowd. On the other we have a man who is willing to sacrifice anything for his lackey to obtain said power, which includes allowing his own son to sit in the very stands where the dragon was set loose. Not monsters, perhaps, but close. Oh, so very close. My son was perfectly safe, the man replied evenly. The first thing Dumbledore would have done when he saw the wards collapse would be to protect the children. The old fool is loathsomely predictable. Perhaps. But see, that's the thing. It's not me you're going to have to convince. It's Templar. As that's so. The man's face didn't waver a bit at the hidden threat. And pray tell, Master Steeljaw, if we are monsters in his eyes, then what exactly are you? After all, it was you that ultimately set the dragon loose, and you that endangered the life of the girl. We merely provided the means to. If Templar would seek to eliminate us, it would be you that he first targets. Steeljaw's eyes shone with newfound respect. If the man was any more cunning, he would have made a worthy goblin. Too bad Guerra already had a retort in mind, and a well-planned one at that. It is strange, how the bounty hunting business work, the goblin replied without losing pace, at least to an outsider. The relationships between us mercenaries, particularly. One day you may be fighting for your life alongside a man, and the next fighting for your life against him. Lasting friendships are rare. Money has a tendency to prevent that from happening. But, the goblin held out a wagging finger, whereas our field inhibits friendships from forming, it does create a whole lot of respect. For the ones fighting next to you and for the ones fighting against you. That respect is what keeps a lot of us in line. You don't want to try and murder your contract's opposition when you know he can kill you without blinking an eye. That same respect is also what makes us want to be forgiven towards those we have wronged. You don't want to get on the bad side of the same person who can kill you without blinking an eye. In Templar's case, I respect him, and he respects me. Most likely not as much as I respect him, but he is still appreciative of my warding talents. I have wronged him, this much is true. As a result, I will have to do something for him when he asks of it, so the respect between us is maintained. Favors, if you will. Oh, Montague's friend stroked an elegant hand across his chin, and what kind of favor will you give to him? Steeljaw grinned. Why, when he comes looking for revenge, I'll just show him how to get in. The goblin cackled at the dawning look that was slowly seeping onto Montague's features. You really didn't think I would sit through your insufferable blather and answer your inane questions for no reason, did you? During all this time, while you ranted and yammered, I was memorizing the keystones to all the wards over your delightful home. The protective enchantments, the notice me not charms, even the secret stash of dark artifacts you've hidden with arcane runes. The Frenchman's face went pale with anger and shock. When Templar comes for me, all I have to do is tell him how to pay you a little visit. I'm sure I'll be forgiven, then. Why you little? Montague reached for the wand hidden in his desk drawer, but the goblin had already snapped his fingers. There was a blinding flash as various transportation wards designed to move objects under duress activated simultaneously. Both men flung their arms in front of their faces to avoid being blinded. By the time the flash subsided, Guerra was long gone. All that remained were the echoes of his mocking laughter. Augustin Montague rubbed at his eyes angrily to bring back his sight, his wand temporarily forgotten. He blinked blearily in his comrade's direction when his vision returned slightly. What do you make of all these, Lucius? Lucius Malfoy dispelled the small shielding charm he had casted just in time to avoid the worst effects produced by the goblin's disappearance. He eyed the empty chair where Steeljaw had sat just seconds before with mild distaste. I think, my friend, that you could have been a tad more subtle. Montague snorted and leaned back in his chair, still rubbing at his eyes. I will not be talked down to by a goblin. Vile creatures they are, only good for keeping our vaults safe and tidy. Lucius's lips curled slightly at this blatant insult. Was all he said. Don't just stand there, the Frenchman growled after a minute of silence, think up of something else. The plan with the dragon was yours, after all, and it failed spectacularly. Malfoy raised an elegant eyebrow. As opposed to yours, my dear friend. I had thought I've seen the worst excuses of wizarding society hanging about in Nocturne Alley, but the thugs you allowed the Russian to hire surprised even me. I've never seen so much dirt and stupidity crammed into one room in my entire life. It would have worked, Montague said sulkily, I just needed to hire more men. And allow the boy a higher body count. Lucius replied airily, you sent 24 to go after the girl. None of them have shown themselves since, except for that Japanese woman, and from what my son tells me, she's serving Templar. The man smiled when Montague glowered at him. Good job, Augustin. I dare say you've given the boy another ally. Enough of these, Lucius, the Frenchman grunted, clearly having lost the argument. Let's not waste time. We need to find another way to bring the girl to me. The pureblood looked up hopefully towards his companion. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Well, Malfoy said thoughtfully, the first thing I would do is obtain some new wards. The best kind. Set them up all over my mansion and double the security rooms. At the very least. Montague gave him an incredulous look. You really believe what that goblin said? It was clearly bluffing. There is no way the boy can be that powerful. And even if he is, the wards at Montague Mansion have held for centuries. He won't get in, with or without the goblin's help. Lucius sighed. The goblin did have a point, you know. Your arrogance really does you no good, my friend. It is not arrogance, the Frenchman snarled, it is pride, he grimaced, I won't speak of these anymore. I will not change my wards over the words of a goblin, and that is the last I will say about the matter. As you wish, Lucius bowed his head slightly, I was merely suggesting a course of action. Then suggest a course of action that involves us capturing the girl. Malfoy tapped the top of his cane with a thoughtful finger. His smile grew ever so slightly. Perhaps our Italian friends can be of help. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.